Thomas Ligotti. The Bells Will Sound Forever. Thomas Ligotti's first collection of short stories, Songs of a Dead Dreamer, was described by Ramsey Campbell as one of the most important horror books of the decade. He has since followed it with such other collections as Grimscribe, Noctuary, The Agonizing Resurrection of Victor Frankenstein, and Other Gothic Tales, and the Bram Stoker award-winning The Nightmare Factory, a bumper compilation of previously collected and new stories. This story was written as part of a collaborative project done under the influence of David Tibet of Current 93, reveals the author, who produced a CD of atmospheric music and vocals with which The Bells Will Sound Forever and 3 other tales with a common setting and cast of characters were issued as In a Foreign Town in a Foreign Land. The title of this volume derives from a line in David Tibet's song, Falling Back in Fields of Rape. I was sitting in a small park on a drab morning in early spring when a gentleman who looked as if he should be in a hospital sat down on the bench beside me. For a time we both silently stared out at the colorless and soggy grounds of the park, where things were still thawing out and signs of a revived natural life remained only tentative, the bare branches of trees finely outlined against a gray sky. I had seen the other man on previous visits to the park, and when he introduced himself to me by name, I seemed to remember him as a businessman of some sort. The words commercial agent came to my mind as I sat gazing up at the thin dark branches, and beyond them the gray sky. Somehow our quiet and somewhat halting conversation touched upon the subject of a particular town near the northern border, a place where I once lived. "It's been many years," the other man said, "since I was last in that town." Then he proceeded to tell me about an experience he had had there in the days when he often traveled to remote locales for the business firm he represented, and which, until that time, he had served as a long-time and highly dedicated employee. It was late at night, he told me, and he needed a place to stay before moving on to his ultimate destination across the northern border. I knew, as a one-time resident of the town, that there were 2 principal venues where he might have spent the night. One of them was a lodging house on the west side of town that, in actuality, functioned primarily as a brothel patronized by traveling commercial agents. The other was located somewhere on the east side of town, in a district of once opulent, but now, for the most part, unoccupied houses, one of which, according to rumor, had been converted into a hostel of some kind by an old woman named Mrs. Pike, who was reputed to have worked in various carnival sideshows, first as an exotic dancer, and then later as a fortune-teller, before settling in the northern border town. The commercial agent told me that he could not be sure if it was misdirection or deliberate mischief that sent him to the east side of town, where there were only a few lighted windows here and there. Thus, he easily spotted the vacancy sign that stood beside the porch steps leading up to an enormous house which had a number of small turrets that seemed to sprout like so many warts across its facade, and even emerged from the high-peaked roof that crowned the structure. Despite the grim appearance of the house, a miniature ruined castle, as my companion in the park expressed it, not to mention the generally desolate character of the surrounding neighborhood, the commercial agent said that he was not for a moment deterred from ascending the porch steps. He pressed the doorbell, which he said was a buzzer-type bell, as opposed to the type that chimed or tolled its signal. However, in addition to the buzzing noise that was made when he pressed the button for the doorbell, he claimed that there was also a jingle-jangle sound similar to that of sleigh bells. When the door finally opened, and the commercial agent confronted the heavily made-up face of Mrs. Pike, he simply asked, "Do you have a room?" Upon entering the vestibule to the house, he was made to pause by Mrs. Pike, who gestured with a thin and palsied hand toward a registration ledger which was spread open on a lectern in the corner. There were no other guests listed on the pages before him, yet the commercial agent unhesitatingly picked up the fountain pen that lay in the crux of the ledger and signed his name, Q. H. Crum. Having done this, he turned back toward Mrs. Pike and stooped down to retrieve the small suitcase he had brought in with him. At that moment, he first saw Mrs. Pike's left hand, the non-palsied hand, which was just as thin as the other, but which appeared to be a prosthetic device resembling the pale hand of an old mannequin. Its enameled epidermis having flaked away in several places. It was then that Mr. Crumb fully realized, in his own words, the deliriously preposterous position in which he had placed himself. Yet he said that he also felt a great sense of excitation relating to things which he could not precisely name, things which he had never imagined before, and which, it seemed, were not even possible for him to imagine with any clarity at the time. The old woman was aware that Crumb had taken note of her artificial hand. "As you can see," she said in slow and raspy voice, "I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself, no matter what some fool tries to pull on me. But I don't receive as many gentlemen travelers as I once did. I'm sure I wouldn't have any at all if it were up to certain people," she finished. Deliriously preposterous, Mr. Crumb thought to himself. Nevertheless, he followed Mrs. Pike like a little dog when she guided him into her house, which was so poorly lighted that one was at a loss to distinguish any features of the decor, leaving Crumb with the heady sensation of being enveloped by the most sumptuous surroundings of shadows. This feeling was only intensified when the old woman reached out for a small lamp that was barely glowing in the darkness, and, with the fingers of her real hand, turned up its wick, the light pushing back some of the shadows while grotesquely enlarging many others. She then began escorting Crumb up the stairs to his room, holding the lamp in her real hand while simply allowing her artificial hand to hang at her side. And with each step that Mrs. Pike ascended, the commercial agent seemed to detect the same jingle-jangle of bells that he first heard when he was standing outside the house, waiting for someone to answer his ring. But the sound was so faint, as if heavily muffled, that Mr. Crumb willingly believed it to be only the echo of a memory or his wandering imagination. The room in which Mrs. Pike finally deposited her guest was on the highest floor of the house, just down a short, narrow hallway from the door leading to the attic. By that time, there seemed nothing at all preposterous in this arrangement, Mr. Crumb told me, as we sat together on the park bench, looking out at that drab morning in early spring. I replied that such lapses in judgment were not uncommon where Mrs. Pike's lodging-house was concerned. At least such were the rumors I had heard during the period when I was living in the town near the northern border. When they had reached the hallway of the highest floor of the house, Crumb informed me, Mrs. Pike set aside the lamp she was carrying on a table positioned near the top of the last flight of stairs. She then extended her hand and pushed a small button that protruded from one of the walls, thereby activating some lighting fixtures along either wall. The illumination remained dismal, actively dismal, as Crumb described it, but served to reveal the densely patterned wallpaper and the even more densely patterned carpeting of the hallway which led, in one direction to the door opening onto the attic, and in the other direction to the room in which the commercial agent was supposed to sleep that night. After Mrs. Pike unlocked the door to this room and pushed another small button up the wall inside, Crumb observed how cramped and austere was the chamber in which he was being placed. Unnecessarily so, he thought, considering the apparent spaciousness, or dark sumptuousness, as he called it, of the rest of the house. Yet Crumb made no objection, nor felt any, he insisted, and with mute obedience set down his suitcase beside a tiny bed, which was not even equipped with a headboard. "There's a bathroom just a little ways down the hall," Mrs. Pike said before she left the room, closing the door behind her. And in the silence of that little room, Crumb thought that he once again could hear the jingle-jangle sound of bells fading into the distance and the darkness of that great house. Although he had put in quite a long day, the commercial agent did not feel in the least bit tired, or possibly he had entered into a mental state beyond the boundaries of absolute fatigue, as he himself speculated when we were sitting on that bench in the park. For some time he lay on the undersized bed, still fully clothed, and stared at a ceiling that had several large stains spread across it. After all, he thought, he had been placed in a room that was directly below the roof of the house, and apparently this roof was damaged in some way which allowed the rain to enter freely through the attic on stormy days and nights. Suddenly his mind became fixed in the strangest way upon the attic, the door to which was just down the hall from his own room. "The mystery of an old attic," Crumb whispered to himself as he lay on that miniature bed in a room at the top of an enormous house of enveloping shadows. Feelings and impulses that he had never experienced before arose in him as he became more and more excited about the attic and its mysteries. He was a traveling commercial agent who needed his rest to prepare himself for the next day, and yet all he could think about was getting up from his bed and walking down the dimly lighted hallway toward the door leading to the attic of Mrs. Pike's shadowy house. He could tell anyone who cared to know that he was only going down the hall to use the bathroom, he told himself. But Crumb proceeded past the door to the bathroom, and soon found himself helplessly creeping into the attic, the door to which had been left unlocked. The air inside smelled sweet and stale. Moonlight entered by way of a small octagonal window and guided him among the black clutter toward a light bulb that hung down from a thick black cord. He reached up and turned a little dial that protruded from the side of the light bulb fixture. Now he could see the treasures surrounding him, and he was shaking with the excitation of his discovery. Crumb told me that Mrs. Pike's old attic was like a costume shop or the dressing room of a theater. All around him was a world of strange outfits spilling forth from the depths of large open trunks or dangling in the shadows of tall open wardrobes. Later he became aware that these curious clothes, for the most part, were remnants from Mrs. Pike's days as an exotic dancer, and subsequently a fortune-teller, for various carnival sideshows. Crumb himself remembered observing that, mounted along the walls of the attic, were several faded posters advertising the two distinct phases of the old woman's former life. One of these posters portrayed a dancing girl posed in mid-turn amidst a whirl of silks, her face averted from the silhouetted heads representing the audience at the bottom of the picture, a mob of bald pates and bowler hats huddled together. Another poster displayed a pair of dark, staring eyes with long, spidery lashes. Above the eyes, printed in a serpentine style of lettering, were the words, Mistress of Fortune. Below the eyes, spelled out in the same grotesque type of letters, was a simple question. What is your will? Aside from the leftover garments of an exotic dancer or a mysterious fortune-teller, there were also other clothes, other costumes. They were scattered all over the attic, that paradise of the past, as Crumb began to refer to it. His hands trembled as he found all sorts of odd disguises lying about the floor or draped across a wardrobe mirror, elaborate and clownish outfits in rich velvets and shiny, colorful satins. Rummaging among this delirious attic world, Crumb finally found what he barely knew he was seeking. There it was, buried at the bottom of one of the largest trunks, a fool's motley complete with soft slippers turned up at the toes and a two-pronged cap that jangled its bells as he pulled it over his head. The entire suit was a mad patchwork of colored fabrics and fit him perfectly, once he had removed all of the clothing he wore as a commercial agent. The double peaks of the fool's cap resembled the twin horns of a snail. Crumb noticed when he looked at his image in the mirror, except that they drooped this way and that whenever he shook his head to make the bells jangle. There were also bells sewn into the turned-up tips of the slippers and hanging here and there upon the body of the jester's suit. Crumb made them all go jingle-jangle, he explained to me, as he pranced before the wardrobe mirror gazing upon the figure that he could not recognize as himself. So lost was he in a world of feelings and impulses he had never before imagined. He no longer retained the slightest sense, he said, of his existence as a traveling commercial agent. For him, there was now only the jester's suit hugging his body, the jingle-jangle of the bells, and the slack face of a fool in the mirror. After a time he sunk face down upon the cold wooden floor of the attic, Crumb informed me, and lay absolutely still, exhausted by the contentment he had found in that musty paradise. Then the sound of the bells started up again, although Crumb could not tell from where it was coming. His body remained unmoving upon the floor in a state of sleepy paralysis, and yet he heard the sound of the jangling bells. Crumb thought that if he could just open his eyes and roll over on the floor, he could see what was making the sound of the bells. But soon he lost all confidence in this plan of action because he could no longer feel his own body. The sound of the bells became even louder, jangling about his ears, even though he was incapable of making his head move in any way and thus shake the bells on his two-pronged fool's cap. Then he heard a voice say to him, "Open your eyes, and see your surprise." And when he opened his eyes, he finally saw his face in the wardrobe mirror. It was a tiny face on a tiny fool's head, and the head was at the end of a stick, a kind of baton with stripes on it like a candy cane, held in the wooden hand of Mrs. Pike. She was shaking the striped stick like a baby's rattle, making the bells on Crumb's tiny head go jingle-jangle so wildly. There in the mirror he could also see his body still lying helpless and immobile upon the attic floor, and in his mind was a single consuming thought: to be a head on a stick held in the wooden hand of Mrs. Pike. Forever. Forever. When Crumb awoke the next morning, he heard the sound of raindrops on the roof just above the room in which he lay fully clothed on the bed. Mrs. Pike was shaking him gently with her real hand, saying, "Wake up, Mr. Crumb. It's late and you have to be on your way. You have business across the border." Crumb wanted to say something to the old woman then and there, to confront her with what he described to me as his adventure in the attic. But Mrs. Pike's brusque, business-like manner and her entirely ordinary tone of voice told him that any inquiries would be useless. In any case, he was afraid that openly bringing up this peculiar matter with Mrs. Pike was not something he should do if he wished to remain on good terms with her. Soon thereafter, he was standing with his suitcase in hand at the door of the enormous house, lingering for a moment to gaze upon the heavily made-up face of Mrs. Pike and secure another glimpse of the artificial hand which hung down at her side. "May I come to stay again?" Crumb asked. "If you wish," answered Mrs. Pike, as she held open the door for her departing guest. Once he was outside, on the porch, Crumb quickly turned about-face and called out, "May I have the same room?" But Mrs. Pike had already closed the door behind him, and her answer to his question, if it actually was one, was a faint jingle-jangle sound of tiny bells. After consummating his commercial dealings on the other side of the northern border, Mr. Crumb returned to the location of Mrs. Pike's house, only to find that the place had burned to the ground during the brief interval he had been away. I told him, as we sat on that park bench looking out upon a drab morning in early spring, that there had always been rumors, a sort of irresponsible twilight talk, about Mrs. Pike and her old house. Some persons, hysterics of one sort or another, suggested that Mrs. Glim, who operated the lodging house on the west side of town, was the one behind the fire which brought to an end Mrs. Pike's business activities on the east side. The two of them had apparently been associates at one time, in a sense partners whose respective houses on the west and east sides of the northern border town were operated for the mutual benefit of both women. But a rift of some kind appeared to turn them into bitter enemies. Mrs. Glim, who was sometimes characterized as a person of uncanny greed, became intolerant of the competition posed by her former ally in the business. It came to be understood throughout the town near the northern border that Mrs. Glim had arranged for someone to assault Mrs. Pike in her own house, an attack which culminated in the severing of Mrs. Pike's left hand. However, Mrs. Glim's plan to discourage the ambitions of her competitor ultimately backfired, it seemed, for after this attack on her person, Mrs. Pike appeared to undergo a dramatic change, as did her method of running things at her East Side house. She had always been known as a woman of exceptional will and extraordinary gifts, this one-time exotic dancer and later mistress of fortune, but following the dismemberment of her left hand, and its replacement by an artificial wooden hand, she seemed to have attained unheard-of powers, all of which she directed toward one aim, that of putting her ex-partner, Mrs. Glim, out of business. It was then that she began to operate her lodging house in an entirely new manner, and in accordance with unique methods, so that whenever traveling commercial agents who patronized Mrs. Glim's West Side lodging house came to stay at Mrs. Pike's, they always returned to Mrs. Pike's house on the East Side, and never again to Mrs. Glim's West Side place. I mentioned to Mr. Crumb that I had lived in that northern border town long enough to have been told on various occasions that a guest could only visit Mrs. Pike just so many times before he discovered one day that he could never leave her again. Such talk, I continued, was to some extent substantiated by what was found in the ruins of Mrs. Pike's house after the fire. It seemed there were rooms all over the house, and even in the farthest corners of its vast cellar regions, where the charred remains of human bodies were found. To all appearances, given the intensely destructive nature of that conflagration, each of the incinerated corpses was dressed, some outlandish clothing, as if the whole structure of the house was inhabited by a nest of masqueraders. In light of all the stories we had heard in the town, no one bothered to remark on how unlikely it was, how preposterous even, that none of the lodgers at Mrs. Pike's house managed to escape. Nevertheless, as I disclosed to Crumb, the body of Mrs. Pike herself was never found, despite the most diligent search that was conducted by Mrs. Glim. Yet even as I brought all of these facts to his attention as we sat on that park bench, Crumb's mind seemed to have drifted off to other realms, and more than ever he looked as if he belonged in a hospital. Finally he spoke, asking me to confirm what I had said about the absence of Mrs. Pike's body among those found in the ashes left by the fire. I confirmed the statement I had made, begging him to consider the place and the circumstances which were the source of this and all my utterances, as well as his own, that were exchanged that morning in early spring. "Remember your own words," I said to Crumb. "Which words were those?" he asked. "Deliriously preposterous," I replied, trying to draw out the sound of each syllable, as if to imbue them with some actual sense, or at least a dramatic force of some kind. "You were only a pawn," I said. "You and all those others were nothing but pawns in a struggle between forces you could not conceive. Your impulses were not your own. They were as artificial as Mrs. Pike's wooden hand." For a moment, Crumb seemed to become roused to his senses. Then he said, as if to himself, "They never found her body." "No, they did not," I answered. "Not even her hand?" he said in a strictly rhetorical tone of voice. Again I affirmed his statement. Crumb fell silent after that juncture in our conversation, and when I left him that morning, he was staring out at the drab and soggy grounds of that park with the look of someone in a hysterical trance, remaining quietly attentive for some sound or sign to reach his awareness. That was the last time I saw him. Occasionally, on nights when I find it difficult to sleep, I think about Mr. Crumb, the commercial agent, and the conversation we had that day in the park. I also think about Mrs. Pike and her house on the east side of a northern border town where I once lived. In these moments, it almost seems as if I myself can hear the faint jingle-jangle of bells in the blackness, and my mind begins to wander in pursuit of a desperate dream that is not my own. Perhaps this dream ultimately belongs to no one, however many persons, including commercial agents, may have belonged to it. Ramsey Campbell. The Word. Ramsey Campbell's most recent suspense novel, The Last Voice They Hear, has only been published in America to date, and he is currently at work on his next, Silent Children. Other recent books by the author include the novels The House on Nazareth Hill, The One Safe Place, and The Long Lost, and such collections as Waking Nightmares, Strange Things, Stranger Places, Alone with the Horrors, and his latest, Ghosts and Grisly Things. About the following novella, a finalist for the Bram Stoker Award, he recalls, "I still remember the day in 1992 when a phone call from Doug Winter brought about this tale. At first I thought he was ringing to check whether the rare uncut Venezuelan copy of Chainsaw Sorority Spanking had arrived. Alas, it never did, but quickly learned that he'd been inspired with the idea of a new anthology. Each tale would have as its underlying, not necessarily central, theme the concept of revelations made to someone at the beginning of this century, and each decade would have a tale to itself. Creativity can be a contrary business, however, and so while all the contributors to the anthology met Doug's second requirement, I seem to have been alone in working the underlying theme into my story. That didn't prevent me from having my kind of dark fun, and I hope the reader will have some. Nobody tries to speak to me while I'm waiting for the lift, thank sod. Whenever you want to go upstairs at a science fiction convention, the lift is always on the top floor, and by the time it arrives, it'll have attracted people like a dog turd attracts flies. There'll be a woman whose middle is twice as wide as the rest of her, and someone wearing no sleeves or deodorant, and at least one writer gasping to be noticed. And now there's a vacuum head, using a walkie-talkie to send messages to another weekend deputy who's within shouting distance. Here comes a clump wearing convention badges with names made up out of their own little heads, N-Trails, and Elfan, and Sci-Fi, and I amuse myself trying to decide which of them I'd least like to hear from. Here's the lift at last, and I shut the doors before some bald woman with dragons tattooed on her scalp can get in as well, but a thin boy in a suit and tie manages to sidle through the gap. He sees my retard t-shirt, then he reads my badge. "Hi there," he says. "I'm Jess Cray," I tell him, since he seems to think I can't read. "And you sent me the worst story I ever read in my life." He sucks in his lips as if I've punched him in the mouth. "Which one was that?" "How many have you written that are that bad?" "Not that I know of." Everyone's pretending not to watch his face, doing its best not to wince. "You sent me the one about Frankenstein and the dead goat and the 2 nuns," I say for everyone to hear. "I've written lots since." "Just don't send any to retard." My fanzine isn't called that now, but I'm not telling him. I leave him to ride to the top with our audience while I lock myself in my room. I was going to write about the sex, sects, and subtexts in Women's Horror Fiction panel, which showed me why I've never been able to read a book by the half of the participants I'd heard of, but now I've too much of a headache. I lie on the bed for as long as I can stand being by myself, then I look for someone I can bear to dine with. We're at Contraception in Edinburgh, but it could be anywhere. A mob of fans calling themselves Fen take over a hotel for the weekend. As I step into the lobby, I nearly bump into Hugh, a writer who used to have tons of books in the shops, maybe because nobody was buying them. Soon books will all be games you play on screens, but I'll bet nobody will play with his. "How are you this year, Jeremy?" he booms. "Dying like everyone else." He emits a sound as if he's trying not to react to being poked in the ribs, and the rest of his party comes out of the bar. One of them is Jess Cray, who says, "Join us, Jeremy, if you're free for dinner." He's behaving like the most important person there, grinning with teeth that say we're real, and a mouth that says you can check if you like, and eyes with a message just for me. I'd turn him down to see how that makes him look, except Hugh Zitt says, "Do by all means," so his party knows he means the opposite, and it's too much fun to refuse. Hugh No's idea of where to eat is a place called Godfather's. I sit next to his Pakistani wife and her friend who isn't even a convention member, and ignore them so they stop talking English. I've already heard Hugh ever say on panels all the garbage he's recycling, about how it's a writer's duty to offer a new view of the world, as if he ever did, and how the most important part of writing is research. He still talks like the fan he used to be, like all the Fen I know talk, either lecturing straight in your face or staring over your shoulder as though there's a mirror behind you. Only Cray couldn't look more impressed. Hugh Cares finishes his pizza at last and says, "I feel better for that." I say, "He must have felt bloody awful before." Cray actually laughs at that while grimacing sympathetically at Hugh, and I can't wait to go back to my room and write a piece about the games he's playing. I write until I can't see for my headache, and after I've managed to sleep, I write about the rest of the clowns at Contraception, until I've almost filled up the first issue of Parade of the Maladjusted and Malformed, which is what conventions are. On the last day, I see Cray buying a publisher's editor a drink, which no doubt means he'll sell at least a trilogy. At least that's what I write once I'm home. Then it's back to wearing a suit at the bank in Fulham, and having people line up for me on the far side of a window, which at least keeps them at a distance while I turn them and their lives into numbers on a screen. But there's the smell of the people on my side of the glass, and sometimes the feel of them if I don't move fast enough. Playing the game of never saying what I think just about sees me through the day, and the one after that, and the one after that. I print my fanzine in my room, and mail it and wait for the clowns I've written about to threaten to sue me or beat me up. The year isn't over when among the review copies and the rest of the unnecessaries publishers sent to fanzines I get a sheet about Jess Cray, the most exciting new young writer of the decade, whose first 3 novels are going to give a new meaning to fantasy. Sod knows I thought I was joking. I ask for copies to see how bad they are, and they're worse. They're about an alternate world where everyone becomes their sexual opposite. So a gay boy turns into a barbarian hero, and a dyke becomes his lover, and some of the characters remember when they return to the real world, and most of them try to remind the rest, except one thinks it's meant to be forgotten, and piles of similar crap. I just skim a few chapters of the first book to get a laugh at the idea of people buying a book called a touch of other under the impression that it's a different kind of junk. Apparently, the books go on to be about some wimp who teaches himself magic in the other world and gets to be leader of this one. It's months since I saw Cray talking to the editor, so either he writes even more glibly than he comes on to people, or he's already written them. One cover shows a woman's face turning into a man's, and the second has a white turning black, and the third's got a tinfoil mirror where a face should be. That's the one I throw hardest across the room. Later I put them in the pile to sell to everybody's fantasy, the skiffy and comics shop near the docks, and then I hear Cray will be there signing books. How does a writer nobody's heard of put that over on even a shop run by Fenn? I'm beginning to think it's time someone exposed him. That Saturday I take the books with me, leaving the compliments slips in so he'll see I haven't bought them. Maybe I'll let him see me selling them as soon as he's signed them. But the moment I spot him at the table, with his 3 piles on it, he jumps up. "Jeremy, how are you? This is Jeremy Bates, everyone. He was my first critic." Sod knows who he's trying to impress. The only customers are comics readers, that contradiction in terms, who look as if they're out without their mothers to buy them their funnies. And the proprietor, who I call Cath, on account of his caftan and long hair, doesn't seem to think much of Cray trying to hitch a ride on my reputation, not that he ever seems to think of much except where the next joint's coming from. I give Cray the books with the slips sticking up, but he carries on grinning. "My publishers haven't sent me your review yet, Jeremy." I should tell him that's because I won't be writing one, but I'm mumbling like a fan, for sod's sake. "Write something in them for me." In the first book he writes, "For Jeremy, who knew me before I was good," and "To Our Future" in the second, and "For Life" in what I hope's the last. When he hands them back like treasure, I stuff them in my armpit and leaf through some tatty fanzines so I can see how many people he attracts. 0. Mr. Nobody and all his family. A big round hole without a rim. Some boys on mountain bikes point at him through the window until Cath chases them, and once a woman goes to Cray, but only to ask him where the Star Trek section is. Cath's wife brings him a glass of herbal tea, which isn't even steaming, and with the bag drowning in it, and it's fun to watch him having to drink that. We all hang around for the second half of the hour. Then Cath says, in the drone that always sounds as if he's talking in his sleep, "Maybe you could sign some stock for us." I can hear he doesn't mean all the books on the table, but that doesn't stop our author. When Cray's defaced every one, he says, "How about that lunch?" Cath and Mrs. Cath glance at each other, and Jess Kidding gives them an instant grin each. "I understand. Don't even think of it. You can buy lunch next time, after I've made you a bundle. Let me buy this one." They shake their heads, and I see them thinking there'll never be a next time, but Jess Perfect flashes them an even more embracing grin before he turns to me. "If you want to interview me, Jeremy, I'll stand lunch. You can be the one who tells the world." "About what?" "That'd be telling." I want the next pot, ma'am, to spill a lot more blood, and besides, nobody's ever bought me lunch. I take him round the corner to Le Marin qui rit, which some French chef with too much money built in an old warehouse by the Thames. "This is charming," Cray says when he sees the nets full of crabs hanging from the beams and the waiters in their sailor suits, though I bet he doesn't think so when he sees the prices on the menu. As soon as we've ordered, he hurries through the door that says Matelot until he comes back with his grin and says, "Ask me anything." But I've barely opened my mouth when he says, "Aren't you recording?" "Didn't know I'd need to. Don't worry, I remember everything. My ex could tell you." He digs a pocket tape recorder out of his trench coat, "Just in case you need to check. I always carry one for my thoughts." He heard an ex-success say that at contraception. A sailor brings us a bottle of sheep juice, mutton cadet, and I switch on. "What's a name like Cray supposed to mean to the world?" "It's my father's name," he says, then proves I was right to be suspicious, because it turns out his father was a Jewish Pole who was put in a camp and left the rest of his surname behind when he emigrated with the remains of his family after the war. Speaking of prejudice, what's with the black guy calling himself nigger when he gets to be the hero? "A nigger is someone who minds being called one. Either you take hold of words, or they take hold of you. Which do you think your books do? A bit of both. I'm learning. I want to be an adventurer on behalf of the imagination. I can hardly wait to write about him, except here's my poached salmon. He waits until I've taken a mouthful, and, "What did you like about the books?" I'm shocked to realize how much of them has stuck in my mind. Lines like, "AIDS is such a hell you'll go straight to heaven." I want to say nothing, but his grin has got to me. "Where you say that being born male is the new original sin." Well, that's what one of my characters says. What does he mean by that? His words keep slipping away from me, and I've no idea where they're going. By the time we finish, I'm near to nodding in my pudding. His refusing to be offended by anything I say has taken so much out of me. The best I can come up with, as a final question, is, "Where do you think you're going?" "To Florida for the summer with my family. That's where the ideas are." Here's hoping you get some. He doesn't switch off the recorder until we've had our coffee. Then he gives me the tape. "Thanks for helping," he says, and insists on shaking hands with me. It feels like some kind of Masonic trick, trying to find out if I know a secret. Either that, or he's working out the best way to shake hands. He pays the bill without letting his face down, and says he's heading for the station, which is on my way home, but I don't tell him. I turn my back on him and take the long way through the streets I always like, with no gardens and no gaps between the houses, and less sunlight than anywhere else in town. While I'm there, I don't need to think, and I feel as if nothing can happen in me or outside me. Only I have to go home to deal with the tape, which is itching in my hip pocket like a tapeworm. I'm hoping he'll have left some thoughts on it by mistake, but there's just our driveling. So either he brought the machine to make sure I could record him, or more likely wanted to keep a copy of what we said. Even if he didn't trust me, it's a struggle to write about him in the way I want to. It takes me days and some of my worst headaches. I feel as if he's stolen my energy and turned it into a force that only works on his behalf. When I seem to have written enough for an issue of Potmam, I print out the pages. I have to pick my way around them or tread on them whenever I get up in the night to be sick. I send out the issue to my 5 subscribers and anyone who sent me their fanzine, though not many do after what I write about their Drek. I take copies to Constipation and Convulsion, and sell a few to people who haven't been to a convention before and don't like to say no. When I start screaming at the fanzine in the night and kicking the piles over, I pay for a table in the dealer's room at Contamination. But on the Saturday night, the dealer's room is broken into, and in the morning every single copy's gone. It isn't one of my better years. My father dies, and my mother tells me my ex-wife went to the funeral. The branch of the bank closes down because of the recession, and it looks as if I'll be out of a job. Only luckily, one of the other clerks gets his back broken in a hit-and-run. They move me to Chelsea, where half the lunchtime crowd looks like plainclothes something, and all the litter bins are sealed up so nobody can leave bombs in them. At least the police won't let marchers into the district, though you can hear them shouting for employment or life sentences for pornography or Islamic blasphemy laws or a curfew for all males as soon as they reach puberty, or all tobacco and alcohol profits to go to drug rehabilitation, or church-going to be made compulsory by law. Some writers stop their publisher from sending me review copies, so at least I've bothered them. I give up going to conventions for almost a year, until I forget how boring they are, so that staying in my room seems even worse. And at Easter I set out to find myself a ride to Consternation in Manchester. I wait most of an hour at the start of the motorway, and see a car pick up 2 girls who haven't waited half as long. So I'm in no mood for any crap from the driver who finally pulls over. He asks what I'm doing for Easter, and I think he's some kind of religious creep. But when I tell him about Consternation, he starts assuring me how he used to enjoy H.G. Wells and Jules Verne, as if I gave a fart. Then he says, "What would you call this new Johnny who wrote The Word? Is he sci-fi or fantasy or what?" I don't know about any word. "I thought he might be one of you chaps. Went to a publisher and told him his ideas for the book and came away with a contract for more than I expect to make in a lifetime." "How come you know so much about it?" "Well, I am a bookseller. Those on high want us to know in advance This isn't your average first novel. Let me cudgel the old brains and I'll give you his name. I'm about to tell him not to bother when he grins. Don't know how I could forget a name like that, except it puts you in mind of the Cray brothers, if you're not too young to remember their reign of terror. The last thing he sounds like is a criminal. Jess Cray, that's the phenomenon. I'd say I knew him if I could be sure of convincing this caricature that he isn't worth knowing. I bite my tongue until it feels as if my teeth are meeting. Then I realize the driver has noticed the tears that have got away from me, and I could scream. He says no more until he stops to let me out of the car. You ought to tell your people about this Cray. Sounds as if he has some ideas that bear thinking about. The last thing I'll do is tell anyone about Cray, particularly when I remember him saying I should. I wait in my hotel room for my headache to let me see, then I go down to the dealer's room. Instead of books, a lot of the tables are selling virtual reality viewers or pocket CD-ROM players. I can't find anything by Cray, and some of the dealers watch me as if I'm planning to steal from them, which makes me feel like throwing their tables over. Then the fat one who always wears a sombrero says, Can I do something for you? Not by the look of it. That doesn't make him go away, and all I can think of is to confuse him. You haven't got the word. No, but Jess sent us each a copy of the cover, he says, and props up a piece of cardboard with letters in the middle of its right-hand side. Jess Cray, the word. I can't tell if they're white on a black background or black on white, because as soon as I move an inch they turn into the opposite. I shut my eyes once I've seen it's going to be published by the dump that stopped sending me review copies. What do you mean, he sent you it? He's just a writer. And he designed the cover. And he wants everyone to know what's coming, so he got the publisher to print enough cover proofs for us all in the business. I'm not asking what Cray said about his book. When Fat in the Hat says, You can't keep your eyes shut forever, I want to shut his, especially when as soon as I open mine he says, Shall we put you down for a copy when it's published? They'll send me one. I doubt it, he says, and he'll never know how close he came to losing the bone in his nose, except I have to take my head back to my room. Maybe he wasn't just getting at me. Once I'm home, I ring Cray's new publisher for a review copy. I call myself J. Battis, the first name that comes into my head, and say I'm the editor of Sycophant, and no friend of that total cynic Jeremy Bates. But the publicity girl says Cray's book isn't genre fiction, it's literature, and they aren't sending it to fanzines. So why should I care? Except I won't have her treating me as though I'm not good enough for Cray after I give him more publicity than he deserved when he needed it most. And I remember him thanking me for helping. Did he mean with this book? I ask the publicity bitch for his address, but she expects me to believe they don't know it. I could ask her who his agent is, but I've realized how I'd most like to get my free copy of his world-shaking masterpiece. I don't go to Kath's shop, because I'd be noticed. On the day the book is supposed to come out, I go to the biggest bookshop in Chelsea. There's a police car in front, and the police are making them move out of the window a placard that's a big version of the cover of The Word. I hear the police say it has been distracting drivers. I walk to a table with a pile of The Word on it, and straight out with one in my hand, because the staff busy with the police. Only I feel as if Cray's forgiving me for liberating his book, and it takes all my strength not to throw it away. Even when I've locked my apartment door, I feel watched. I hide the book under the bed while I fry some spaghetti and open a tin of salmon for dinner. Then I sit at the window and watch the police cars hunting and listen to the shouts and screams until it's dark. When I begin to feel as if the headlights are searching for me, I close the curtains. But then I can't think of anything to do except read the book. Only the first few pages. Just the prospect of more than 1,000 of them puts me off. I can't stand books where the dialogue isn't in quotes and paragraphs keep beginning with and I'm getting the impression that the words are slipping into my head before I can grasp them. Reading the book makes me feel I'm hiding in my room, shutting myself off from the world. I stuff The Word down the side of the bed where I can't see the cover playing its tricks, and switch on the radio. Cray's still in my head. I'm hoping that since it's publication day, I'll hear someone tearing him to bits. This isn't a program about books any longer on the radio. just one about what they call the arts. They're reviewing an Eskimo rock band and an exhibition of sculptures made out of used condoms and a production of Jesus Christ Superstar, where all the performers are women in wheelchairs. And I'm sneering at myself for imagining they would think Cray was worth their time, and at the world for being generally idiotic, when the presenter says, "And now a young writer whose first novel has been described as a new kind of book. Jess Cray, what's the purpose behind the word?" Well, I think it's in it rather than behind it, if you look. And I'd say it may be the oldest kind of book, the one that's been forgotten. At first, I don't believe it's him, because he has no accent at all. I make my head throb trying to remember what accent he used to have, and when I give up, the presenter is saying, "Is the narrator meant to be God?" I think the narrator has to be different for everyone, like God. You seem to want to be mysterious. Don't you think mystery has always been the point? That isn't the same as trying to hide. We've all read books where the writer tries to hide behind the writing, though of course it can't be done, because hiding reveals what you thought you were hiding. Can you quote an example? I'd rather say that every book you've ever read has been a refuge, and I don't want mine to be. Every book, even the Bible, the Quran. Their attempts to say everything regardless of how much they contradict themselves, and I think they make a fundamental error. Maybe Shakespeare saw the problem, but he couldn't quite solve it. Now it's my turn. I'm willing the presenter to lose her temper, and she says, "So, to sum up, you're trying to top Shakespeare and the Bible and the rest of the great books." My book is using up a lot of paper. I think that if you can't put more into the world than you take out of it, you shouldn't be here at all. As you say somewhere in the Word. Jess Cray, thank you. Then she starts talking to a critic, which is a cretin who thinks they're a critic, such as everyone who attacks my fanzines, about Cray and his book. When the critic says she thinks the narrator might be Christ because of a scene where he sees the light beyond the mountain through the holes in his hands, I start shouting at the radio for quite a time before I turn it off. I crawl into bed and can't stop feeling there's a light beside me to be seen if I open my eyes. I keep them closed all night and wake up with the impression that some of Cray's book is buried deep in my head. For the first time since I can remember, I'm looking forward to a day at the bank. I may even be able to stand the people on my side of the glass without grinding my teeth. But that afternoon, Mag, one of the middle-aged girls, waddles in with an evening paper and nearly slaps me in the face with it as though it's my fault. "Will you look at this? Where will it stop? I don't know what the world is coming to." Call for ban on blasphemous book. I don't want to read any more, yet I grab the paper. It says that on the radio program I heard, Cray said his book was better than the Bible, and people should read it instead. A bishop is calling for the police to prosecute, and some mob named Christ Will Rise is telling Christians to destroy the Word wherever they find it. So I can't help walking past the shop my copy came from, even though it isn't on my way home. And on the third day, half a dozen Ernests with placards saying, "Christ, not Cray," are picketing the shop. The police apparently don't think they're worth more than cruising past, and I hope they'll get discouraged because they're giving Cray publicity. But the next day there are 8 of them, and 12 the day after. And at the weekend, several Cray fans start reading the Word to the pickets to show them how they're wrong. And I feel as though I've had no time to breathe before there's hardly a shop in the country without clowns outside it reading the Word and the Bible or the Koran at one another. And then Cray starts touring all the shops and talking to the pickets. I keep switching on the news to check if he's been scoffed into oblivion, but no such luck. All the time in my room, I'm aware of his book in there with me. I'd throw it away, except someone might end up reading it. I'd tear it up and burn it, except then I'd be like the Christ Will Risers. The day everyone at the bank is talking about Cray being in town during my lunch hour, I scrape my brains for something else to do, anything rather than be one of the mob. Only suppose this is the one that stops him? That's a spectacle I'd enjoy watching. So off I limp. There must be at least 100 people outside the bookshop. Someone's given Cray a chair to stand on, but sod knows who's arranged for a beam of sunlight to shine on him. He's answering a question saying, If you heard the repeats of my interview, you'll know I didn't say my book was better than the Bible. I'm not sure what better means in that context. I hope my book contains all the great books." And he grins, and I wait for someone to attack him, but nobody does, not even verbally. I feel my voice forcing its way out of my mouth, and all I can think of is the question vacuum heads ask writers at conventions. Where did you get ideas? So many people stare at me, I think I've asked the question he didn't want asked. I feel as if he's using more eyes than a spider to watch me, more than a whole nest of spiders, more than there are people holding copies of his drivel. Cray himself is only looking in my general direction, trying to make me think he hasn't recognized me, or I'm not worth recognizing. They're in my book. I want to ask why he's pretending not to know me, except I can't be sure it'll sound like an accusation, and the alternative makes me cringe with loathing. But I'm not having any of his glib answers, and I shout, "Hooah!" The nearest Cray fan stops filming him with a Steadicam video and turns on me. "His ideas, he means. You're supposed to be talking about his ideas." I won't be told what I'm supposed to be saying, especially not by a never-was, who can't comb her hair or keep her lips still, and I wonder if she's trying to stop me asking the question I hadn't realized I was stumbling on. "Who did you meet in Florida?" I shout. Cray looks straight at me, and it's as if his grin is carving up my head. Some old people with some old ideas that were about to be lost. They're in my book. Everyone is in any book that matters. Maybe he sees me sucking in my breath to ask about the 3 books he wants us to forget he wrote, because he goes on. As I was about to say, all I'm asking is that we should respect one another. Do me the honor of not criticizing the word until you've read it. If anyone feels harmed by it, I want to know. I might have vanished, or never been there at all. When he pauses for a response, I feel as if his grin has got stuck in my mouth. The mob murmurs, but nobody seems to want to speak up. Any protest is being swallowed by vagueness. Then 2 minders appear from the crowd and escort Cray to a limo that's crept up behind me. I want to reach out to him, and I don't know what I want, and one of the minders pushes me out of the way. I see Cray's back. Then the limo is speeding away, and all the mob are talking to one another, and I have to take the afternoon off because I can't see the money at the bank. Whenever the ache falters, my head fills up with thoughts of Cray and his book. When I sense his book by me in the dark, I can't help wishing on it, wishing him and it to a hell as everlasting as my headache feels. It's the first time I've wanted to believe in hell. Not that I'm so far gone I believe wishes work, but I feel better when the radio says his plan's gone wrong. Some Muslim leaders are accusing him of seducing their herd away from Islam. I keep looking in the papers and listening in the night in case an Ayatollah has put a price on his head. Some bookshops in cities that are overrun with Muslims are either hiding their copies of the word or sending them back, and I wish on it that the panic will spread. But the next headline says he'll meet the Muslim leaders in public and discuss the word with them. A late-night so-called arts program is to broadcast the discussion live. I don't watch it because I don't know anyone who would let me watch their television, but when it's on, I switch out my light and sit at my window. More and more of windows out there start to flicker, as if the city is riddled with people watching to see what will happen to Cray. I open my window and listen for shouting Muslims and maybe Cray screaming, but I've never heard so much quiet. When it starts letting my head fill up with thoughts I don't want to have, I go to bed and dream of Cray on a cross. But in the morning, everyone at the bank is talking about how the Muslims ended up on Cray's side and how one of them from a university is going to translate the word into whatever language Muslims use. And everyone, even Mag, who didn't know what the world was coming to with Cray, is saying how they admire him or how they've fallen in love with him and the way he handled himself and wish they'd gone to see him when he was in town. When I say I've got the word and can't read it, they all look as though they pity me. 3 of them ask to borrow it, and I tell them to buy their own because I never paid for mine, which at least means nobody speaks to me much after that. I can still hear them talking about Cray and feel them thinking about him, and in the lunch hour 2 of them buy the word, and the rest, even the manager, want a read. I'm surrounded by Cray, choked by a mass of him. I'm beginning to wonder if anyone in the world besides me knows what he's really like. The bank shuts at last, and when I leave the building, 2 Christ-will risers are waiting for me. Both of them wear suits like civil servants and look as though they spend half their lives scrubbing their faces and polishing the crosses at their throats. They both step forward as the sunlight grabs me, and the girl says, "You knew him." "Me? No. Who? Knew who?" Her boyfriend, or whatever, touches my arm like a secret sign. "We saw you making him confess who he'd met." "Let's sit down and talk," says the girl. Every time they move, their crosses flash, until my eyes feel like a whole graveyard of burnt crosses. At least the couple haven't swallowed the word, and talking to them may be better than staying in my room. We find a bench that isn't full of unemployed, and clear the McDonald's cartons off it, and the risers sit on either side of me, even though I've sat almost at the end of the bench. "Was he a friend of yours?" the girl says. "Seems like he wants to be everyone's friend," I say. "Not God's." It doesn't matter which of them said that. It could have come from either. "So, how much do you know about what happened in Florida?" "As much as he said when I asked him." "You must be honest with us. We can't do anything about him if we don't put our faith in the truth." "Why not?" That throws them, because they're obviously not used to thinking. Then they say, "We need to know everything we can find out about him." "Who's we?" "We think you could be one of us. You're of like mind, we can tell." That's one thing I'll never be with anyone. I nearly jump up and lean on their shining shampooed heads so they won't follow me. But I want to know what they know about Cray that I don't. Then that must be why I asked him about Florida. All I know is that last time I met him, he was going there and he wrote the word when he came back. So what happened? They look at each other across me, and then swivel their eyes to me. "There are people who came down a mountain almost 100 years ago. We know he met them or someone connected with them. That has to be the source of his power. Nothing else could have let him win over Islam." I wouldn't have believed anyone could talk less sense than Cray. "He was like that when he was just a fantasy fan. He's got a genius for charming everyone he meets and promoting himself." "That must be how he learned the secret that came down the mountain. What else can you tell us?" I don't mind making them more suspicious of Cray, but I won't have them thinking I tried to help them. "Nothing," I say, and get up. They both reach inside their jackets for pamphlets. "Please take these. Our address is on the back whenever you want to get in touch." I could tell them that's never and stuff their pamphlets in their faces, but at least while I've the pamphlets in my fist, nobody can take me for a Jess Cray fan. At home, I glance at them to see they're as stupid as I knew they would be, full of drone out of the Bible, about the apocalypse and the Antichrist and the antifreeze and sod knows what else. I shove them down the side of the bed and try to believe that I've helped the risers get Cray. And I keep hoping until I see Time magazine with him on the cover. By then, half the bank has read the word. I've seen them laughing or crying or going very still when they read it in their breaks. And when they finish it, they look as if they have a secret they wish they could tell everyone else. I won't ask. I nearly chew my tongue off. Anyone who asks them about the book gets told, "Read it," or "You have to find out for yourself." And I wonder if the book tells you to make as many people read it as you can, like they used to tell you on posters not to give away the end of films. I won't touch my copy of the word, but one day I sneak into a bookshop to read the last page. Obviously, it makes no sense, only I feel that if I read the page before it, I'll begin to understand, because maybe it can be read backwards as well as forwards. I throw the book on the table and run out of the shop. At least they've taken the word out of the window to make room for another pound of fat in a jacket, but I keep seeing people reading it in the streets. Whenever I see anything flash in a crowd, I'm afraid it's another copy drawing attention to itself. At home, I feel it beginning to surround me in the night out there, and I tell myself I've one copy nobody is reading. But I have to take train rides into the country for walks to get away from it. They're the only way I can be certain I'm nowhere near anyone who's read it. And coming back from one of those rides, I see him watching me from the station bookstall. He looks like a recruiting poster for himself that doesn't need to point a finger. While I'm pretending to flip through the magazine, I knock all the copies of Time onto the floor of the booking hall, except for the one I shoved down the front of my trousers. All the way home I feel my Peter wiping itself on his mouth, and in my room I have a good laugh at my stain on his face before I turn to the pages about him. The headline says, "What is the Word?" in the same typeface as the cover of his book. Maybe the article will tell me what I need to put him out of my mind for good. But it says how he bought his parents a place in Florida with part of his advances, and how the Word is already being translated into 13 languages, and I'm starting to puke. Then the hack tries to explain what makes the Word such a publishing phenomenon, as she calls it. And by the time I've finished nearly going blind with reading what she wrote, I think it's another of Cray's tricks. It says too much and nothing at all. She doesn't know if the Word is the book or the narrator or the words that keep looking as if they've been put in by mistake. Cray told her that if a book wasn't language, it was nothing. So perhaps we should take him at his, you should forgive it, word. He said he just put the words on paper, and it's for each reader to decide what they add up to. So she collected a gaggle of critics and fakes who profess, and that old joke, leading writers, and got them to discuss the Word. If I'd been there, I'd have mashed all their faces together. It was the funniest book someone had ever read, and the most moving someone else had, and everyone agreed with both of them. One woman thought it was like the Canterbury Tales, and then there's a discussion about whether it's told by one character or several, or whether all the characters might be the same one in some sort of mental state, or it's showing a new kind of relationship between them all. A professor points out that the Bible was written by a crowd of people, but when you read it in translation, you can't tell, whereas she thinks you can identify to the word where Cray's voices change. As many voices as there are people who understand the book. That starts them talking about the idea in the Word that people in biblical times lived longer because they were closer in time to the source, as if that explains why some people are living longer now, and the rest of what's happening to us, the universe drifting closer to the state it was in before it formed. And there's crap about people sinning more, so their sins will reach back to the crucifixion because otherwise Christ won't come back. Or maybe the book says people have to know when to stop before they have the opposite effect, and throw everything off balance. Only by now I'm having to run my finger under the words and read them out loud, though my voice makes my head worse. There are still columns to go, the experts saying how if you read the Word aloud it's poetry, and how you'll find passages almost turning into music, and how there are developments of ideas from Sufism and the Upanishads, and Buddhism, and Baha'i, and the Kabbalah, and Gnosticism, and Greek and Roman and older myths, and I scrape my fingernail over all this until I reach the end, someone saying, "I think the core of this book may be the necessary myth for our time." And everyone agrees, and I tear up the magazine and try to sleep. I can still hear them all jabbering, as if Cray is using their voices to make people read his book, to discover what we're raving about. I hear them in the morning on my way to the bank, and I wonder how many of them his publisher will quote on the paperback. And that's when I realize I'm dreading the paperback because so many more people will be able to afford it. I'm dreading being surrounded by people with Cray in their heads, because then the world will feel even more like somewhere I've wandered into by mistake. It almost makes me laugh to find I didn't want to be shown that people are as stupid as I've always thought they were. When posters for the paperback start appearing on bus shelters and hoardings, I have to walk about with my eyes half shut. The posters don't use the trick the cover did, but that must mean the publishers think that just the title and his name will sell the book. At the bank, I keep being asked if I don't feel well, until I say I'm not getting my Sunday dinner anymore since my mother had a heart attack and died in hospital. Not that it's anyone's business, but as well as that, I can hardly eat for waiting for the paperback. The day I catch sight of one, there's a march of lunatics demanding that the hospitals they've been thrown out of get reopened. And in the middle of all this, a woman sitting on a bench reading the Word as though she can't see or hear what's going on around her for the book. And then the man she's waiting for sits down by her and squashes his wet mouth on her cheek and leans over to see what she's reading, and I see him start to read as if it doesn't matter where you open the book, you'll be drawn in. And when I run to the bank, one of the girls asks me if I know when the paperback is coming out, and saying I don't know makes me feel I'm trying to stop something that can't be stopped. Or am I the only one who can? I spend the day trying to remember where I put the interview with him. Despite whoever stole all the copies of Pot Ma'am at contamination, I should have the tape. I look under my clothes and the plates and the tins, and in the tins as well, and under the pages of the magazine I tore up, and under the towels on the floor in the corner, and among the bits of glasses I've smashed in the sink. It isn't anywhere. My mother must have thrown it out one of the days she came to clean my room. I start screaming at her until I lose my voice, by which time I've thrown just about everything movable out of the window. They're demolishing the houses opposite, so some more rubbish in the street won't make any difference, and my fellow rats in the building must be too scared to ask what I'm doing unless they're too busy reading the Word. By the end of the week, 2 of the slaves at the bank have the paperback and will lend it to anyone who asks, and I don't know when they start surrounding me with Cray's words. Most of the time, sod, all the time, I know they're saying things they've heard someone else say, but after a while I notice they've begun speaking in a way that's meant to show they're quoting. Like the girl at the window by mine would start talking about a murder mystery on television, and the one next to her would say, "The mystery is around you and in you." And they'd laugh as if they were sharing a secret. Or one would ask the time, and her partner in the comedy team would say, "Time is as soon as you make it." And all sorts of other crap. "Look behind the world," or "You're the shadow of the infinite," which the manager says once, as if he's topping everyone else's quotes. And before I know it, at least half the slaves don't say, "Good morning," anymore. They say, "What's the word?" That makes the world feel like a headache. People say it in the street, too, and when they come up to my window until I wonder if I was wrong to blame my mother for losing the tape, if someone else might have got into my room. By the time the next catchphrase takes root in the dirt in people's heads, I can't control myself. When I hear one of the girls respond to another, as Cray would say, "Is there anything he doesn't have something to say about?" I think I'm speaking normally enough, but they cover their ears before they shake their heads and look sad for me, and chorus, "No." "Sod, listening to you is like listening to him." "Maybe you should. Maybe he will. Maybe everyone will. Maybe is the future. As Cray would say." "Do you know you're the only one who hasn't read him, Jeremy? Thank sod if it keeps me different. Unless we find ourselves in everybody else, as fucking Cray would say." A woman writing a check gasps, and another customer clicks his tongue like a parrot, and I'm sure they're objecting to me daring to utter a bad word about their idol. None of the slaves speaks to me all day, which would be more of a relief if I couldn't feel them thinking Cray's words even when they don't speak them. I assume the manager didn't hear me, since he was in his office telling someone the bank is going to repossess their house. But on Monday morning he calls me in and says, "You'll have been aware that there's been talk of further rationalization." He was talking before that, only I was trying to see where he's hidden the word. At least he doesn't sound like Cray. "Excuse me, Mr. Bates, but are there any difficulties you feel I should know about?" "With what?" "I'd like to give you a chance to explain your behavior. You're aware that the bank expects its staff to be smart and generally presentable." I hug myself in case that hides whatever he's complaining about, and hear my armpits squelch, and me saying, "I thought you were supposed to see yourself in me." "That was never meant to be used as an excuse. Have you really nothing more to say?" I can't believe I tried to defend myself by quoting Cray. I chew my tongue until it hurts so much I have to stick it out. "I should advise you to seek some advice, Mr. Bates," says the manager. "I had hoped to break this to you more gently, but I must say I can see no reason to. Due to the economic climate, I've been asked to propose further cuts in staff, and you will appreciate that your attitude has aided my decision." "Doesn't Cray have anything to say about fixing the economy?" "I believe he does in world terms, but I fail to see how that helps our immediate situation." The manager is beginning to look reluctantly sympathetic. He must think I've turned out to be one of them after all, and I won't have him thinking that. If he tried, I'd shove his book back where it came from. The manager looks as if I've insulted him personally. I can see no profit in prolonging this conversation. If you wish to work your notice, I must ask you to take more care with your appearance and, forgive my bluntness, to treat yourself to a bath. How often does he say I've got to have one? I mean that as a sneer, but suppose it sounds like a serious question. Not that I give a shit, I say, which isn't nearly enough. And when I do, I can use this book to wipe my arse on. And that goes for your notice as well, because I don't want to see any of you again or anyone else who's got room in their head for that. I can't think of a word bad enough for Cray, but it doesn't matter. Because by now I'm backing out of the office. Just so everyone knows, I know I'm being fired because of what I say about him, I add, raising my voice so they'll hear me through their hands over their ears. Then I manage to find my way home, and the locks to stick the keys in, and my bed. There's almost nothing else in my room except me and the Word, so I still have a job, to stay here to make sure it's the copy nobody reads. I do that until the bank sends me a check for the money they must wish they didn't owe me, and I remember all my money I forgot to take with me when I escaped from the bank. I'm waiting when they open. At first I think the slaves are pretending not to know me, then I wonder if they're too busy thinking Cray's thoughts. The slave takes my check and my withdrawal slip and goes away for longer than I can believe it would take even her to think about it. Then I see the manager poke his head out of his office to spy on me while I'm tearing up a glossy brochure about how customers can help the bank to help the third world. I see him tell the clerk to give me what I want. Then he pulls in his head like a tortoise that's been kicked, and it almost blinds me to realize he's afraid of what I am. Only, what am I? The slave stuffs all my money in an envelope and drops it in the trough under the window. The trough that always made me wonder which side the pigs were on. I shove the envelope into my armpit and leave behind years of my life. I'm walking home as fast as I can, through the streets where every shop either has a sale on or is closing down or both, when I see Cray's face. It's a drawing on the cover of just about the only magazine which is still about books. I have to find out what he's up to, but with the money like a cancer under my arm, I can't be sure of liberating the magazine without people noticing. I go into the bookshop and grab it off the rack, and people backing away make me feel stronger. I've only read how the Word is shaping up to outsell the Bible worldwide, and how some campus cult is saying there's a different personal message in it for everybody, and anyone who can't read it should have it read to them, when a bouncer trying to look like a policeman tells me to buy the rag or leave. I've read all I need to, and I have all I need. The money is to give me time to do what I have to. Only I'm not sure what that is. The longer I stay in my room, the more I'm tempted to look in the Word for a clue. It's trying to trick me into believing there's no help outside its pages, but I've something else to read. I find the Christ Will Rise pamphlets that the Word has done its best to tear up and shove out of my reach, and when I've dragged them and my face out of the dust under the bed, I manage to smooth out the address. It's down where most of the fires in the streets are, and the police drive round in armored cars when they go there at all, and no cameras are keeping watch, and hardly any helicopters. By now it's dark. People are doing things to each other, standing up in doorways if they aren't prowling the streets in dozens, searching for less than themselves. I'm afraid they may set fire to me, because I see dogs pulling apart something charred that looks as if it used to be someone, but nobody seems to think I'm worth bothering with, which is their loss. The Risers' sanctuary is in the middle of a block of 100-year-old houses, some of which have roofs. Children are running into one house, holding a cat by all its legs, but I can't see anyone else. I feel the front steps tilt and crunch together as I climb to the Risers' door, and I hold onto the knocker to steady myself, though it makes my fingers feel as if they're crumbling. I'm about to slam the knocker against the rusty plate when a fire in a ruin across the street lights up the room inside the window next to me. It's full of chairs around a table with pamphlets on it. Then the fire jerks higher, and I see they aren't piles of pamphlets. They're 2 copies of the Word. The books start to wobble like 2 blocks of gelatin across the table towards me, and I nearly wrench the knocker off the door with trying to let go of it. I fall down the steps and don't stop running until I'm locked in my room. I watch all night in case I've been followed. Even after the last television goes out, I can't sleep. And when the dawn brings the wagons to clean up the blood and vomit and empty cartridges, I don't want to sleep, because I've remembered that the risers aren't the only other people who know what Cray was. I go out when the streets won't be crawling, when the taken care of have gone to work and the beggars are counting their pennies. When I reach everybody's fantasy, it looks as if the books in the window and the everything half-price sign have been there for months. The rainy dirt on the window stops me reading the spines on the shelf where Cray would be. I'm across the road in a burned-out house, waiting for a woman with 3 Dobermans to pass so I can smash my way into the shop with a brick, when Kath arrives in a car with bits of it scraping the road. He doesn't look interested in why I'm there or in anything else, especially selling books, so I say, "You're my last hope." "Yeah, okay." It takes him a good few seconds to get around to saying, "What?" "You've got some books I want to buy." "Yeah?" He comes to as much life as he's got and wanders into the shop to pick up books strewn over the floor. "There they are." I think he's figured out which books I want and why until I realize he means everything in the shop. I'm heading for the shelf when I see the word. "Where's A Touch of Other?" I nearly scream. "Don't know it." "Of course you do. Just Cray's first novel, and the 2 that go with it. He signed them all when you didn't want him to. You can't have sold them, crap like them." "Can't I?" Kath scratches his head as if he's digging up thoughts. "No, I remember. He bought the lot. Must have been just about when the word was due." "You realize what he was up to, don't you?" "Being kind. Felt guilty about leaving us with all those books after nobody came, so he bought them back when he could afford to. Wish we still had them. I've never even seen them offered for sale." "That's because he doesn't want anyone to know he wrote them, don't you see? Otherwise, even the world might wonder how someone like that could have written the thing he wants everyone to buy." "You can't have read the word if you say that. It doesn't matter what came before it, only what will happen when everyone's learned from it." He must have stoned whatever brains he had out of his head. "I felt like you do about him," he's saying now. "But then I got to know him." "You know him? You know where I can find him?" "Got to know him in his book." "But you've got the address where you sent him his books." "Care of his publishers." "He didn't even give you his address, and you think he's your friend?" "He was moving. He's got nothing to hide. You have to believe that." Having to give me so many answers so fast seems to have used Kath up. Then his face rouses itself. "If you want to get to know him as he is, he's supposed to be at consummation." I've given up on fans. The people I meet every day are bad enough. Kath's turning over magazines on the counter like a cat trying to cover its turds. "There'll be readings from the Word for charity and a panel about it, and he's meant to be there. We'd go, only we've not long had a kid." "Don't tell me there'll be someone growing up without the Word." "No, we'd like her to see him one day. I was just telling you we can't afford to go." He shakes 2 handfuls of fanzines until a flyer drops out of one. "See, there he is." The flyer is for Consummation, which is 2 weeks away in Birmingham, and says the Sunday will be Jess Cray Day. I manage not to crumple much of it up. "Can I have this?" "I thought you didn't want to know him." "You've sold me." I shove the flyer into my pocket. "Thanks for giving me what I was looking for," I say, and leave him fading with his books. I don't believe a whole sci-fi convention can be taken in by Cray. Fen are stupid, sod knows, but in a different way, thinking they're less stupid than everyone else. I'll know what to do when I see them and him. The 2 weeks seem not so much to pass as not to be there at all. On the Friday morning, I have a bath so I won't draw attention to myself until I want to. For the first time ever, I don't hitch to a convention. I go by train to be in time to spy out the situation. Once I'm in my seat, I stay there, because I've seen one woman reading the Word, and I don't want to see how many other passengers are. I stare at streets of houses with steel shutters over the windows and rivers covered with chemicals and forests that children keep setting fire to, but I can feel Cray's words hatching in all the nodding heads around me. The convention hotel is 5 minutes' walk from the station. After about 10 beggars, I pretend I'm alone in the street. The hotel is booked solid as a fan's cranium, and the hotel next to it, and I have to put up with one where the stairs lurch as if I'm drunk and my room smells of someone's raincoat and old cigarettes. It won't matter, because I'll be spending as much time with the fen as I can bear. I go to the convention hotel while it's daylight, and there are police out of their vehicles. And the first thing the girl at the registration desk, with a ring in her nose and 6 more in her ears, says is, "Have you got the word?" My face goes hard, but I manage to say, "It's at home. If you'd like one to have with you, they're free with membership." It'll be another nobody else can read. I tell her my name's J. Bat, and pin my badge on when she's written it, and squeeze the book in my right hand so hard I can almost feel the words mashing together. "Is he here yet?" "He won't be." "But he's why I'm here. I was promised he was coming." She must think I sound the same kind of disappointed as her. "He said he would be when we wrote to him, only now he has to be in the film about him they'll be televising next month. Shall I tell you what he said? That now we've got the word, we don't need him." I know that's garbage, but I'm not sure why. I bite my tongue so I won't yell, and when I see her sympathizing with the tears in my eyes, I limp off to the bar. It's already full of more people than seats, and I know most of them. I've written about them in my fanzines. I'm wondering how I can get close enough to find out what they really think about the word when they start greeting me like an old friend. 2 people have offered to buy me a drink before I realize why they're behaving like this. Because I've got the word. I down the drinks, and more when they're offered, and make sure everyone knows I won't buy a round. I'm trying to infuriate someone as much as their forgiveness infuriates me, because then maybe they'll argue about Cray. But whatever I say about him and his lies, they just look more understanding and wait patiently for me to understand. The room gets darker as my eyes fill up with the dirt and smoke in the air, and faces start to melt as if the word has turned them into putty. Then I'm screaming at the committee members and digging my nails into the cover of the book. Why would anyone be making a film about him? More likely he was afraid he'd meet someone here who knows what he wants us to forget he wrote. You mustn't say that. He sent us this, look, all about the film. The chairman takes a glossy brochure out of his briefcase. The sight of Cray grinning on the cover almost blinds me with rage, but I manage to read the name of the production company. "And they're going to do a live discussion with him after the broadcast," the chairman says. I run after my balance back to my hotel. I can hear a machine gun somewhere, and I have to ring the bell 3 times before the armed night porter lets me in. But they can't stop me now. I haul myself up to my room, snapping a banister in the process, and fall on the bed to let my headache come. Whenever it lessens, I think of another bit of the letter I'm going to write. The night and the sounds of gunfire falter at last, and the room fades into some kind of reality. It's like being part of the cover of a book nobody wants to take out of a window, but they won't be able to ignore me much longer. I write the letter and check out of the hotel, telling the receptionist I've been called away urgently, and fight my way through the pickpockets to the nearest post office, where I get the address of the television channel. Posting the letter reminds me of going to church when I had to live with my parents, where they used to put things in your mouth in front of the altar. As soon as the letter is out of my hands, I don't know if I feel empty or unburdened, and I can't remember exactly what I wrote. I spend Sunday at home trying to remember. Did I really claim I was the first to spread the word about Cray? Did I really call myself Jude Carrot because I was afraid he'd remember the interview and tell the producer not to let me anywhere near? Won't he just say he's never heard of me? I can't think how that idea makes me feel. I left the other copy of the word in my hotel room as if it was the Bible, and I have to stop myself from throwing the one under the bed out of the window to give them something to fight over besides the trash in the street. On Monday, I know the letter has arrived. Maybe it'll take a few hours to reach the producer of the discussion program, since I didn't know his name. By Tuesday it must have got to him, and by Wednesday he should have written to me. But Thursday comes, and I watch the postman dodging in and out of his van while his partner rides shotgun, and there's no letter for me. Twice I hear the phone in the hall start to ring, but it could just be army trucks shaking the house. I start trying to think of a letter I could write under another name, saying I know things about Cray nobody else does, only I can't think of a letter that's different enough. I go to bed to think, then I get up to, and keeping doing those is Thursday and Friday morning. Then I hear the van screech to a halt just long enough for the postman to stick a letter through the door without getting out of his cabin, because presumably they can't afford to pay his partner anymore. Then it screeches away along the sidewalk. And when I look down the stairs, I see the logo of the television company on the envelope. I'd open it in the hall, except I find I'm afraid to read what it says. I remember I'm naked and cover my Peter with it while I run upstairs, though everyone in the house is scared to open their door if they hear anyone else. I lock all my locks and hook up the chains and wipe my hands on my behind so the envelope won't slip out of them. Then I tear it almost in half and shake the letter flat. Dear Mr. Carrot, Jess Cray says. Suddenly my hands feel like gloves someone's just pulled their hands out of, and when I can see again I have to fetch the letter from under the bed. I'm already struggling to think of a different name to sign on the next letter I send, though since now I'll know who the producer is, should I phone them? I poke at my eyes until they focus enough that I can see her name is Tildy Bacon. Then I make them see what she wrote. Dear Mr. Carrot, Jess Cray says he will look forward to seeing you and including you in our discussion on the 25th. There's more about how they'll pay my expenses and where I'm to go, but I fall on the bed, because I've just discovered I don't know what to do after all. It doesn't matter. I'll know what to say when the cameras are on and the country's watching me. Only something's missing from that idea, and the absence keeps pecking at my head. It feels like an intruder in my room, one I can't see that won't leave me alone. Maybe I know what I'm trying not to think, but a week goes by before I realize I can't be certain of exposing Cray unless I read the word. I spend a day telling myself I have to, and the next day I drag the book out of its hiding place and claw off the dusty cobwebs. I stare at the cover until it feels as if it's stuck behind my eyes. Then I scream at myself to make me open it. As soon as I can see the print, I start reading, but it feels as if Cray's words and the noises of marching drums and sirens and gunfire are merging into a substance that's filling up my head before I can stop it, and I have to shut the book. There's less than a week before I'm on television, and all I can think of that may work is being as far away from people as I can get when I read the book. The next day is Sunday, which makes no difference, since there are as many people wandering around the countryside with nothing else to do any day of the week. I tear the covers off a Christ Will Rise pamphlet and wrap them around the word before I head for King's Cross, and I'm sure some of the people I avoid look at it to see if it's the word. I thump on the steel shutter until the booking clerk sells me a ticket. While I'm waiting for the train, I see through the reinforced glass of the bookstall that most of the newspapers are announcing a war that's just begun in Africa. I catch myself wondering if the word has been translated in those countries yet, and then I imagine a world where there are no wars because everyone's too busy reading the word and thinking about it and talking about it, and my fingernails start aching from gripping the book so I won't throw it under a train. When my train leaves, I'm almost alone on it, but I see more people than I expect in the streets. Quite a few seem to be gathering in a demolished church, and I see a whole crowd scattered over a park, being read to from a book. I can't decide whether it's black or white. All their faces are turned to the sun, as if they don't know they're being blinded. As the city falls away, I'm sure I can feel all those minds clogged with Cray trying to drag mine back and having to let go like old tasteless chewing gum being pulled out of my head. Then there are only fields made up of lines waiting to be written on, and hedges blossoming with litter, and hours later, mountains hack their way up through fields and forests as if the world is still crystallizing. In the midst of the mountains, I get off at a station that's no more than 2 empty platforms, and climb until I'm deep in a forest and nearly can't breathe for climbing. I sit on a fallen tree, and there's nothing to do except read, and I make myself open the word and read as fast as I can. I won't look up until I've finished. I can feel his words crowding into my head and breeding there, but I have to understand what he's put into the world before I confront him. The only sound is of me turning pages and ripping each one out as I finish it, but I sense the trees coming to read over my shoulder, and moss oozing down them to be closer to the book, and creatures running along branches until they're above my head. I won't look. I only read faster, so fast that the book is in my head before I know. However much there is of it, I'm stronger. Out here, it's just me and the book. I wonder suddenly if the pages may be impregnated with some kind of drug, but if they are, I've beaten it by throwing away the pages, because you must have to be holding the whole book for the drug to work. I've no idea how long I've been reading the book aloud, but it doesn't matter if it helps me see what Cray is up to. Though my throat is aching by the time I've finished, I manage a laugh that makes the trees back away. I fall back with my face to the clouds and try to think what the book has told me that he wouldn't want anyone to know. My body's shaking inside and out, and I feel as if my brain is too. There was something about panic in the word, but if I think of it, will that show me how the book is causing it? Or won't I be able to resist swallowing the word as the cure? I'm already remembering, and digging my fingernails into my temples can't crush the thought. Cray says we'll all experience a taste of the panic Christ experienced as we approach the time when the world is changed. I feel the idea cracking open in my brain, and as I fight it, I see in a flash what he was trying not to admit, phrasing it that way. He wanted nobody to know that he is panicking, that he has something to be afraid of. I sit up and crouch around myself until I stop shaking. Then I go down through the forest. The glade papered with the word seems to have a meaning I no longer need to understand. Some of the pages look as if they're reverting to wood. The night comes down the forest with me, and in a while a train crawls out of it. I go home and lock myself in. Now it takes me all my time to hold the word still in my head. The only other thing I need to be aware of is when the television company sends me my train ticket, but everything around me seems on the point of making a move. Whenever I hear a car, it sounds about to reveal it's a mail van. At least that helps me ignore my impression that all I can see of the world is poised to betray itself. If this is how having read the word feels. The next day, the mail van screeches past my building, and the day after that. Suppose the letter to me has been stolen, or someone at the television company has stopped it from being sent. I'll pay my own fare and get into the discussion somehow. But the ticket finally arrives, which may mean they'll try and steal it from my room. I sit with the ticket between my teeth and watch the street and listen for them setting up whatever they may use to smash my door in. Suppose the room itself is the trap, or am I being made to think that, so I'll be driven out of it? I wrap the ticket in some of a Christ Will Rise pamphlet so that the ink won't run when I take it with me to the bathroom, and on the last morning I have a long bath that feels like some kind of ritual. That would be a good time for them to come for me, but they don't, nor on my way to the station, though I'm sure I notice people looking at me as if they know something about me. For the first time since I can remember, there are no sounds of violence in the streets, and that makes me feel there are about to be. On the train, I sit where I can watch the whole compartment, and see the other passengers pretending not to watch me. All the way to Hyde Park Corner, I expect to be headed off. I'm trudging up the slope to the hotel when a limo pulls up in front of the glass doors, and two minders climb out before Cray does. As he unbends, he looks like a snake standing on its tail. I pretend to be interested in the window of a religious bookshop in case he tries to work on me before the world is watching. I see copies of the Word next to the Bible and the Quran, and Cray's reflection merging with his book as he goes into the hotel. He must have noticed me, so why is he leaving me alone? Because passiveness is the trick he's been playing on me ever since I read the Word, doing nothing so I'll be drawn towards him and his words. It's the trick he's been playing on the world. Knowing that makes me impatient to finish. I wait until I see him arrive in the penthouse suite. Then I check in. My room is more than twice the size of the one I left at home. The world is taking notice of me at last. I drink the liquor in the refrigerator while I have another bath, and ignore the ringing of the phone until I think there's only just time to get to the studio before the discussion starts. A girl's face on the phone screen tells me my taxi's waiting. As soon as we're in it, she wants to know everything about me, but I won't let her make me feel I don't know what I am. I shrug at her until she shuts up. There are no other cars on the road, and I wonder if there's a curfew or everyone's at home waiting for Cray and me. 5 minutes later, the taxi races into the forecourt of the television studios. The girl with not much breath rushes me past a guard at the door and another one at a desk and down a corridor that looks as if it never ends. I think that's the trick they were keeping in store for me. But then she steers me left into a room, and I'm surrounded by voices and face to face with Cray. There are about a dozen other people in the room. The remains of a buffet are on a table and scattered around on paper plates. A woman with eyes too big for her face says she's Tildy Bacon and hands me a glass of wine while a girl combs my hair and powders my face, and I feel as if they're acting out some ritual from the word. Cray watches me as he talks and grins at some of his cronies, and once the girl has finished with me, he puts a piece of cake on a plate and brings it over. You must have something, Jeremy. You look as if you've been fasting for the occasion. So does he. He looks thinner and older, as if he's put almost all of himself into his book. Or is he trying to trick me into thinking he'll be easy to deal with? I take the plate and wash a bite of the cake down with some wine, and he gives me the grin. It's nearly time. Is he talking about the program I can see behind him on a monitor next to a fax machine? Someone who might be a professor or a student is saying that nobody he's met has been unchanged by the word, and that he thinks it promises every reader the essential experience of their life. Cray's watching my face, but I won't let him see I know how much crap the screen is talking until we're on the air. Then Tildy Bacon says to everyone, "Shall we go up? Bring your drinks." As the girl who ought to learn how to breathe ushers people towards the corridor, Tildy Bacon steps in front of me and looks me in the face. So they've saved stopping me until the last possible moment. I'll wait until everyone else is out of the room. Then I'll do whatever needs to be done to make certain she can't follow me and throw me off the air. But she says, "We had to ask Jess how to bill you on the screen since you weren't here." If she thinks I'm going to ask what he said I was, she can go on thinking. I'm sure he knows best, I tell her with a grin that may look like his for all I care, and dodge around her before she can delay me any further, and follow the procession along the corridor. At first, the setup in the studio looks perfect. The 7 of us, including Cray, will sit on couches around a low table with glasses and a jug of water on it, while Cray's minders have to stay on the far side of a window. Only I haven't managed to overtake the procession, so how can I get close to him? Then he says, "Sit next to me, Jeremy," and pats a leather cushion, and before I have time to wonder what he's up to, I've joined him. Everyone else sitting down sounds like something leathery stirring in its sleep. The program about Cray is on a monitor in a corner of the studio. A priest says he believes the secret of the word needs to be understood. Then the credits are rolling, and a woman who I hadn't even realized was going to run the discussion leans across the table and waits for a red light to signal her. Then she says, "So, Jess Cray, what's your secret?" He grins at her and the world. If I have one, it must be in my book. A man with holes in his purple face where spots were says, "In other words, if you revealed the secret, it wouldn't sell." Is there actually someone here besides me who doesn't believe in the word? Cray grins at him. No, I'm saying the secret must be different for everyone. It isn't a question of commerce. In some parts of the world, I'm giving the book away. The holy man seems satisfied, but a woman with almost more hair on her upper lip than on her scalp says, "To achieve what?" Peace? Good sod, Cray really does believe his book can put a stop to wars. Or does he mean he won't be peaceful until the whole world has the word inside them? The woman who was given the signal leans across the table again, reaching for Cray with her perfume and her glittering hands, and her hair swaying like oil on water. She means to turn the show into a discussion, which will give him the chance not to be watched all the time by the camera. I'll say anything to bother him, even before I know what. "It's supposed to be." That heads her off, and everyone looks at me. Then I hear what I'm going to say. That the secret of the word is supposed to be some kind of eternal life. But there is no secret in the word. That's why I'm here. "Jeremy?" Cray says. I'm wondering if the word has got inside me without my knowing. If it was making me say what I nearly said, and that's why he is encouraging me. He wants me to say that for him, and he's talking about peace, which I already knew was his weapon. And suddenly I see what everything has been about. It's as if a light is shining straight into my eyes, and I don't care if it blinds me. "He's supposed to be Christ!" I shout. There's some leathery movement. Then someone I don't need to see says, "All the characters are clearly aspects of him." "We're talking about the narrator of the word," the television woman explains to the camera, and joins in. "I took him to be some kind of prophet." "Christ was a prophet," says a man who I can just about see is wearing a turban. "Are we saying," the television woman begins, but she can't protect Cray from me like that. "He knows I didn't mean anyone in his book," I shout. "I mean him." The words are coming out faster than I can think, but they feel right. If people don't believe in him, they won't believe in his book, and they won't believe in him unless he can save himself. Ideas are fighting in my head, as if the word is trying to come clear. If Christ came back now, he'd have to die to make way for a religion that works better than his did. Or would it be the opposite of Christ, who'd try to stop all the violence and changes in the world? Either way, I'm going blind with panic because I can feel Cray close to me, willing me to. He wants me to go on speaking while my words are out of control, because they're his, or because I won't be able to direct them at him. Then I realize how long he's been silent, and I think he wants me to speak to him so he can speak to me. Is the panic I'm suffering his? He's afraid of me, because I think it's time we moved on, the television woman says, but she can't make anything happen now. I turn and look at him. He's waiting for me. His grin is telling me to speak, to say whatever I have to say, because then he'll answer, and all that the world will remember hearing is him. It's been that way ever since the world heard of him. I see that now, but he's let me come too close. As I open my mouth, I duck my head towards him. For a moment it seems I'm going to kiss him. I see his lips parting, and his tongue feeling his teeth, and the blood in his eyes, and the fear there at last. I duck lower and go for his throat. I know how to do it from biting my tongue, and now I don't need to restrain myself or let go. Someone is screaming. It sounds as if the world is, but it can't be Cray because I've torn out his voice. I lift my head and spit it back into his face. It doesn't blot out his eyes. They meet mine, and there's forgiveness in them, or something even worse. Fulfillment? Then his head falls back, opening his throat, so I'm afraid he'll try and talk through it. And he throws his arms wide for the cameras. That's all I see, because there's nothing in my eyes now except light. But it isn't over, because I can still taste his voice like iron in my mouth. Words are struggling to burst out of my head, and I don't know what they are. Any moment, Cray's minders or someone will get hold of me, but if I can just... I bang my knees against the table to find it, and hear the glasses clash against the jug. I throw myself forwards, and find one, and a hand grabs my arm, but I wrench myself free and shove the glass against my teeth until it breaks. Now the light feels as if it's turning into pain, which is turning into the world. But whose pain is it? Cray's or mine? Hands are pulling at me, and I've no more time to think. As I make myself chew and swallow, at least I'm sure I'll never say another word. Andy Duncan. The Map to the Homes of the Stars. Andy Duncan was a finalist for the 1998 Campbell Award for Best New Writer, and the first story he sold, Belutha Hatchie, was nominated for the Hugo Award for Best Short Story the same year. A native of Batesburg, South Carolina, and a longtime resident of North Carolina, he now lives in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where he teaches composition, American literature, and creative writing at the University of Alabama, and is working on his MFA in fiction. Duncan is a 1994 graduate of the Clarion West Writers' Workshop in Seattle, and his stories have appeared in Asimov's science fiction, Dying for It, and the World Fantasy Award-winning anthology, Starlight 1. About the following story, the author explains, Gardner Dozois wrote me that he was putting together an anthology, and did I have any stories that involved sex and ghosts. I was both pleased and embarrassed to answer that I had 3, and was working on a 4th. He wound up buying 2 of them. I thank Gardner for that, and for his astute rewrite suggestions. The map is set in my hometown, and old friends have recognized the few scraps that aren't made up. Given the opportunity, I dedicate it to the best friend of my adolescence, Richard O'Malley, who is, I'm glad to say, still very much on the map. Last night, I heard it again. About 11, I stood at the kitchen counter, slathered peanut butter onto a stale, cool slice of refrigerated raisin bread, and scanned months-old letters to the editor in an A section pulled at random from the overflow around the recycling bin. Reader decries tobacco evils. Economy sound, says NC banker. The little headlines give the otherwise routine letters such urgency, like telegraphed messages from some war-torn front where issues are being decided, where news is happening. Arts funding called necessary. As I chewed my sandwich, I turned one-handed to the movie listings, just to reassure myself that everything I had skipped in the spring wasn't worth the trouble anyway, and then I heard a slowly approaching car. We don't get much traffic on my street, a residential loop in a quiet neighborhood, and so even we single guys who don't have kids in the yard unconsciously register the sounds of each passing vehicle. But this was the 5th night in a row, and so I set down my sandwich and listened. Tom used to identify each passing car just for practice. Fairlane, Crown Victoria, Super Beetle. This was back home, when we were as bored as two 17-year-olds could be. Even I can tell a Super Beetle, I said. I slugged my Mountain Dew and lowered the bottle to look with admiration at the neon green foam. Tom frowned, picked up his feet, and rotated on the bench of the picnic table so that his back was to Highway 1. Without thinking, I said, "Mind, you'll get splinters." I heard my mother speaking and winced. Now Tom looked straight ahead at the middle school basketball court, where Kathy and her friends, but mostly Kathy, who barely knew us, but whose house was 4th on our daily route, were playing a pickup game, laughing and sweating and raking their long hair back from their foreheads. As each car passed behind him, he continued the litany. Jeep, Ford pickup, Charger. I didn't know enough to catch him in an error, of course, but I have no doubt that he was right on the money every time. I never learned cars. I learned other things, that year and the next 15 years, to my surprise and exhilaration and shame, but I never learned cars, and so I am ill-equipped to stand in my kitchen and identify a car driving slowly past at 11 o'clock at night. Not even when, about 5 minutes later, it gives me another chance, drives past again in the other direction, as if it had gotten as far as the next cul-de-sac and turned around. It passes so slowly that I am sure it is about to turn into someone's driveway. Someone's. Mine. But it hasn't. For 5 nights now it hasn't. I couldn't tell you if I had to precisely what make of car it is. I could guess, though. Maybe tonight when it passes by, I'll go to the front door and pull back the narrow, dusty curtain that never gets pulled back except for Jehovah's Witnesses, and see for myself what make of car it is. See if I recognize it. But all I did last night, and the 4 nights before, was stand at my kitchen counter, fingertips black with old news, jaws Peter Pan shut, for I am a creature of habit, stare unseeing at the piled-up sink, and trace in my head every long-gone stop on the map to the homes of the stars. Even when all we had were bicycles, Tom and I spent most of our time together riding around town. We rode from convenience store to convenience store, Slim Jims in our pockets and folded comic books stuffed into the waistbands of our jeans. We never rode side by side or single file, but in loopy serpentine patterns, roughly parallel, that weaved among trees and parked cars and water sprinklers. We had earnest and serious conversations that lasted for hours, and were entirely shouted from bike to bike, never less than 10 feet. Our paths intersected with hair-raising frequency, but we never ran into each other. At supper time, we never actually said goodbye, but veered off in different directions, continuing to holler at each other, one more joke that had to be told, one more snappy comeback to make, until the other voice had faded in the distance, and we realized we were riding alone, and talking to ourselves. I remember nothing of what we said to each other all those long afternoons, but I remember the rush of the wind past my ears, and the shirt tail of my red jersey snapping behind me like a hound, and the slab of sidewalk that a big tree root thrust up beneath me in the last block before home, so that I could steer around it at the last second and feel terribly skillful, or use it as a launching ramp, and stand up on the pedals and hang there, suspended, invincible, until the pavement caught up with my tires again. Then we were 16 and got our licenses. Tom's bicycle went into the corner of his room, festooned with clothes that weren't quite ready to wash yet, Mine was hung on nails inside the garage, in a place of honor beside my older sister's red wagon and my late Uncle Clyde's homemade bamboo fishing poles. Tom had been studying consumer reports and car and driver and prowling dealerships for months, and with his father's help, he bought a used '78 Firebird, bright red exterior, black leather upholstery, cassette stereo, and a host of tire and engine features that Tom could rattle off like an auctioneer, but that I never quite could remember afterward. Being a fan of old gangster movies, Tom called it his getaway car. Tom and his dad got a great deal because the getaway car had a dent in the side, and its headlights were slightly cockeyed. "Makes it unique," Tom said. "We'll get those fixed right up," his dad said, and of course they never did. I inherited the car my father had driven on his mail route for years, a beige '72 Volkswagen Beetle that was missing its front passenger seat. My father had removed it so that he'd have an open place to put his mail. Now, like so many of my family's other theoretical belongings, the seat was out there in the garage, a phrase to which my father invariably would add, "somewhere." We always took Tom's car. Tom always drove. We went to a lot of movies in Columbia, and sometimes went on real trips, following the church van to Lake Junaluska, or to Six Flags, and enjoying a freedom of movement unique in the Methodist Youth Fellowship. But mostly we rode around town, looking, and only looking, at girls. We found out where they lived, and drove past their houses every day, hoping they might be outside, hoping to get a glimpse of them, but paying tribute in any case to all they had added to what we fancied as our dried-up and wasted and miserable lives. "We need music," Tom said. "Take the wheel, will you, Jack?" I reached across and steered while he turned and rummaged among the tapes in the back seat. I knew it was the closest I ever would come to driving Tom's car. "In Hollywood," I said, "people on street corners sell maps to the stars' homes. Tourists buy the maps and drive around, hoping to see Clint Eastwood mowing his lawn or something." I had never been to Hollywood, but I had learned about these maps the night before on PM magazine. "What do you want? You want Stones? You want Beatles? You want Aerosmith? What?" "Mostly they just see high walls," I said, "and locked gates." I was proud to have detected this irony alone. "We should go there," Tom said. "Just take off driving one day and go. Intersection coming up. Red light? Green." Tom continued to rummage. "Our map," he said, "exists only in our heads." "That's where the girls exist, too," I said. "Oh, no," Tom said, turning back around and taking the wheel just in time to drive through the intersection. "They're out there. Maybe not in this dink-ass town, but somewhere. They're real. We'll just never know them. That's all." I had nothing to add to that, but I fully agreed with him. I had concluded, way back at 13, that I was doomed to a monastic life, and I rather wished I were Catholic so that I could take full advantage of it. Monastic Methodists had nowhere to go. They just got gray and pudgy and lived with their mothers. Tom pushed a tape into the deck. It snapped shut like a trap, and the speakers began to throb. Lisa lived in a huge Tudor house of gray stone across the street from the 15th fairway. To our knowledge, she did not play golf, but she was a runner, and on a fortunate evening we could meet her 3 or 4 times on the slow, easy curves of Country Club Drive. She had a long stride and a steady rhythm, and never looked winded, though she did maintain a look of thoughtful concentration and always seemed focused on the patch of asphalt just a few feet ahead, as if it were pacing her. At intersections, she jogged in place, looking around at the world in surprise, and was likely to smile and throw up a hand if we made so bold as to wave. Tom especially admired Lisa because she took such good care of her car, a plum-colored late-model Corvette that she washed and waxed in her driveway every Saturday afternoon, beginning about 1 o'clock. For hours she catered to her car's needs, stroking and rubbing it with hand towels and soft brushes, soaping and then rinsing, so that successive gentle tides foamed down the hood. Eventually, Lisa seemed to be lying face-to-face with herself across the gleaming purple hood, her palm pressed to the other Lisa's palm, hands moving together in lazy circles like the half-hearted sparring of lovers in August. Crystal's house was low and brick, with a patio that stretched its whole length. From March through October, for hours each day, Crystal lay on this patio, working on her tan, Laying out, she would have called it. She must have tanned successive interior layers of her skin, because even in winter she was a dusky Amazonian bronze, a hue that matched her auburn hair, but made her white teeth a constant surprise. Frequent debates as we passed Crystal's house. Which bikini was best, the white or the yellow? Which position was best, face up or face down? What about the bottles and jars that crowded the dainty wrought iron table at her elbow? Did those hold mere store-bought lotions, or were they brimful of Crystal's private skincare recipes, gathered from donors willing and unwilling by the dark of the moon? Tom swore that once, when we drove past, he clearly saw amid the copper-tone jumble a half-stick of butter and a bottle of Wesson oil. Gabrielle lived out on the edge of town, technically within the city limits, but really in the country, in a big old crossroads farmhouse with a deep porch mostly hidden by lattices of honeysuckle and wisteria. She lived with her grandparents, who couldn't get around so good anymore, and so usually it was Gabrielle who climbed the tall ladder and raked out the gutters, cleared the pecan limbs off the roof of the porch, scraped the shutters, and then painted them. She had long black hair that stretched nearly to the ragged hem of her denim shorts. She didn't tie her hair back when she worked, no matter how hot the day, and she was tall, even without the ladder. Natalie lived in a 3-story wooden house with cardboard in 2 windows and with thickets of metal roosters and lightning rods up top. At school, she wore ancient black ankle-length dresses in all weathers, walked with her head down, and spoke to no one, not even when called upon in class, so that the teachers finally gave up. Her hair was an impenetrable mop that covered her face almost entirely, but she always smiled a tiny secret smile, and her chin beneath was sharp and delicate. And when she scampered down the hall, hugging the lockers, her skirts whispered generations of old chants and endearments. Natalie never came outside at all. Cynthia's was the first house on the tour. Only 2 blocks from Tom's, it sat on the brink of a small and suspect pond, one that was about 50 feet across at its widest. No visible stream fed this pond or emptied it, and birds, swimmers, and fishes all shunned it. The pond was a failure as a pond, but a marginal success as an investment, an extra that made a half-dozen nondescript brick ranch houses cost a bit more than their landlocked neighbors. Cynthia's house was distinguished by a big swing set that sat in the middle of the treeless yard. It was a sway-backed metal A-frame scavenged from the primary school. In all weathers, day and night, since her family moved to town when she was 6, Cynthia could be found out there, swinging. The older she got, the higher she swung, the more reckless and joyful her sparkle and grin. When she was 16, tanned legs pumping in the afternoon sun, she regularly swung so high the chains went slack for a half-second at the top of the arc before she dropped. "0G," Tom said as we drove slowly past. Tom and I didn't swing any more ourselves. It made us nauseated. Once a year, Cynthia actually came out to the car to say hi. Each Christmas, the people who lived on the pond, flush with their wise investment, expressed their communal pride with a brilliant lighting display. For weeks, everyone in town drove slowly, dutifully, and repeatedly around the pond and over its single bridge to see the thousands of white firefly lights that the people of the pond draped along porches and bushes and balustrades, and stretched across wire frames to approximate Grinches and Magi. The reflection on the water was striking, undisturbed as it was by current or life. For hours each night, a single line of cars crept bumper to bumper across the bridge, past Santa-clad residents who handed out candy canes and filled a wicker basket with donations for the needy and for the electric company. Painted on a weather-beaten sandwich board at the foot of the bridge was a bright red cursive dismissal, "Thank you, /Merry Christmas, /Speed Limit 25. At least once a night, Tom and I drove through this display, hoping to catch Cynthia on Santa duty. At least once a year, we got lucky. "Hey there, little boys. Want some candy?" She dropped a shimmering fistful into Tom's lap. "No, listen, take them. Dad said when I gave them all out, I could come inside. I'm freezing my ass off out here. Oh, hi, Jack. So, where are you guys headed?" "No place," we said together. She walked alongside Tom's Firebird, tugging down her beard to scratch her cheek. "Damn thing must be made of fiberglass. Hey, check out the Thompson's house. Doesn't that second reindeer look just like he's humping Rudolph? I don't know what they were thinking." "No? Well, it's clear as day from my room. Maybe I've just looked at it too long. When is Christmas anyway? You guys don't know what it's like, all these goddamn lights. You can see them with your eyes closed. I've been sleeping over at Cheryl's where it's dark. Well, I reckon if I go past the end of the bridge, the trolls will get me. Yeah, right, big laugh there. See you later. Then, ducking her head in again, You too, Jack. With the smoothness of practice, Tom and I snicked our mirrors into place, his the driver's side, mine the overhead, so that we could watch Cynthia's freezing ass walk away. Her Santa pants were baggy and sexless, but we watched until the four-wheel drive behind us honked and flashed its deer lights. By the time we drove down to the traffic circle and made the loop and got back in line again, Cynthia's place had been taken by her neighbor, Mr. Thompson. "Merry Christmas, Tom, Jack," he said. "Y'all's names came up at choir practice the other day. We'd love to have you young fellas join us in the handbells. It's fun, and you don't have to sing, and it's a real ministry, too." He apologized for having run out of candy canes, and instead gave us a couple of 3x5 comic books about hell. Tina's house always made us feel especially sophisticated, especially daring. "Can you imagine?" Tom asked. "Can you imagine, just for a moment, what our parents would do?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I can't imagine. I think you should try. I think we both should try to envision this. That way we'll be prepared for anything in life, anything at all." I cranked down the window pane until it balked. "I don't even want to think about it," I said. I pressed the pane outward until it was back on track, then I lowered it the rest of the way. "Oh, but you've been thinking about it, haven't you? You're the one that found out where she lived. You're the one that kept wanting me to drive past her house." "It's the quickest route between Laura's and Kathleen's, that's all," I said. "But if it's such a terrible hardship, then you can go around the world instead, for all I care. You're the driver. I'm just sitting here." He fidgeted, legs wide, left hand drumming the windowsill, fingertips of his right hand barely nudging the steering wheel. "Don't get me wrong. I think she's a babe. But this neighborhood, I don't know. It makes me nervous. I feel like everybody we pass is looking at us." "Do what you like. I'm just sitting here," I said. I craned to see Tina's house as we drove around the corner. Tina lived in what our parents and our friends and every other white person we knew, when they were feeling especially liberal, broad-minded, and genteel, called the colored part of town. Tina's yard was colored all right, bright yellows, reds, oranges, and purples, bursting from a dozen flower beds. As so often when she wasn't at cheerleading practice, Tina knelt in the garden, a huge old beribboned hat, her grandmother's, maybe, shading her striking, angular face. Her shoulders tightened, loosened, tightened again, as she pressed something into place. Without moving her hands, she looked up at us as we passed. She smiled widely, and her lips mouthed the word, "Hey." Once we were around the corner, Tom gunned the engine. No, sir, hang it up," Tom said. "Not in my family, not in this town. Thousands of miles away, maybe. That might work. Oh, but then they'd want photos, wouldn't they? Damn. The other week, all my aunts were sitting around the kitchen table, complaining about their daughters-in-law. My son's wife is snotty. My son's wife is lazy. They aren't good mothers. They aren't treating our boys right, and so on and so on. Just giving 'em down the country, you know?" "Uh-huh, I hear you." And I finally spoke up and said, "Well, I know I'm never going to introduce y'all to any wife of mine, 'cause y'all sure won't like her either." What'd they say to that? They all laughed, and Aunt Lita said, "Tom, don't you worry, 'cause you're the only boy in the family that's got any sense. We know we'll like any girl you pick out." And then Aunt Emily added, "Long as she isn't a blackin'." And they all nodded. I mean, they were serious. After a pause, he added, half to himself, "It's not as if I'm bringing anybody home anyway, black or white or lavender." "You bring me home with you sometimes," I said. "Yeah, and they don't like you either," he said, and immediately cut me a wide-eyed look of mock horror that made me laugh out loud. "I'm kidding. You know they like you." "Families always like me," I said. "Mamas especially. It's the daughters themselves that aren't real interested. And a mama's approval is the kiss of death. At this moment, I bet you, mamas all over town are saying, 'What about that nice boy Jack? He's so respectful. He goes to church. He makes such good grades. And don't you know that makes those gals so hot they can't stand it?'" Tom laughed and laughed. "Oh, Jack," I gasped. "Oh, Jack, your SAT score is so big." "Maybe you should forget the girls and date the mamas," Tom said. "You know, eliminate the middleman. Go right to the source." "Ew, that's crude." I clawed at the door as if trying to get out. "Help! Help! I'm in the clutches of a crude man." "Suppose Kathleen's home from Florida yet?" "I don't know. Let's go see." "Now you aren't starting to boss me around, are you?" "I'm just sitting here." He poked me repeatedly with his finger, making me giggle and twist around on the seat. "'Cause I'll just put you out by the side of the road you start bossing me." "I'm not," I gasped. "Quit! Uncle, I'm not." "Well, all right then." On September 17th, 1981, we turned the corner at the library and headed toward the high school, past the tennis courts. The setting sun made everything golden. Over the engine, we heard doubled and redoubled the muted grunts and soft swats and scuffs of impact. Ball on racket, shoe on clay. The various players on the adjoining courts moved with such choreography that I felt a pang to join them. "Is tennis anything like badminton?" I asked. "I used to be okay at badminton. My father and I would play it over the back fence, and the dogs would go wild." "It's more expansive," Tom said. "Look, there she is, right on time." Anna, her back to us, was up ahead, walking slowly toward the parking lot on the sidewalk nearest me. Her racket was on one shoulder, a towel around her neck. Her skirt swayed as if she were walking much faster. As we passed, I heard a strange sound, a single roadrunner beep. In the side mirror, tiny, retreating Anna raised her free hand and waved. I turned to stare at Tom, who looked straight ahead. "The horn?" I asked. "You honked the horn?" "Well, you waved," he said. "I saw you." I yanked my arm inside. The wind-blown hairs on my forearm tingled. I wasn't waving. I was holding up my hand to feel the breeze. "She waved at you?" "Well, I didn't wave at her," I said. "She waved because you honked." "Okay," he said, turning into the parking lot. "She waved at both of us, then." "She waved at you. I don't care, it doesn't matter, but she definitely waved at you." "Are we fighting?" he asked. He re-entered the street, turned back the way we had come. Anna was near, walking toward us. "Course we're not fighting. Are you going to honk at her again?" "Are you going to wave at her again?" Anna looked behind her for traffic, stepped off the sidewalk, and darted across the street into our lane, racket lifted like an Olympic torch. "Look out! What the hell?" Tom hit the brakes. The passenger seat slid forward on its track, and my knees slammed the dash. Dozens of cassettes on the back seat cascaded onto the floor. Only a foot or two in front of the stopped car stood Anna, arms folded, one hip thrust out. She regarded us without expression, blew a large pink bubble that reached her nose, and then collapsed back into her mouth. "Hi, guys," she said. Tom opened his door and stood, one foot on the pavement. "For crying out loud, Anna, are you okay? We could have killed you." "I was trying to flag you down," she said. "What? Why?" Tom asked. "What for? Something wrong with the car?" I saw him swivel, and I knew that, out of sight, he was glancing toward the tires, the hood, the tailpipe. "Nothing's wrong with the car, Tom," she said, chewing with half her mouth, arms still folded. "It's a really neat car. Whenever I see it, I think, damn, Tom must take mighty good care of that car. I get a lot of chances to think that, Tom, because every day you guys drive by my house at least twice, and whenever I leave tennis practice, you drive past me, and turn around in the lot, and drive past me again, and every time you do that, I think, he takes mighty damn good care of that goddamn car just to drive past me all the fucking time." Someone behind us honked and pulled around, a pickup truck driver, who threw us a bird. "Do you ever stop? No. Say hi at school, either of you? No. Call me? Shit." She shifted her weight to the other hip, unfolded her arms, whipped the towel around from her neck, and swatted the hood with it. "So all I want to know is, just what's the deal? Tom? Jack? I see you in there, Jack. You can't hide. What's up, Jack? You tell me. Your chauffeur's catching flies out here." Looking up at Anna, even though I half expected at any moment to be arrested for perversion or struck from behind by a truck or beaten to death with a tennis racket, purple waffle pattern scarring my corpse, I realized I had never felt such crazed exhilaration, not even that night on Bates Hill when Tom passed 120. My knees didn't even hurt anymore. The moment I realized this, naturally the feeling of exhilaration began to ebb, and so before I lost my resolve, I slowly stuck my head out the window, smiled what I hoped was a smile, and called out, "Can we give you a lift, Anna?" A station wagon swung past us with a honk. Anna looked at me, at Tom, at me again. She plucked her gum from her mouth, tossed it, looked down at the pavement, and then up and then down again, much younger and almost shy. In a small voice, she said, "Yeah." She cleared her throat. "Yeah, yes, that's nice of you. Thank you." I let her have my seat, of course. I got in the back, atop a shifting pile of cassettes and books and plastic boxes of lug nuts, but right behind her, close enough to smell her. Not sweat, exactly, but salt and earth, like the smell of the beach before the tide comes in. "Where to?" Tom asked. "California," she said, and laughed, hands across her face. "Damn, Anna," she asked, "where did that come from?" "Oh, I don't know. Where are you all going? I mean, wherever. Whenever. Let's just go, okay? Let's just go." We talked. School, movies, bands, homework, everything. Nothing. What else? Drove around. For hours. Her ponytail was short but full, a single blonde twist that she gathered up in one hand and lifted as she tilted her head forward. I thought she was looking at something on the floor, and I wondered for a second whether I had tracked something in. "Jack?" she asked, head still forward. No one outside my family had made my name a question before. "Would you be a sweetie and rub my neck?" The hum of tires, the zing of crickets, the shrill stream of air flowing through the crack that the passenger window never quite closed. "Ma'am?" "My neck. It's all stove up and tight from tennis. Would you rub the kinks out for me?" "Sure," I said, too loudly and too quickly. My hands moved as slowly as in a nightmare. Twice I thought I had them nearly to her neck when I realized I was merely rehearsing the action in my head so that I had it all to do over again. Tom shifted gears, slowed into a turn, sped up, shifted gears again, and I still hadn't touched her. My forearms were lifted, my hands were outstretched, palms down. My fingers were trembling. I must have looked like a mesmerist. "You are sleepy, very sleepy." Which movie was it where the person in the front seat knew nothing about the clutching hands in the back? I could picture the driver's face as the hands crept closer. Christopher Lee, maybe? No, Donald Pleasance? "Jack," she said, "are you still awake back there?" The car went into another turn, and I heard a soft murmur of complaint from the tires. Tom was speeding up. My fingertips brushed the back of her neck. I yanked them back, then moved them forward again. This time I held them there, barely touching. Her neck so smooth, so hot, slightly damp. And what's this? Little hairs. Hairs as soft as a baby's head. No one ever had told me there would be hairs. "You'll have to rub harder than that, Jack." Still holding her hair aloft with her right hand, she reached up with her left and pressed my fingers into her neck. "Like that. Right there. And there. Feel how tight that is?" She rotated her hand over mine, and trapped between her damp palm and her searing neck, I did feel something both supple and taut. "Ooh, yeah, like that." She pulled her hand away, and I kept up the motions. "Oh, that feels good." The sun was truly down by now, and lighted houses scudded past. Those distinctive dormer windows. Wasn't that Lisa's house? And in the next block, wasn't that Kim's driveway? We were following the route. We were passing all the homes of the stars. Tom said nothing, but drove faster and faster. I kept rubbing, pressing, kneading, not having the faintest idea what I was doing, but following the lead of Anna's sighs and murmurs. "Yeah, my shoulder there. Oh, this is wonderful. You'll have to stop this in about 3 hours, you know." After about 5 minutes, or 10 or 20, without looking up, she raised her left index finger and stabbed the dashboard. A tape came on. I don't remember which tape it was. I do remember that it played through both sides and started over. Tom was speeding. Each screeching turn threw us off balance. Where were the cops? Where was all the other traffic? We passed Jane's house, Tina's house. Streetlights strobed the car like an electrical storm. We passed Cynthia's house. Hadn't we already? Beneath my hands, Anna's shoulders braced and rolled and braced again. I held on. My arms ached. Past the corner of my eye flashed a stop sign. My fingers kept working. Tom wrenched up the volume on the stereo. The bass line throbbed into my neck and shoulder blades, as if the car were reciprocating. Gravel churned beneath us. "Damn," Tom muttered, and yanked the wheel, fighting to stay on the road. Anna snapped her head up, looked at him. I saw her profile against the radio dial. "I want to drive," she said. Tom put on the brakes, too swiftly. Atop a surging flood of gravel, the car jolted and shuddered to a standstill off the side of the road. The doors flew open, and both Tom and Anna leaped out. My exhilaration long gone, my arms aching, I felt trapped, suffocating. I snatched up the seat latch, levered forward the passenger seat, and stepped humpbacked and out of balance into the surprisingly cool night air. Over there was the Episcopal Church. Over there, the Amico station. We were only a few blocks from my house. My right hand stung. I had torn a nail in the seat latch. I slung it back and forth as Tom stepped around the car. Anna was already in the driver's seat. "You want to sit in front?" Tom sounded hoarse. "No," I said. "No, thanks. Listen, I think I'll just call it a night. I'm nearly home anyway. I can walk from here, you know? It's not far. I can walk from here." I called out to Anna, leaning down and looking in. "I can walk from here." Her face was unreadable, but her eyes gleamed. "Huh?" Tom said. It was like a grunt. He cleared his throat. "What do you mean, walk? It's early yet." The car was still running. The exhaust blew over me in a cloud, made me dizzy. "No, really, you guys go on. I'm serious. I'll be fine. Go on, really. I'll see you later on." "We could drop you off," Tom said. He spoke politely but awkwardly, as if we had never met. "Let's do that. We'll drop you off in your yard." Anna revved the motor. It was too dark to see Tom's expression as he looked at her. Her fingers moved across the lighted instrument panel, pulled out the switch that started the emergency flashers. Ka-chink, ka-chink, ka-chink. Pushed it back again. "Cool," she said. "I'll see you later," I said. "Okay? See you, Anna. Call me tomorrow," I said to Tom. "Okay," he said. "I'll call you tomorrow." "Okay," I said, not looking back. I waved a ridiculous cavalier wave and stuck my hands in my pockets, trying to look nonchalant as I stumbled along the crumbling asphalt shoulder in the dark. Behind me, 2 doors slammed. I heard the car lurching back onto the highway, gravel spewing, and I heard it make a U-turn, away from town and toward the west, toward the lake, toward the woods. As the engine gunned, my shoulders twitched, and I ducked my head because I expected the screech of gears, but all I heard was steady and swift acceleration, first into second, into third, as the Firebird sped away, into fourth, and then it was just me, walking. They never came back. Tom's parents got a couple of letters, a few postcards. California. They shared them with Anna's parents, but no one else. "Tom wants everyone to know they're doing fine." That's all his mom and dad would say, but they didn't look reassured. Miss Sarah down at the paper, who always professed to know a lot more than she wrote up in her column, told my father that she hadn't seen the mail herself, mind you, but she had heard from people who should know that the letters were strange, rambling things, not one bit like Tom, and the cards had postmarks that were simply, somehow, wrong. But who could predict, Miss Sarah added, when postcards might arrive, or in what order? Why, sometimes they sit in the post office for years, and sometimes they never show up at all. Criminal, Miss Sarah mourned. Criminal. Anna's parents got no mail at all. I never did either, except maybe one thing. I don't know that you could call it mail. No stamps, no postmark, no handwriting. It wasn't even in the mailbox, but it felt like mail to me. It was lying on my front porch one morning. This was years later, not long after I got my own place. Thought I was settled. At first I thought it was the paper, but no. As usual, the paper was spiked down deep in the hedge. This was lying face up and foursquare on the welcome mat. It was one of those Hollywood maps, showing where the stars can be found. I spread it across the kitchen table and anchored it with a sugar bowl and a couple of iron owl-shaped trivets, because it was stiff and new and didn't want to lie flat. You know how maps are. It was bright white paper and mighty thick, too. I didn't know they made maps so thick anymore. I ran my index finger over sharp paper ridges and down straight paper canyons and looked for anyone I knew. No, Clint Eastwood wasn't there, nor was anyone else whose movies I ever had seen at the mall. A lot of the names I just didn't recognize, but some I knew from cable, from the nostalgia channels. I was pretty sure most of them were dead. I searched the index for Tom's name, for Anna's. I didn't see them. I felt relieved. Sort of. California, I said aloud. Once it had been 4 jaunty syllables, up and down and up and down, a kid on a bicycle going no place. California. Now it was a series of low and urgent blasts, someone leaning on the horn, saying, "Come on," saying, "Hurry up," saying, "You're not too late, not yet, not yet." California. It's nearly 11. I stand in the cool rush of the refrigerator door, forgetting what I came for, and strain to hear. The train is passing, a bit late, over behind the campus. My windows are open, so the air conditioning is pouring out into the yard and fat bugs are smacking themselves against the screen, but this way I can hear everything clearly. The rattle as my neighbor hauls down the garage door secures everything for the night. On the other side, another neighbor trundles a trash can out to the curb, then plods back. I am standing at the kitchen counter now. Behind me, the refrigerator door is swinging shut, or close enough. I hear a car coming. The same car. I move to the living room, to the front door. I part the curtain. The car is coming closer, but even more slowly than before. Nearly stopping, it must be in first gear by now. There was always that slight rattle, just within the threshold of hearing, when you put it in first gear. Yes, and the slightly cockeyed headlights. Yes, and the dent in the side. I can't clearly see the interior even under the streetlight, but it looks like 2 people in the front. 2 people? Or just one? And then it's on the other side of the neighbor's hedge, and gone. But I can still hear the engine, and I know that it's going to turn and come back. My hand is on the doorknob. The map is in my pocket. The night air is surprisingly cool. I flip on the porch light as I step out, and I stand illuminated in a cloud of tiny beating wings, waiting for them to come back. Come back and see me standing here, waiting. Oh my God, how long I've been waiting. I want to walk out there and stand in front of the car and make it stop. Really, I do. But I can't. I can't move. I'm trapped here. Trapped in this place. Trapped in this time. Don't drive past again. I'm here. I'm ready. I wasn't then, but now I am. Really, I am. Please, please stop. Present or past, alive or dead, what does it matter? What did it ever matter? Please. Stop. Please. Caitlín R. Kiernan. Emptiness spoke eloquent. Caitlín R. Kiernan was born near Dublin, Ireland, but has lived most of her life in the southeastern United States. Trained as a vertebrate paleontologist, she began writing fiction full-time in 1992. Since then, her gothic and goth noir short stories have appeared in numerous anthologies, including The Sandman, Book of Dreams, Love in Vain, 2, Lethal Kisses, Dark Side, Horror for the Next Millennium, Noirotica 2, Song of Cthulhu, The Crow, Shattered Lives and Broken Dreams, Brothers of the Night, Secret City, Strange Tales of London, Dark of the Night, White of the Moon, High Fantastic, Dark Terrors 2 and 3, and the year's best fantasy and horror 11th annual collection. Her first novel, Silk, was published in 1998, and Meisha Merlin Press has recently released a limited edition chapbook of her short fiction, Candles for Elizabeth. She is currently scripting The Dreaming and other projects for DC Comics' Vertigo line. She lives in a renovated overalls factory in Birmingham, Alabama. I started working on this piece in November 1993, reveals the author. It was my 3rd short story, and it would remain unfinished until May 1997. November 1993 also saw the release of Francis Ford Coppola's Bram Stoker's Dracula, and regardless of whether or not it was the most faithful screen adaptation of Stoker's novel, it certainly affected me more deeply than any other ever has. But it did leave me with a nagging question that I often have at the end of good films and books, especially good horror and dark fantasy. What happens next? It isn't that Coppola didn't find a wonderful place to close the film, just that I couldn't possibly imagine the woman that Mina Harker had become returning to her previous life as a meek typist, going back to her middle-class existence as Jonathan Harker's wife. So I started asking myself questions, and Emptiness Spoke Eloquent was the eventual outcome. Lucy has been at the window again, sharp nails tap-tapping on the glass, scratching out there in the rain like an animal begging to be let in. Poor Lucy, alone in the storm. Mina reaches to ring for the nurse, stops halfway, forces herself to believe all she's hearing in the rasping limbs of the crepe myrtle, whipped by the wind, winter bare twigs scritching like fingernails on the rain-slick glass. Forcing her hand back down onto the warm blanket. And really, that simple action says so much, she knows. Retreat, pulling back from the cold risks, windows kept shut against night and chill and the thunder. There was so much of windows. On the color television, bolted high to the wall, tanks and soldiers in the Asian jungle, and that bastard Nixon, soundless. Electric white flash, and almost at once, a thunderclap that rattles the sky, sends a shudder through the concrete and steel skeleton of the hospital, and the windows and old Mina in her safe and warm blanket hidey-hole. Old Mina. She keeps her eyes open, avoiding sleep and memories of other storms. And Lucy at her window. Again she considers the nurse, pale angel to bring pills to grant her black and nothing, dreamless space between hurtful wakings. Oh, if dear Dr. Jack, with his pitiful morphine, his chloral and laudanums, could see the marvels that men have devised to unleash numbness, flat calm of mind and body and soul. And she is reaching them, for the call button and for Jonathan's hand, that he should call Seward, anything against the dreams and the scritching at the window. This time she won't look, eyes safe on the evening news, and the buzzer makes no sound in her room. This time she will wait for the soft and rubber-quiet footsteps, the door to open, and Andrea or Newfield or whoever is on duty to bring oblivion in a tiny paper cup. But after a minute and a half, and no response, Mina turns her head, giving in by turtle-slow degrees, and she watches the rain streaking the dark glass, the restless shadows of the crepe myrtle. June 1904. The survivors of the Company of Light stood in the rubble at the base of the castle on the Argesh and looked past iron and vines at the empty, soulless casements. It seemed very little changed, framed now in the green froth of the Carpathian summer instead of snow, ice, and bare gray stone. The trip had been Jonathan's idea, had become an obsession, despite her protests and Arthur's, and in the end, seeing how much the journey would cost her, even Van Helsing's. Jack Seward, whose moods had grown increasingly black since their streamer had docked in Varna, had refused to enter the castle grounds and stood alone outside the gates. Mina held little Quincy's hand, perhaps too tightly, and stared silently up at the moss-chewed battlements. There was a storm building in the east, over the mountains. Thunder rumbled like far-off cannon, and the warm air smelled of rain and ozone, and the heavy purplish blooms hanging from the creepers. Mina closed her eyes and listened, tried to listen the way she had that November day years before. Quincy squirmed, restless 6 by her side. The gurgle and splash of the swollen river rushing unseen below them, and the raucous calls of birds she didn't recognize. But nothing else. And Van Helsing arguing with Jonathan. Now, Jonathan, now you are satisfied? Shut up. Just shut the bloody hell up. What are you listening for, Mina? Lord Godalming lit his pipe, some Turkish blend, exotic spice and smoke, sulphur from his match. He broke into the argument, something about the approaching storm, about turning back. What do you expect you'll hear? The thunder answered her, much closer this time, and a sudden cold gust blown before the storm. He's not here, Mina. He's not here. Off in the mountains, drifting down through passes and trees, a wild animal cried out, just once, in pain or fear, or maybe anger. And Mina opened her eyes, blinked, waited for the cry to come again. But then the thunder cracked like green wood overhead, and the first drops of rain, fat and cold, began to fall. The professor took her arm, leading her away, mumbling Dutch under his breath, and they left Jonathan standing there, staring blankly up at the castle. Lord Godalming waited, helpless, at his side. And in the falling rain, her tears lost themselves, and no one saw them. November 1919. Fleeing garish victory, Mina had come back to Whitby hardly 2 weeks after the armistice. Weary homecomings for the living, and maimed and flag-draped caskets. She'd left Quincy behind to settle up his father's affairs. From the train, the lorry from the station, her bags carried off to a room she hadn't seen yet. She would not sleep at the Westenra house at the Crescent, although it was among the portion of the Godalming estate left to her after Arthur Holmwood's death. She took her tea in the inn's tiny dining room, sitting before the bay windows. From there she could see down the valley, past red roofs and whitewash, to the harbor pilings and the sea. The water glittered, sullen under the low sky. She shivered and pulled her coat tighter, sipped at the Earl Grey and lemon in the cracked china, the cup glazed as dark as the brooding sky. And if she looked back the other way, towards East Cliff, she might glimpse the ruined abbey, the parish church, and the old graveyard. Mina refilled her cup from the mismatched teapot on the table, stirred at the peat-colored water, watching the bits of lemon pulp swirl in the little maelstrom. She'd go to the graveyard later, maybe tomorrow. And again the fact, the cold candor of her situation, washed over and through her. She had begun to feel like a lump of gravel polished smooth by a brook. That they were all dead now, and she'd not attended even a single funeral. Arthur first, almost 4 years back now, and then Jack Seward, lost at Suvla Bay. The news about Jonathan hadn't reached her until 2 days after the drunken cacophony of victory had erupted in Trafalgar Square, and had finally seemed to engulf the whole of London. He'd died in some unnamed village along the Belgian border, a little east of Valenciennes, a senseless German ambush only hours before the ceasefire. She laid her spoon aside, watched the spreading stain it made on her napkin. The sky was ugly, bruised. A man named MacDonnell, a grey-bearded Scotsman, had come to her house, bearing Jonathan's personal things, his pipe, the brass-framed daguerreotype of her, an unfinished letter, the silver crucifix he'd worn like a scar the last 20 years. The man had tried to comfort her, offering half-heard reassurances that her husband had been as fine a corporal as any on the front. She thought sometimes that she might have been more grateful to him for his trouble. The unfinished letter carried with her from London, and she might look at it again later, though she knew it almost by heart now. Scribbling she could hardly recognize as his, mad and rambling words about something trailing his battalion through the fields and muddy trenches. Mina sipped her tea, barely noticing that it had gone cold, and watched the clouds outside as they swept in from the sea and rushed across the rocky headland. A soupy fog in the morning, misty ghosts of ships and men torn apart on the reef, and Mina Harker followed the curve of stairs up from the town, past the ruined abbey, and into the old East Cliff churchyard. It seemed that even more of the tombstones had tumbled over, and she remembered the old sailors and fishermen and whalers that had come here before, Mr. Swales and the others, and wondered if anyone ever came here now. She found a bench and sat, looking back down to where Whitby lay hidden from view. The yellow lantern eyes of the lighthouses winked in the distance, bookending the invisible town below. She unfolded Jonathan's letter, and the chilling breeze fingered the edges of the paper. The foghorn sounded, throaty bellow, perplexed and lonesome. Before leaving London, she'd taken all the papers, the typed pages and old notebooks, the impossible testament of the company, from the wall safe where Jonathan had kept them. Now they were tucked carefully inside the brocade canvas satchel, resting on the sandy cobbles at her feet. "And burn them, Mina. Burn every trace of what we have seen," scrawled in that handwriting that was Jonathan's, and no one's she'd ever met. And so she had sat at the hearth, these records in her lap, watching the flames, feeling the heat on her face. Had lifted a letter to Lucy from the stack, held the envelope a moment, teasing the fire as a child might tease a cat with table scraps. "No," she whispered, closing her eyes against the hungry orange glow, putting the letter back with the rest. "All I have left, and I'm not that strong." Far out at sea, she thought she heard bells, and down near Tate Hill Pier, a dog barking. But the fog made a game of sound, and she couldn't be sure she'd heard anything but the surf and her own breathing. Mina lifted the satchel and set it on the bench beside her. Earlier that morning, she'd stood before the looking-glass in her room at the inn, staring into the soft eyes of a young woman, not someone who had seen almost 42 years and the horrors of her 20th. As she had so often done before her own mirrors, she'd looked for the age that should have begun to crease and ruin her face, and found only the faintest crow's feet. Every trace, Mina, if we are ever to be truly free of this terrible damnation. She opened the satchel and laid Jonathan's letter inside, pressed it between the pages of his old diary, then snapped the clasp shut again. Now, she thought, filled suddenly with the old anger, black and acid, I might fling it into the sea, lose these memories here where it started. Instead, she hugged the bag tightly to her and watched the lighthouses as the day began to burn the mist away. Before dusk, the high clouds had stacked themselves out beyond Kettleness, filling the eastern sky with thunderheads, bruised black underbelly, already dumping sheets of rain on a foam-white sea. Before midnight, the storm had reared above Whitby harbor and made landfall. In her narrow room above the kitchen, framed in wood and plaster and faded gingham wallpaper haunted by 100,000 boiled cabbages, Mina dreamed. She was sitting at the small window, shutters thrown back, watching the storm walk the streets, feeling the icy salt spray and rain on her face. Jonathan's gold pocket watch lay open on the writing desk, ticking loud above the crash and boom outside. MacDonald had not brought the watch back from Belgium, and she'd not asked him about it. Quick and palsied fingers of lightning forked above the rooftops and washed the world in an instant of daylight. On the bed behind her, Lucy said something about Churchill and the cold wind and laughed. Chandelier diamond tinkling an asylum snigger between velvet and gossamer and rust-scabbed iron bars. And still laughing, bitch, apostate, Wilhelmina coward. Mina looked down, watching the hands, hour, minute, second, racing themselves around the dial. The fob was twisted and crusted with something dark. Lucy, please. And her voice came from very far away, and it sounded like a child asking to be allowed up past her bedtime. Groan and bedspring creak, linen rustle and a sound wetter than the pounding rain. Lucy Westenra's footsteps moved across the bare floor, heels clocking, ticking off the shortening distance. Mina looked back down, and Drawbridge Road was absurdly crowded with bleeding sheep, soppy wool in the downpour, and the gangling shepherd, a scarecrow blown from the wheat fields west of Whitby, twiggy fingers beneath his burlap sleeve, driving his flock towards the harbor. Lucy was standing very close now, stronger than the rain and the old cabbage stink, anger that smelled like blood and garlic and dust. Mina watched the sheep and the storm. Turn around, Mina. Turn around and look at me and tell me that you even loved Jonathan. Turn around, Mina, and please, Lucy, don't leave me here, and tell me that you even loved. And the sheep were turning, short necks craning up and red little rat eyes, and the scarecrow howled. Lucy's hands were cool silk on Mina's fevered shoulders. Don't leave. Not yet. And Lucy's fingers, hairless spider legs, had crawled around her cheeks, seized her jaw. Something brittle dry, crackling papery against her teeth, forced past her lips. On the street, the sheep were coming apart in the storm, yellowed fleece and fat marbled mutton, a river of crimson sluiced between paving stones. Grinning skulls and polished white ribs, scarecrow turning away, breaking up in the gale. Lucy's fingers pushed the first clove over Mina's tongue, shoved another into her mouth, and she felt the cold steel at her throat. Loved you, Mina. Loved as much as the blood and the night, and even as much as— Mina Harker woke up in the hollow space between lightning and thunderclap. Until dawn, when the storm tapered to gentle drizzle and distant echoes, she sat alone on the edge of the bed, tasting bile, and remembered garlic. January 1922. Mina held the soup to the professor's lips, chicken steam curling in the cold air. Abraham Van Helsing, 87 and so much more dead than alive, tried to accept a little of the thin, piss-yellow broth. Clumsy sip, and the soup spilled from his mouth, dribbled down his chin into his beard. Mina wiped his lips with the stained napkin lying across her lap. He closed his gray-lashed eyes, and she set the bowl aside. Outside, the snow was falling again, and the wind yowled wolf noises around the corners of his old house. She shivered, tried to listen instead to the warm crackle from the fireplace, the professor's labored breath. In a moment he was coughing again, and she was helping him sit up, holding his snot-green handkerchief. "Tonight, Madam Mina, tonight." And he smiled, wan smile, and his words collapsing into another fit, the wet, consumptive rattle. When it passed, she eased him back into the pillows, noticed a little more blood on the ruined handkerchief. Yes, she thought, perhaps. And once she would have tried to assure him that he would live to see spring, and his damned tulips, and another spring after that, but she only wiped the strands of fever-sweaty hair from his forehead, pulled the moth-gnawed quilt back around bony shoulders. Because there was no one else and nothing to keep her in England. She'd made the crossing to Amsterdam the week before Christmas. Quincy had been taken away by the influenza epidemic after the war. Just Mina now, and this daft old bastard. Soon enough, just her. "Shall I read for a bit, Professor?" They were almost halfway through Mr. Conrad's The Arrow of Gold, and she was reaching for the book on the nightstand, saw that she'd set the soup bowl on it, when his hand, dry and hot, closed softly around her wrist. "Madam Mina," and already he was releasing her, his parchment touch withdrawn, and something now in his eyes besides cataracts and the glassy fever flatness. His breath wheezed in, forced itself harshly out. "I am afraid." Barely a rasping whisper slipped into and between the weave of the night. "You should rest now, Professor," she said, wished against anything he might say. "So much a fraud I was, Madam Mina." "Did you ever even love?" "It was my hand that sent her. By my hand." "Please, Professor, let me call for a priest. I cannot—" The glare that flashed behind his eyes, something wild and bitter, vicious humor, made her look away, scissored her fraying resolve. "Ah," and "yes," and something strangled then that might have been laughter. "So I confess my guilt. So I scrub the blood from my hands with that other blood?" The wind banged and clattered at the shuttered windows, looking for a way inside, and for a helpless moment, empty space filled with mantel clock ticking and the wind and his ragged breathing, nothing. Then, "Please, Madam Mina, I am thirsty." She reached for the pitcher, the chipped drinking glass. "Forgive me, sweet Mina." The glass was spotty, and she wiped roughly at its rim with her blue skirt. "Had it been hers to choose," and he coughed again, once, harsh and broken, and Mina wiped at the glass harder. Abraham Van Helsing sighed gently, and she was alone. When she was done, she carefully returned the glass to the table with the crystal pitcher, the unfinished book, the cold soup. When she turned to the bed, Mina caught her reflection in the tall dressing mirror across the room. The woman staring back could easily have passed for a young 30. Only her eyes, hollow, bottomless things, betrayed her. May, 1930. As twilight faded from the narrow Rue de Léon, Mina Murray sipped her glass of Chardonnay and roamed the busy shelves of Shakespeare and Company. The reading would begin soon, some passages from Colette's new novel. Her fingers absently traced the spines of the assembled works of Hemingway and Glenway Westcott and D.H. Lawrence, titles and authors gold or crimson or flatback pressed into cloth. Someone she half recognized from a cafe or party or some other reading passed close, whispered a greeting, and she smiled in response, went back to the books. And then Mademoiselle Beach was asking everyone to find their seats, a few straight-backed chairs scattered among the shelves and bins. Mina found a place close to the door, watched as the others took their time, quietly talking among themselves, laughing at unheard jokes. Most of them she knew by sight, a few by name and casual conversation, one or two by reputation only. Messieurs Pound and Joyce, and Radcliffe Hall in her tailored English suit and sapphire cufflinks. An unruly handful of minor surrealists she recognized from the Rue Jacob bistro, where she often took her evening meals. And at first unnoticed, a tallish young woman, unaccompanied, choosing a chair off to one side. Mina's hands trembled, and she spilled a few drops of the wine on her blouse. The woman sat down, turning her back on Mina. Beneath the yellowish glow of the bookstore's lamps, her long hair blazed red gold. The murmuring pack of surrealists seated themselves in the crooked row directly in front of Mina, and she looked away. Sudden sweat and her mouth dry, dull undercurrent of nausea, and she quickly, clumsily, set her wineglass on the floor. And the name, held so long at bay, spoken in a voice she thought she'd forgotten. Lucy. Mina's heart, a rhythmic drum, raced inside her chest like a frightened child's. Sylvia Beach was speaking again, gently hushing the murmuring crowd, introducing Colette. Measured applause as the writer stepped forward, something sarcastic mumbled by one of the surrealists. Mina closed her eyes tightly, cold and breathing much too fast, sweat-slick fingers gripping the edges of her chair. Someone touched her arm and she jumped, almost cried out, gasped loud enough to draw attention.
Mademoiselle Murray, êtes-vous bien?
She blinked, dazed, recognizing the boy's unshaven face, one of the shop's clerks, unable to negotiate his name.
Oui, je vais bien.
And she tried to smile, blinking back, sucking vertigo and dismay.
Merci, je regrette.
He nodded, doubtful, reluctantly returning to his windowsill behind her. At the front of the gathering, Colette had begun to read, softly relinquishing her words. Mina glanced to where the red-haired woman had sat, expecting to find the chair empty or occupied by someone else entirely, whispering a faithless prayer that she'd merely hallucinated or suffered some trick of light and shadow. The woman had turned slightly in her chair, so that Mina could see her profile, her full lips, familiar cheekbones. The smallest sound, bated moan, from Mina's pale lips, and she saw herself rising, pushing past bodies and through the bookstore's doors, fleeing headlong through the dark Paris streets to her tiny flat on Saint-Germain. Instead, Mina Murray sat perfectly still, watching, in turn, the reader's restless lips and the delicate features of the nameless red-haired woman wearing Lucy Westenra's face. After the reading, as the others milled and mingled, spinning respectful pretensions about Sido and Madame Colette in general, Mina inched towards the door. The crowd seemed to have doubled during the half-hour, and she squeezed, abruptly claustrophobic, between shoulders and cigarette smoke. But 4 or 5 of the Rue Jacob surrealists were planted solidly, typically confrontational, in the shop's doorway, muttering loudly among themselves, the novelist already forgotten in their own banter.
Pardon,
she said, speaking just loudly enough to be heard above their conversation.
Puis-je...
Mina pointed past the men to the door. The one closest, gaunt and unwashed, almost pale enough to pass for albino, turned towards her. Mina remembered his face, its crooked nose, had once seen him spit at a nun outside the Deux Magots. He gave no sign that he intended to let her pass, and she thought that even his eyes looked unclean. Carrion eyes.
Mademoiselle Murray, please, one moment.
Mina matched the man's glare a second longer, and then slowly turned, recognizing Adrienne Monnier, her own shop, the Maison des Amis des Livres, stood dark-windowed tonight, across the street. It was generally acknowledged that Mademoiselle Monnier shared considerable responsibility for the success of Shakespeare and Company.
I have here someone who would very much like to meet you.
And the red-haired woman was standing at her side, sipping dark wine, faint smile in hazel-green eyes.
This is Mademoiselle Carmichael from New York. She says that she is a great admirer of your work, Mina. I was just telling her that you've recently placed another story with the Little Review. Anna Carmichael,
the woman added, eager and silken-voiced, offering Mina her hand. Detached, drifting, Mina watched herself accept it. Anna Carmichael, from New York, not Lucy.
Thank you,
she said, her voice the same dead calm as the sea before a squall. Oh, Christ, no, thank you, Miss Murray. Not Lucy at all, and she noticed how much taller this woman was, her hands more slender, a small mole at the corner of her rouged lips. Then Adrienne Monnier was gone, pulled back into the crowd by a fat woman in an ugly ostrich-plumed hat, leaving Mina alone with Anna Carmichael. Behind her, the divided surrealists argued, threadbare quarrel and wearisome zeal.
I've been reading you since The White Angel of Carfax. And last year, my God, last year I read Canto Babel in Harper's. In America, Miss Murray, they're saying that you're the new Poe, that you make Le Fanu and all those silly Victorians look— Yes, well, she began, uncertain what she meant to say, only meaning to interrupt. The dizziness, sharpening unreality, was rushing back, and Mina leaned against the shelf for support. Miss Murray? And a move, then, as if to catch someone who had stumbled, long fingers alert. Anna Carmichael took a cautious step forward, closing space. Mina, please, just Mina. Are you? Yes. But she was sweating again. Forgive me, Anna. Just a little too much wine on an empty stomach. Then please let me take you to dinner. Lips pursed, Mina bit the tip of her tongue, hard enough to bring a salted hint of blood, and the world began to tilt back, the syrupy blackness at the edges of her vision withdrawing by degrees. Oh, no, I couldn't, she managed. Really, it's not— But the woman was taking her by the arm, crescent moon smile bearing teeth like perfectly spaced pearls, every bit the forceful American. She thought of Quincy Morris and wondered if this woman had ever been to Texas. But I insist, Mina. It'll be an honor, and in return, well, I won't feel so guilty if I talk too much. Together, arm in arm, they elbowed their way through the surrealist blockade, the men choosing to ignore them. Except her gaunt albino, and Mina imagined something passing between him and Anna Carmichael, unspoken, or simply unspeakable. I hate those idiot bastards, Anna whispered as the door jangled shut behind them. She held Mina's hand tightly, squeezing warmth into her clammy palm, and surprising herself, Mina squeezed back. Out on the gaslit Rue de Léon, a warm spring breeze was blowing, and the night air smelled like coming rain. The meal had been good, though Mina had hardly tasted the little she'd eaten. Cold chicken and bread, salad with wild thyme and goat cheese, chewed and swallowed indifferently, and more than her share from a large carafe of some anonymous red Bordeaux. She'd listened to the woman who was not Lucy talk, endless talk of Anna Carmichael's copious ideas on the macabre and of Mina's writing. I actually went to the Carfax estate, she'd said, pausing as if she had expected some particular reaction, just last summer. There's some restoration underway there now, you know. No, Mina answered, sipping her wine, picking apart a strip of white meat with her fork. No, I wasn't aware of that. Finally, the waitress had brought their bill, and Anna had grudgingly allowed Mina to leave the tip. While they'd eaten, the shower had come and gone, leaving the night dank and chilly, unusually quiet. Their heels sounded like passing time on the wet cobblestones. Anna Carmichael had a room in one of the less expensive left bank hotels, but they walked together back to Mina's flat. When Mina woke, it was raining again, and for a few uncounted minutes she lay still, listening, smelling the sweat and incense, hint of rose and lilac in the sheets. Finally, there was only a steady drip, falling perhaps from the leaky gutters of the old building, maybe from the eaves, striking the flagstones in the little garden. She could still smell Anna Carmichael on her skin. Mina closed her eyes and thought about going back to sleep, realized slowly that she was alone in the bed now. The rain was over, and the drip, minute and measured splash of water on water, clockwork cadence, wasn't coming from outside. She opened her eyes and rolled over, into the cold and hollow place made by Anna's absence. The lavatory light was burning. Mina blinked, called her name, called Lucy. Anna? Drip and drip and drip and Anna? And her throat tightened. Whatever peace she'd awakened with leached away by fear and adrenaline. Anna, are you all right? Did you call for Lucy? At first did I? Drip and drip and— The floor was cold against her feet. Mina stepped past the chiffonier, bare wood becoming a time and mildew and foot-dulled mosaic of tile polygons. Some of the tiles were missing, leaving dirty, liver-colored cavities in the design. The big tub chipped enamel, alabaster and black iron showing beneath. Lion's feet claws, molded rictus, grappling for some hold on the slick tiles. Lucy Westenra lay, empty again, in the tub filled almost to overflowing. Each drop of water swelled like an abscess, until its own weight tore it free of the brass faucet and it fell, losing itself in the crimson water.
Her wrists hung limply over the sides, hands open, her head tilted back at a broken angle, and 3 cruel bright smiles, all offered to heaven or Mina. The razor lay, wet and scarlet-glinting blade, on the floor where it had fallen from her hand. And, like the dripping water, Mina stood until the weight pulled her free, and she fell. October 1946. After the war and the ammonia antiseptic rooms, where electrodes bridged the writhing space between her eyes with their deadening quick sizzle, after the long years that she was kept safe from herself and the suicidal world kept safe from her, Mina Murray came back to London. A new city to embrace the mop-water-grey Thames, changed utterly, scarred by the Luftwaffe's firestorms and aged by the 24 years of her absence. 3 days walking the streets now, destruction like a maze for her to solve or discard in frustration, and at Aldermanbury she'd stood before the ruins of St. Mary's and wished, her hands around Van Helsing's neck. Brittle bones to break apart like charred timbers and shattered pews. Is this it, you old bastard? Is this what we saved England for? And the question, recognizing its own intrinsic senselessness, knowing that it did not even make sense, and certainly didn't matter, had hung nowhere, like the blown-out windows framing autumn blue sky, the hallways ending only in rubble. Or her reflection, the woman a year from 70 looking back from a pain that seemed to have somehow escaped destruction, especially for the purpose, this moment, a year from 70, and she almost looked it. The boy sitting on the wall watched the woman get out of the taxi, old woman in black stockings and a black dress with a high collar, eyes hidden behind dark spectacles. He absently released the small brown lizard he'd been tormenting, and it skittered gratefully away into some crack or crevice in the tumble-down masonry. The boy thought the woman looked like a widow, but better to pretend she was a spy for the Jerrys on a clandestine rendezvous, secrets to be exchanged for better secrets. And she walked in short steps that seemed like maybe she was counting off the distance between them. In the cool, bright morning, her shoes clicked. Coded signal click, Morse click. And he thought perhaps he should hide behind the crumbling wall, but then she saw him, paused, and waved hesitantly as the taxi pulled away. Too late. So he waved back, and she was just an old woman again. "Hello," she said, and fishing about then for something in her handbag, a cigarette out, and when he asked, the widow gave him one also, lit it for him with a silver lighter, and turned to stare at the gutted ruins of Carfax, broken, precarious walls braced against inevitable collapse. Noisy larks and sparrows singing to themselves in the blasted trees, and further on, the duck pond glinted in the sun. The woman leaned against the wall and sighed out smoke, tired dragon sigh, and, "They didn't leave much, did they?" she asked him, and, "No, ma'am," he said. "It was one of them doodlebugs last year that got it." And he rocket-whistled for her, descending octaves and a big rumbling boom stuck on the end. The woman nodded and crushed her cigarette out against a raw edge of mortar, ground it back and forth, black ash smear against oatmeal gray, and the butt dropped at her feet. "It's haunted, you know," the boy told her. "Mostly at night, though." And she smiled, nicotine teeth glimpsed past the lipstick bruise, nodded again, unexpected agreement. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I guess that it is, isn't it?" Mina killed the boy well back from the road. The straight razor she'd bought in Cheapside slipped out of her purse while he was digging about for bits of shrapnel to show her. Jagged souvenirs of a pleasant fall afternoon in Purfleet. One gloved hand over his mouth, and the smallest muffled sound of surprise before she drew the blade quick across his throat, and his life sprayed out dark and wet against the flagstones. The first since she'd been back in England, and so she sat with him a while in the chilly shade of a tilted wall, his blood drying to a crust around her mouth. Once, she heard a dog barking excitedly off towards the wreck that had been Jack Seward's asylum such a long time ago. Adrenaline shiver, heart jump, and she'd thought maybe someone was coming, that she'd been discovered. But no one had, and so she sat with the boy and wondered at the winding knot of emptiness still inside her, unchanged, unchangeable. An hour later she'd left the boy beneath a scraggly hedgerow and went to wash her hands and face in the sparkling pool. If there were ghosts at Carfax, they kept their distance. August 1955. The cramped and cluttered office on West Houston, even hotter than usual, Venetian blinds drawn to keep the sun out, and only the soft glow from Audrey Cavanaugh's brass desk lamp, gentle incandescence through the green glass shade, but no matter to the sticky, resolute Manhattan summer. Sweltering anyway, and Mina had to piss again, bladder ache and sweat, and the stale, heavy smell of the expensive English cigarettes the psychoanalyst chain-smoked. The framed and faded photograph of Carl Jung dangled on its hook behind the desk, his gray and knowing eyes on her, wanting inside. "You're looking well today, Wilhelmina," Dr. Cavanaugh said, terse smile, and she lit another cigarette. Great cloud exhaled into the torpid air of the office, settling about her head like a shroud. "Sleeping any better?" "No," which was true. "Not really." The nightmares and the traffic sounds all night outside her Soho apartment, the restless voices from the street that she could never be sure weren't meant for her, and the heat, like a living thing to smother, to hold the world perpetually at the edge of conflagration. "I'm very sorry." And Dr. Cavanaugh was squinting at her through the gauze of smoke, stingy smile already traded for familiar concern. Audrey Cavanaugh never seemed to sweat, always so cool in her mannish suits, her hair in its neat, tight bun. "Did you speak with your friend in London? You said you would." And maybe the psychoanalyst heard the strain in Mina's voice because she sighed, loud, impatient sigh, and tilted her head back, and, "Yes," she said, "I've talked with Dr. Beecher. Yesterday, actually." Mina licked her lips, dry tongue across dry lips, parched skin of dead fruit. Pause. And then Audrey Cavanaugh said, "He was able to find a number of references to attacks on children by a Bloofer lady. Some articles from late in September 1897 in the Westminster Gazette, and a few other papers. A couple of pieces on the wreck at Whitby also. But, Mina, I never said I doubted you. You didn't have to prove anything." "I had the clippings," Mina mumbled around her dry tongue. "I used to have all the clippings." "I always believed you did." More silence then. Street sounds, 10 stories down to fill the void, and then Dr. Cavanaugh putting on her reading glasses, opening her yellow stenographer's pad, pencils scritch across the paper to record the date. "Are they still about Lucy, or is it the asylum again?" And a drop of sweat ran slow down Mina's rouged cheek, pooled at the corner of her mouth, abrupt tang of salt and cosmetics to tease her thirst. She looked away at the dusty, worn rug under her shoes, at the barrister shelves stuffed with medical books and psychological journals, the framed diplomas, and, almost whispering, she said, "I had a dream about the world." "Yes?" And Audrey Cavanaugh sounded a little eager, something new, perhaps, in old Mina Murray's tiresome parade of delusions. "What did you dream about the world, Wilhelmina?" Another drop of sweat dissolving on the tip of Mina's tongue, musky, fleeting taste of herself fading too soon, and, "I dreamed that the world was dead," she said. "That the world ended a long, long time ago. But it doesn't know it's dead, and all that's left of the world is the dream of a ghost." For a few minutes neither of them said anything, just the sound of the psychoanalyst's pencil, and then not even that, and Mina listened to the street, the cars and trucks, the city. The sun made blazing slashes through the metal blinds, and Audrey Cavanaugh struck a match, lit another cigarette. The stink of sulfur made Mina's nose wrinkle. "Do you think that's true, Mina?" And Mina closed her eyes, wanting to be alone with the weary, constant rhythm of her heart, after images like burn scar slashes in the dark behind her vellum eyelids. Too tired for confession or memory today, too uncertain to commit her scattered thoughts to words. She drifted, no intrusion from patient Cavanaugh, and in a few minutes she was asleep. April 1969. After she swallowed the capsules and a mouthful of plastic-flavored water from the blue pitcher on her nightstand, after Brenda Newfield and her white shoes have left the hospital room, Mina sits up. Safety bar wrestled down and her leg swung slowly, painfully, over and off the edge of the bed. She watches her bare feet dangling above the linoleum floor, age spots and skin parchment stretched too tight over kite-frame bones, yellowed toenails. A week ago, after her heart attack and the ambulance from her shitty little apartment, the emergency room and the doctor smiled. "You're a pip, Miss Murray. I have 60-year-old patients who should look half so good." She waits, counting the nurse's footsteps. 12, 13, 14, at the desk by now and her magazines. And Mina sits, staring across the room, her back to the window, cowardice to pass for defiance. If she had a razor, or a kitchen knife, or a few more of Newfield's tranquilizer pills. If she had the courage. Later, when the rain has stopped, and the crepe myrtle has settled down for the night, the nurse comes back and finds her dozing, still perched upright on the edge of her bed like some silly parakeet or geriatric gargoyle. She eases Mina back, dull click as the safety bar locks again, and the nurse mumbles something so low Mina can't make out the words. So she lies very still, instead, lies on starch-stiff sheets and her pillowcase, and listens to the drip and patter from the street outside. Velvet sounds after the storm, enough to smooth the edges off Manhattan for a few hours. The blanket, tucked rough beneath her chin, and taxi wheels on the street, honk of a car horn, a police siren blocks away, and footsteps on the sidewalk below her window, and the soft and unmistakable pad of wolf paws on asphalt. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. W.B. Yeats, The Second Coming. Michael Marshall Smith. Save As. Michael Marshall Smith has had his short stories published in anthologies and magazines on both sides of the Atlantic, including several volumes of The Darklands, Dark Voices, Dark Terrors, the year's best fantasy and horror, and the best new horror series, along with Omni and Interzone. He is a 3-time winner of the British Fantasy Award for Best Short Story, and has been nominated 3 times for the World Fantasy Award. His debut novel, Only Forward, won the August Derleth Fantasy Award in 1995. His second novel, Spares, has been optioned by Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks SKG and translated into 14 languages. The Overlook Connection recently published the book in a special edition with an introduction by Neil Gaiman. His latest novel, One of Us, is being developed as a movie by Denovi Pictures and Warner Brothers. The author is currently working on a number of screenwriting projects, several as a partner in Smith & Jones, a London-based genre production company, as well as his first collection of short fiction. He lives in North London with his wife Paula and 2 Burmilla cats. Save As came into being from the collision of 2 thoughts, recalls Smith. One concerned the way in which we're prepared to put our trust in computers, despite the fact that we struggle with their inadequacies every day. The second was that, actually, when compared to fate, computers are relatively trustworthy. In a perfect world, we would be able to take some of the metaphors of computing and put them to use in our real lives. This is not, however, anything like a perfect world. As soon as I walked out of the hospital, I knew what I was going to do. It was 1 a.m. by then, for what little difference that made. I was on hospital time, crash time, blood time, surprised by how late it was, as if I'd believed that what happened must have taken place in some small pocket of horror outside the real world, where the normal rules of progression and chronology don't apply. Of course it must have taken time, for the men and women in white coats to run the stretcher trolleys down the corridors, shouting for crash teams and saline, to cut through my wife's matted clothes and expose wet ruins where only an hour ago all had been smooth and dry, to gently move my son's head so that its position in relation to his body was the same as it had always been. All of this took time, as did the eventual slow looks up at me, the quiet shakes of the doctors' heads, the forms I had to sign, and the words I had to listen to. Then the walk from the emergency room to the outside world, my shoes tapping softly on the linoleum as I passed rows of people with bandaged fingers. That took the most time of all. The air in the car park was cool and moist, freshened by the rain. I could smell the grass which grew in the darkness beyond the lamp's pools of yellow light, and hear in the distance the sound of wet tires on the freeway. Tires which, I hoped, would retain their grip, safely transport the car's passengers to their homes. Tires which wouldn't fail under a sudden braking to avoid a car which had slewed into their path, hurtling the vehicles together. I suddenly realized that I had no means of getting home. The remains of the Lexus were presumably lying by the side of the road where the accident had taken place, or had been carted off to a wrecker's yard. For a moment, the problem took up the whole of my mind, unnaturally luminescent. And then I realized both that I could presumably call a cab from reception, and that I didn't really care. 2 orderlies walked across the far side of the lot, a faint laugh carrying to me. The smell of smoke in their wake reminded me I was a smoker, and I fumbled a cigarette from the packet in my jacket pocket. The carton was perfectly in shape, the cigarette unbent. One of the very few things Helena and I had ever argued about was my continued inability to resist toying with death in the form of tubes of rolled tobacco. Her arguments were never those of the zealot, just measured and reasonable. She loved me, and Jack loved me, and she didn't want the 2 of them to be left alone. The fact that the crash which had crushed her skull had left my cancer sticks entirely unmolested was a joke which she would have liked and laughed at hard. For a moment I hesitated. I couldn't decide whether Helena's death meant I should smoke the cigarette or not. Then I lit it and walked back to reception. If I was going to go through with it, I didn't have much time. The cab dropped me at the corner of Montague and 31st. I overtipped the driver, who'd had to put up with a sudden crying jag which left me feeling cold and embarrassed, and watched the car swish away down the deserted street. The crossroads was bleak and exposed. An empty used car lot and burnt-out gas station taking 2 corners, run-down buildings of untellable purpose squatting kitty corner on the others. It couldn't have been more different from the place where I'd originally gone to visit the Same Again Corporation, an altogether more gleaming street in the heart of the business district. I guessed space was cheaper out here, and maybe they needed a lot of it, though I couldn't really understand why. Data storage is pretty compact these days. Whatever. The card I'd kept in my wallet was adamant that I should go to the address on Montague in case of emergency, and so I walked quickly down towards 1176. I saw from across the street that a light was on behind the frosted glass of the door, and picked up the pace with relief. It was open, just as the card said it would be. As I crossed the street, a man came out of Same Again's front door, holding a very wet towel. He twisted the towel round on itself, squeezing as much of the water out of it as he could. It joined the rain already on the sidewalk, and disappeared. When he saw where I was heading, he suddenly looked up. "Help you?" he asked, warily. I showed him the card. An unreadable expression crossed his face. "Go inside," he said. "Be right with you." The reception area was small but smart, and very quiet. I waited at the desk for a few moments, while the man finished whatever the hell he was doing. Then I noticed a soft dripping sound. A patch of carpet near one of the walls was damp, and there was a similar spot on the ceiling. I turned to find the man reaching out a hand to me. "Sorry about that," he said, but didn't offer any more explanation. "Okay, can I have that card?" He took it and went behind the desk, tapped my customer number into the terminal there. "My name's—" I said, but he held up his hand. "Don't tell me," he said quickly. "Not a thing. I assume something pretty major has happened." He looked at my face for a moment, and decided he didn't have to wait for an answer. "So it's very important that I know as little as possible. How many people have already been involved?" "Involved?" "Are aware of whatever event it is that has brought you here?" "I don't know." I didn't know who counted. The doctors and nurses, presumably, and the people who'd loaded up the ambulance. They'd seen the faces. Others knew something had happened, in that they'd driven past the mess on the freeway, or walked past me as I stood in the parking lot of the hospital. But maybe they didn't count, because they had no knowledge of who had been involved in what. Maybe 10, 12? The man nodded briskly. "That's fine. Okay. I've processed the order. Go through that door and a technician will take you from there. May I just remind you of the terms of the contract you entered into with Same Again, most specifically that you are legally bound not to reveal to anyone either that you are a subscriber to our service or that you have made use of it on this or any other occasion. Fine, I said. It was illegal. We both knew that, and I was the last person who wanted any trouble. The door led me into a cavernous dark area, where a young woman in a green lab coat waited for me. Without looking directly at my face, she indicated that I should follow her. At the end of the room was a chair, and I sat in it and waited quietly while she applied conductant gel to my temples and attached the wires. When she was finished, she asked if I was comfortable. I turned my head towards her, clamping my lips tightly together. My teeth were chattering inside my head, the muscles of my jaw and neck spasming. I could barely see her through a haze of grief I knew I could not bear. In the end, I nodded. She loaded up a hypo and injected something into the vein on the back of my hand. I started counting backwards from 20, but made it no further than 9. I got home about 4 o'clock that afternoon. After I'd locked the Lexus, I stood in the driveway for a moment, savoring a breeze which softened the heat like a ceiling fan in a noisy bar. The weathermen kept saying summer was going to burst soon, but they were evidently as full of shit as their genus had always been. Chaos theory may have grooved a lot of people's lives, but the guys who stood in front of maps for a living were obviously still at the stage of consulting entrails. It hadn't rained for weeks, and didn't look like it was going to start any time soon. And that was good, because in the evening we had a bunch of friends coming round for a cookout in the backyard. I let myself into the house and went straight through into the kitchen. Helena was standing at the table, basting chicken legs, half an eye on an old Tom Hanks film playing on the set in the corner. I noticed with approval that it was an old print, one which hadn't been parallaxed. "Good movie," I said. "Would be," she replied, "if you could see what the hell was going on." I'm against the enhancing of classics. Helena takes the opposite view, as is her wont. We'd had the discussion about 100 times, and as neither of us really cared, we only put ourselves through it for fun. I kissed her on the nose and dunked a stick of celery in the barbecue sauce. "Dad!" yelped a voice, and I turned in time to catch Jack as he leapt up at me. He looked like he'd been dragged through a hedge sideways by someone who was an intentionally acknowledged expert in the art of interfacing humans and hedges to maximum untidying effect. I raised an eyebrow at Helena, who shrugged. "How many pairs of hands do you see?" she asked. I set Jack down, endured him boxing my kneecaps for a while, and then sent him upstairs for a bath, promising I'd come up and talk to him. I knew what he really wanted was to rehearse yet again the names of the kids who'd be coming tonight. He's a sociable kid, much more than I was at his age, but I think I was looking forward to the evening as much as him. The secret of good social events is to only invite the people you like having in your life, not the ones you merely tolerate. Tonight we had my boss, who was actually my best friend, and his wife, a couple of Helena's old girlfriends, who were as good a time as anyone could handle, and another old colleague of mine over from England with his family. I hung with Helena in the kitchen for a while, until she tired of me nibbling samples of everything she'd painstakingly arranged on serving plates. She was too tall to box my kneecaps, and so bit me on the neck instead, a bite which turned into a kiss, and became in danger of throwing her cooking schedule out of whack. She shooed me out, and I left her to it, and went through into the study. There were screeds of email to be sent before I could consign the day to history and settle down into the evening and weekend, but most of it was already written, and the rest didn't take long. As my software punted them out, I rested my chin on my hands and gazed out onto the yard. A trestle table was already set up, stacks of paper plates at the ready. The old cable spool we used as a table when it was just family had been rolled over by the tree, and bottles of red wine were open and breathing in the air. Beer would be frosting in the fridge, and the fixings for Becky and Janny's drink of choice, mint juleps for Christ's sake, ready and waiting in the kitchen. I could hear Helena viciously chopping some errant vegetable in the kitchen, and Jack hollering in the bath upstairs. For a moment I felt perfectly at peace. I was 36, had a wife I'd die for, and a happy, intelligent kid, a job I actually enjoyed, and more money than we needed, and a house that looked and felt like an advert for the American way. So what if it was schmaltzy? It was what I wanted. After my 20s, a frenetic nightmare of bad relationships and shitty jobs, and my early 30s, when no one around me seemed to be able to talk about anything other than houses, marriage, or children, My life had finally found its mark. The good things were in place, but with enough perspective to let me exist in the outside world too. I was a lucky guy, and not too stupid to realize it. The machine told me it had accomplished its task, and that I had new mail. I scanned the sender addresses, one from my sister in Europe, and a spam about outstanding business opportunities, $, $. I was mildly surprised to see that there was also one from my own email address, entitled, Read This, but not very. As part of my constant battle to design a kill file, which would weed out email invitations to business opportunities of any kind, regardless of the number of suffixed $, I was often sending test messages to myself. Evidently, the new version of the kill file wasn't cutting it. I could tool around with it a little more on Sunday afternoon, maybe aided by a glass of JD. Right now it hardly seemed important. I told the computer to have a nap and went upstairs to confront the dripping chaos that our bathroom would be. John and Julia arrived first, as usual. They were always invited on a turn-up-when-you-feel-like-it basis. Helena was only just out of the shower, so Julia went up to chat with her. Meanwhile, John and I stood in the kitchen with bottles of beer and chewed a variety of rags, him nibbling on Helena's cooking, me trying to rearrange things so she wouldn't notice. We moved out into the yard when Becky and Janny arrived, and I started the Weber up, supervising the coals with foremanship from Helena at the table. I'd strung a couple of extension speakers out the door from the stereo in the living room, and one of Helena's compilation mini-discs played quietly in the background. Something old, something new, something funky, and something blue. Jack sat neatly on a chair at the end of the trestle in his new pants and checked shirt, sipping at a Diet Coke and waiting for the real fun to begin. Becky chatted with him in the meantime, while Jenny reran horror stories of her last relationship. She's working on being the Fran Lebowitz of her generation, and getting there real fast. When everyone around the table erupted as she got to the end of yet another example of why her ex-boyfriend had not been fit to walk the earth, Helena caught my eye and smiled. I knew what she meant. There but for the grace of God, she was thinking, could have gone you or I. Being funny is cool. Being happy is better. I left the coals to themselves for a bit, and went and stood behind Helena with my hand on her shoulder. But then the doorbell went, and she jumped up to let Howard and Carol in. Jack stood uncertainly, waiting for them to come through into the garden. Their two kids, whose names I could never remember, walked out behind them. There was a moment of quiet mutual appraisal, and then all three ran off towards the tree to play some game or other. They'd only ever met once before, on a trip we took to England, but obviously whatever they'd got up to then was still good for another day. As the evening began to darken, and the adults sat around the table and drank and ate, I could hear always in the background one of my favorite sounds of all, the sound of Jack laughing. And smell Helena's barbecue sauce, wafting over from the grill, and feel Helena's leg, her thigh warm against my leg, her ankle hooked behind mine. At 10 I came out of the house, clutching more beers, and realized two things. The first was that I was kind of drunk. Negotiating the step down from the kitchen was a little more difficult than it should have been, and the raucous figures around the trestle table looked less than clear. I shook my head, trying to get it back together. I didn't want to appear inebriated in front of my son. Not that he was on hand to watch. The kids were still tirelessly cavorting off in the darkness of the far end of the yard. The second thing I noticed was less tangible, something to do with atmosphere. While I'd been in the kitchen, it had changed. People were still laughing, and laughing hard, but they'd moved round, were sitting in different positions at the table. I guess I'd been in the kitchen longer than I thought. Becky and Jan were huddled at one end of the table, and I perched myself on a chair nearby. But they were talking seriously about something, and didn't seem to want to involve me. There was another burst of laughter from the other end, and I looked blearily towards it. There was something harsh in the sound. Helena and Carol were leaned in tight together, their faces red and shiny. Howard was chortling with John and Julia. It was good to see them getting on together, but I hadn't realized they were also chummy. Howard had only been with the firm for a year before upping stakes and going with Carol back to her own country. John and I had been friends for 20 years. Still, I guess it showed the evening was going well. Then I saw something I couldn't understand. Helena's hand, reaching out and taking a cigarette from the packet lying on the table. I frowned vaguely, knowing something wasn't right, but she stuck the cigarette in her mouth and lit it with her lighter. Then I remembered that she'd started a few months before, finally dragged into my habit. I felt guilty, wishing I'd been able to stop before she started. Too late now, I suppose. I reached for the bottle of beer I'd perched on the end of the table and missed. Well, not quite missed. I made enough contact to knock it off the table. Jenny rolled her eyes and started to lean down for it, but I beat her to it. "It's okay. I'm not that drunk," I said, slightly stiffly. This wasn't true, of course, because it took me rather longer than it should to find the bottle. In the end, I had to completely lean over and look for where it had gone. This gave me a view of all the legs under the table, which was kind of neat, and I remained like that for a moment. Lots of shins, all standing together. Some more together than others, I realized. Helena's foot was resting against John's. I straightened up abruptly, cracking my head on the end of the table. Conversation around the table stopped, and I found myself with 7 pairs of eyes looking at me. "Sorry," I said, and went back into the kitchen to get another beer. A couple later, really pretty drunk by then. Didn't want to sit back down at the table, felt like walking around a bit. Besides, Janny and Becky were still in conference, Janny looking odd. Howard and Carol and Julia talking about something else. I didn't feel like butting in. Headed off towards the tree, thinking I'd see what the kids were up to. Maybe they'd play with me for a while. Better make an effort to talk properly. Didn't want Jack to see Daddy zonked. Usually it's okay, as my voice stays pretty straight unless I'm completely loaded, and as I couldn't score any coke that afternoon, that wasn't the case. Coke? What the fuck was I talking about? I ground to a halt then, suddenly confused. I didn't take coke, never had. Well, once, a few years back. It had been fun, but not worth the money, and an obvious slippery slope. Too easy to take until it was all gone, and then just buy some more. Plus, Helena would have gone ballistic. She didn't even like me smoking, for God's sake. Then I remembered her taking a cigarette earlier and felt cold. She hadn't started smoking. That was nonsense. So why did I think she had? I started moving again, not because I felt I'd solved anything, but because I heard a sound. It wasn't laughing. It was more like quiet tears. At the far end of the yard, I found Jack's camp, a little clearing which huddled up against the wisteria that clung to the fence. I pushed through the bushes, swearing quietly. Jack was sitting in the middle, tears rolling down his moon-like face. His check shirt was covered in dirt, the leg of his pants torn. Howard's kids were standing around him, giggling and pointing. As I lumbered towards them, the little girl hurled another clump of earth at Jack. It struck him in the face, just above the eye. For a moment, I was totally unable to move, and then I lunged forward and grabbed her arm. "Piss off, you little bastards!" I hissed, yanking them away from my son. They stared up at me, faces full of some thought I couldn't read. Then the little boy pulled his arm free, and his sister did the same. They ran off laughing towards the house. I turned again to Jack, who was staring at the fence. "Come on, big guy," I said, bending down to take him in my arms. "What was that all about?" His face slowly turned to mine, and my heart sank at what was always there to see. The slight glaze in the eyes, the slackness at one corner of his mouth. "Dad, he said, "they dirt me." I fell down onto my knees beside him, wrapping my arms around his thin shoulders. I held him tight, but as always sensed his eyes looking over my shoulder, gazing off into the middle distance at something no one else could see. Eventually, I let go of him and rocked to my feet again, hand held down towards him. He took it and struggled to his feet. I led him out of the bushes and into the yard. As we came close to the tree, I saw Helena and John were approaching out the darkness. I sensed some kind of rearrangement taking place as they saw us, but couldn't work out what it might have been. "Oh, shit. What's happened now?" Helena said, reading Jack's state instantly and stepping towards us. John hung back in the deep shadows. I couldn't answer her, partly just because I was drunk. I'd obviously overcompensated for my dealer's coke famine by drinking way more than usual, but mainly because there was something wrong with her face. Not her face, which was as beautiful as ever. Her lipstick. It was smudged all round her face.
Christ, you're useless, she snapped, and grabbed Jack's hand. I didn't watch as she hauled him back towards the house. Instead, I stared into the darkness under the tree, where a faint glow showed John was lighting a cigarette. "Having a good evening?" I asked. "Oh, yeah," he said, laughing quietly. "You guys always throw such great parties." We walked back to the trestle table, neither of us saying anything. I sat down next to the girls, glanced across at Becky. She looked a lot worse than the last time we'd seen her. The chemo obviously wasn't working. "How are you feeling?" I asked. She looked up at me, smiled tightly. "Fine, just fine," she said. She didn't want my sympathy, and never had since the afternoon I had called round at her place, looking for some company. Behind me I heard John getting up and going through into the kitchen. I'd never liked Julia, nor she me, and so it would be no comfort to look round and see her eyes following her husband into the house, where Helena would already have dispatched Jack up to bed with a slap on the behind, and would maybe be standing at the sink, washing something that didn't need washing. Instead, I watched Howard and Carol talking together. They at least looked happy. I stood at the front door, as the last set of tail lights turned into the road and faded away. Helena stood behind me. When I turned to take her hand, she smiled meaninglessly, her face hard and distant, and walked away. I lumbered into my study to turn the computer off. Instead, I found myself waking it from sleep, and clicked into my mail program. I read the letter from my sister, who seemed to be doing fine. She was redecorating her new house with her new boyfriend. I nodded to myself. It was good that things were finally going her way. I turned out a sound behind me to find Helena standing there. She plonked a cup of coffee down on the desk beside me. "There you go, Mr. Man," she said, and I smiled up at her. I didn't need the coffee, because I hadn't drunk very much. Sitting close to Helena all evening was still all the intoxication I needed, but it would be nice anyway. "Good evening?" she asked, running her fingers across the back of my neck. "Good evening," I said, looping my arm around her waist. "Well, don't stay down here too long," she winked, "because we could make it even better." After she'd gone, I applied myself to the screen, but before I could start writing a reply to my little sis, I heard Helena's voice again. This time it was hard, and came as usual from outside the study. "Put your fucking son to bed," she said. "I can't deal with him tonight." I turned, but she was already gone. I sat with my head in my hands for a little while, then reached out for the coffee. It wasn't there. Then something on the screen caught my eye, something I'd dismissed earlier. "Read this," it said. As much to avoid going upstairs as anything, I double-clicked on the mail icon. A long text message burped up onto the screen, and I frowned. My kill file tests usually only ran a couple of lines. Blinking against the drunkenness slopping through my head, I tried to focus on the first sentence. I managed to read it in the end, and then the next, and as I read all the way through, I felt as if my chair was sinking, dropping lower and lower into the ground. The message was from me. It was about same again. And finally I remembered. Before I'd come home that afternoon, I'd driven over to their offices in the business district. It was the second time I'd been. The first when I signed up for the service and had a preliminary backup done a year before. When I'd got up that morning, awakened by Jack's cheerful chatter and feeling the warmth of Helena's buttocks against mine under the sheets, I'd suddenly realized that if there were any day on which to make a backup of my life, today was surely that day. I'd sat in the chair, and they'd done their thing, archiving the current state of affairs into a data file, a file which, as their blurb promised, I could access at any time life had gone wrong and I needed to return to the saved version. I heard a noise out in the hallway, the sound of a small person bumping into a piece of furniture. Jack. In a minute I should go out and help him, put him to bed, maybe read to him a little, see if I could get a few more words into his head. If not, just hold him a while, as he slipped off into a sleep furnished with a vagueness I could never understand. All it takes is one little sequence of DNA out of place, one infinitesimal chemical reaction going wrong. That's all the difference there is between the child he was and could have been. Becky would understand that. One of her cells had misbehaved too, like a 1 or a 0 out of place in some computer program.
Wet towels, heavy rain, a leaking ceiling. Suddenly I remembered going to a dark office on Montague in the wet small hours of some future morning. The strange way the man with the towel had reacted when I said I needed to do a restore from a backup they held there. And I knew what had happened. There'd been an accident. Or there was going to be. The same rain that would total the car, which for the moment still sat out on the drive, was going to corrupt the data I'd spent so much money to save. At the bottom of the mail message was a number. I called it. Samigan's 24-hour switchboard was unobtainable. I listened to a recorded voice for a while, and then replaced the handset. Maybe they'd gone out of business. Backing up was, after all, illegal. Too easy for criminals to leap backwards before their mistakes, for politicians to run experiments. Wide-scale it would have caused chaos. So long as not many people knew, you could get away with it. The disturbance was undetectable. But now I knew, and this disturbance was far too great. I could feel, like a heavy weight, the aura of the woman lying in the bed above my head. Could predict the firmness with which her back would be turned towards me, the way John and I would dance around each other at work the next day, and the endless drudgery of the phone calls required to score enough coke to make it all go away for a while.
"Hi, Dad. You still up?"
Jack stood in the doorway. He'd taken 3 apples from the kitchen and was attempting to juggle them. He couldn't quite do it yet, but I thought it wouldn't be too long now. Perhaps I would learn then, and we could do that stuff where you swap balls with one another. That might be kind of cool. "Yep," I said, "but not for much longer. How about you go up, get your teeth brushed, and then I'll read you a story." But he'd corrupted again by then, and the apples fell one by one, to bruise on the hardwood floor. His eyes stared, slightly out of kilter, at my dusty bookcase, his fingers struggling at a button on his shirt. I reached forward and wiped away the thin dribble of saliva that ran from the bad corner of his mouth. "Come on, little guy," I said, and hoisted him up. As I carried him upstairs into the darkness, his head lolling against my shoulder, I wondered how much had changed, whether in 9 months the crash would still come as we drove back from a happy evening in Gainesville. And I wondered, if it did, whether I would do anything to avoid it, or if I would steer the car even harder this time. Kim Newman. Coppola's Dracula. Kim Newman's short fiction is collected in The Original Dr. Shade and Other Stories and Famous Monsters, while his novels include The Nightmare, Bad Dreams, Jago, The Quorum, Back in the USSA with Eugene Byrne, and Life's Lottery. Also, under his Jack Yovel pseudonym, there are a string of gaming novels: Drachenfels, Demon Download, Crocodile Tears, Comeback Tour, Beasts in Velvet, Genevieve Undead, and Route 666, plus Orgy of the Blood Parasites. His epic historical vampire novel, Anno Dracula, has won the Dracula Society's Children of the Night Award, the British Science Fiction Award, the Fiction Award of the Lord Ruthven Assembly, and the International Horror Critics Guild Award. He has followed it up with the sequels The Bloody Red Baron, which takes place during the First World War, and Dracula Cha-Cha-Cha, set in Rome in 1959. A 4th book in the sequence is planned, Johnny Alucard, which will use the following Bram Stoker Award-nominated novella as a starting point. It's pretty obvious that the premise of this story is what it would have been like if Francis Ford Coppola had made Dracula as one of his good films, explains the author. Originally, I was going to write it as a parodic skit consisting of the film itself, but it became more substantial as I thought of the process of the making of Apocalypse Now. Of course, I owe a debt to Eleanor Coppola's book, notes, and George Hickenlooper's documentary, Hearts of Darkness, A Filmmaker's Apocalypse. Having considered what Coppola might have made of Dracula, I'm struck with the thought of the other filmmakers who at various times promised but didn't deliver versions of the story: Orson Welles, Ingmar Bergman, Ken Russell, or by those who made Draculas that don't quite fit their filmographies. What if John Badham's Dracula had been the Saturday Night Fever follow-up, with John Travolta as a disco Dracula? A tree line at dusk. Tall, straight Carpathian pines. The red of sunset bleeds into the dark of night. Great flapping sounds. Huge, dark shapes flit languidly between the trees, sinister, dangerous. A vast batwing brushes the treetops. Jim Morrison's voice wails in despair. People are strange. Fire blossoms, blue flame, pure as candlelight. Black trees are consumed. Fade to a face, hanging upside down in the roiling fire. Harker's voice. Walekia. Shit. Jonathan Harker, a solicitor's clerk, lies uneasy on his bed, upstairs in the inn at Bistritz, waiting. His eyes are empty. With great effort, he gets up and goes to the full-length mirror. He avoids his own gaze and takes a swig from a squat bottle of plum brandy. He wears only long drawers. Bite marks, almost healed, scab his shoulders. His arms and chest are sinewy, but his belly is white and soft. He staggers into a program of isometric exercises, vigorously Christian, ineptly executed. Harker's voice. I could only think of the forests, the mountains. The inn was just a waiting room. Whenever I was in the forests, I could only think of home, of Exeter. Whenever I was home, I could only think of getting back to the mountains. The blind crucifix above the mirror, hung with cloves of garlic, looks down on Harker. He misses his footing and falls on the bed, then gets up, reaches and takes down the garlic. He bites into a clove as if it were an apple and washes the pulp down with more brandy. Harker's voice. All the time I stayed here in the inn, waiting for a commission. I was growing older, losing precious life. And all the time the Count sat on top of his mountain, leeching off the land, he grew younger, thirstier. Harker scoops a locket from a bedside table and opens it to look at a portrait of his wife, Mina. Without malice or curiosity, he dangles the cameo in a candle flame. The face browns, the silver setting blackens. Harker's voice. I was waiting for the call from Seward. Eventually, it came. There is a knock on the door. It's all right for you, Catherine Reed. Francis whined as he picked over the unappetizing craft services table. You're dead. You don't have to eat this shit. Kate showed teeth, hissing a little. She knew that despite her Coke bottle glasses and freckles, she could look unnervingly feral when she smiled. Francis didn't shrink. Deep down, the director thought of her as a special effect, not a real vampire. In the makeshift canteen, deep in the production bunker, the Americans wittered nostalgia about McDonald's. The Brits, the warm ones anyway, rhapsodized about Pinewood breakfasts of kippers and fried bread. Romanian location catering was not what they were used to. Francis finally found an apple less than half brown and took it away. His weight had dropped visibly since their first meeting, months ago in pre-production. Since he had come to Eastern Europe, the insurance doctor diagnosed him as suffering from malnutrition and put him on vitamin shots. Dracula was running true to form, sucking him dry. A production this size was like a swarm of vampire bats, some large, many tiny, battening tenaciously onto the host, making insistent, never-ending demands. Kate had watched Francis, bespectacled, bearded, and hyperactive, lose substance under the draining siege, as he made and justified decisions, yielded the visions to be translated to celluloid, rewrote the script to suit locations or new casting. How could one man throw out so many ideas, only a fraction of which would be acted on? In his position, Kate's mind would bleed empty in a week. A big-budget film shot in a backward country was an insane proposition, like taking a touring three-ring circus into a war zone. Who will survive, she thought, and what will be left of them? The craft table for vampires was as poorly stocked as the one for the warm. Unhealthy rats in chicken wire cages. Kate watched one of the floor effects men, a newborn with a padded waistcoat and a tool belt, select a writhing specimen and bite off its head. He spat it on the concrete floor, face stretched into a mask of disgust. Ringworm, he snarled. The commie gits are trying to kill us off with diseased vermin. I could murder a bacon sarnie, the effects man's mate sighed. I could murder a Romanian caterer, said the newborn. Kate decided to go thirsty. There were enough Yanks around to make coming by human blood in this traditionally superstitious backwater not a problem. 90 years after Dracula spread vampirism to the Western world, America was still sparsely populated by the blood-drinking undead. For a lot of Americans, Being bled by a genuine old-world creature of the night was something of a thrill. That would wear off. Outside the bunker, in a shrinking patch of natural sunlight between a stand of real pines and the skeletons of fake trees, Francis shouted at Harvey Keitel. The actor, cast as Jonathan Harker, was stoic, inexpressive, grumpy. He refused to be drawn into argument, invariably driving Francis to shrieking hysteria. "I'm not Martin fucking Scorsese, man," he screamed. "I'm not going to slather on some lousy voiceover to compensate for what you're not giving me. Without Harker, I don't have a picture." Keitel made fists, but his body language was casual. Francis had been riding his star hard all week. Scuttlebutt was that he had wanted Pacino or McQueen, but neither wanted to spend 3 months behind the Iron Curtain. Kate could understand that. This featureless World War II bunker, turned over to the production as a command center, stood in ancient mountains, dwarfed by the tall trees. As an outpost of civilization in a savage land, it was ugly and ineffective. When approached to act as a technical advisor to Coppola's Dracula, she had thought it might be interesting to see where it all started. The changes, the terror, the transformation. No one seriously believed vampirism began here, but it was where Dracula came from. This land had nurtured him through centuries before he decided to spread his wings and extend his bloodline around the world. 3 months had already been revised as 6 months. This production didn't have a schedule, it had a sentence. A few were already demanding parole. Some vampires felt Transylvania should be the undead Israel, a new state carved out of the much redrawn map of Central Europe, a geographical and political homeland. As soon as it grew from an inkling to a notion, Nicolae Ceausescu vigorously vetoed the proposition. Holding up in one hand a silver-edged sickle, an iron-headed hammer, and a sharpened oak spar, the premier reminded the world that, "In Romania, we know how to treat leeches. A stake through the hearts and off with their filthy heads." But the Transylvania movement, back to the forests, back to the mountains, gathered momentum. Some elders, after 90 years of the chaos of the larger world, wished to withdraw to their former legendary status. Many of Kate's generation, turned in the 1880s, Victorians stranded in this mechanistic century, were sympathetic. "You're the Irish vampire lady," Harrison Ford, flown in for 2 days to play Dr. Seward as a favor, had said. "Where's your castle?" "I have a flat in Clerkenwell," she admitted. "Over and off license." In the promised Transylvania, all elders would have castles, fiefdoms, slaves, human cattle. Everyone would wear evening dress. All vampires would have treasures of ancient gold, like leprechauns. There would be a silk-lined coffin in every crypt, and every night would be a full moon. Unlife eternal and luxury without end, bottomless wells of blood and Paris label shrouds. Kate thought the movement lunatic. Never mind cooked breakfasts and, the other crew complaint, proper toilet paper. This was an intellectual desert, a country without conversation, without, and she recognized the irony, life. She understood Dracula had left Transylvania in the first place, not merely because he, the great dark sponge, had sucked it dry, but because even he was bored with ruling over gypsies, wolves, and mountain streams. That did not prevent the elders of the Transylvania movement from claiming the Count as their inspiration and using his seal as their symbol. An Arthurian whisper had it that once vampires returned to Transylvania, Dracula would rise again to assume his rightful throne as their ruler. Dracula meant so much to so many. She wondered if there was anything left inside so many meanings, anything concrete and inarguable and true. Or was he now just a phantom, a slave to anyone who cared to invoke his name? So many causes and crusades and rebellions and atrocities. One man, one monster, could never have kept track of them all, could never have encompassed so much mutually exclusive argument. There was the Dracula of the histories, the Dracula of Stoker's book, the Dracula of this film, the Dracula of the Transylvania movement. Dracula the vampire and the idea was vast, but not so vast that he could cast his cloak of protection around all who claimed to be his followers. Out here in the mountains, where the Count had passed centuries in petty predation, Kate understood that he must in himself have felt tiny, a lizard crawling down a rock. Nature was overwhelming. At night, the stars were laser points in the deep velvet black of the sky. She could hear, taste, and smell 1,000 flora and fauna. If ever there was a call of the wild, this forest exerted it. But there was nothing she considered intelligent life. She tied tight under her chin the yellow scarf, shot through with golden traceries, she had bought at Biba in 1969. It was a flimsy, delicate thing, but to her it meant civilization, a colored moment of frivolity in a life too often preoccupied with monochrome momentousness. Francis jumped up and down and threw script pages to the winds. His arms flapped like wings. Clouds of profanity enveloped the uncaring Keitel. "Don't you realize I've put up my own fucking money for this fucking picture?" he shouted, not just at Keitel, but at the whole company. "I could lose my house, my vineyard, everything. I can't afford a fucking honorable failure. This has abso-goddamn-lutely got to outgrow Jaws, or I'm personally impaled up the ass with a sharpened telegraph pole." Effectsmen sat slumped against the exterior wall of the bunker. There were few chairs on location, and watched their director rail at the heavens, demanding of God answers that were not forthcoming. Script pages swirled upwards in a spiral, spreading out in a cloud, whipping against the upper trunks of the trees, soaring out over the valley. "He was worse on Godfather," one said. Servants usher Harker into a well-appointed drawing room. A table is set with an informal feast of bread, cheese, and meat. Dr. Jack Seward, in a white coat with a stethoscope hung around his neck, warmly shakes Harker's hand and leads him to the table. Quincy P. Morris sits to one side, tossing and catching a spade-sized Bowie knife. Lord Godalming, well-dressed, napkin tucked into his starched collar, sits at the table, forking down a double helping of paprika chicken. Harker's eyes meet Godalming's. The nobleman looks away. Seward. "Harker, help yourself to the fare, John. It's uncommonly decent for foreign muck." Harker. "Thank you, no. I took repast at the inn." Seward. "How is the inn? Natives bothering you? Superstitious babushkas, what?" Harker. "I am well in myself." Seward. "Splendid. The vampire, Countess Maria Dullingen of Graz. In 1883, you cut off her head and drove a hawthorn stake through her heart, destroying her utterly." Harker. "I'm not disposed just now to discuss such affairs." Morris. "Come on, Johnny boy. You have a commendation from the church, a papal decoration. The frothing she-bitch is dead at last. Take the credit." Harker. "I have no direct knowledge of the individual you mention, and if I did, I reiterate that I would not be disposed to discuss such affairs." Seward and Morris exchange a look as Harker stands impassive. They know they have the right man. Godalming, obviously in command, nods. Seward clears plates of cold meat from a strongbox that stands on the table. Godalming hands the doctor a key, with which he opens the box. He takes out a woodcut and hands it over to Harker. The picture is of a knife-nosed medieval warrior prince. Seward. "That's Vlad Tepes, called the Impaler. A good Christian, defender of the faith. Killed 1,000,000 Turks. Son of the dragon, they called him. Dracula." Harker is impressed. Morris. "Prince Vlad had Orthodox church decorations out the ass. Could have made metropolitan, but he converted, went over to Rome, turned candle." Harker. "Candle." Seward. "Roman Catholic." Harker looks again at the woodcut. In a certain light, it resembles the young Marlon Brando. Seward walks to a side table, where an antique dictaphone is set up. He fits a wax cylinder and adjusts the needle horn. Seward. "This is Dracula's voice. It's been authenticated." Seward cranks the dictaphone. Dracula's voice. "Children of the night, listen to them. What music they make." There is a strange distortion in the recording. Harker. "What's that noise in the background?" Seward. "Wolves, my boy. Dire wolves, to be precise." Dracula's voice. "To die, to be really dead, that must be glorious." Morris. "Vlad's well beyond Rome now. He's up there in his impenetrable castle, continuing the crusade on his own. He's got this army of Sekaya gypsies, fanatically loyal fucks. They follow his orders, no matter how atrocious, no matter how appalling.
You know the score, John. Dead babies, drained cattle, defenestrated peasants, impaled grandmothers. He's goddamned undead, a fucking monster boy. Harker is shocked. He looks again at the woodcut. Seward. The firm would like you to proceed up into the mountains, beyond the Borgo Pass. Harker. But that's Transylvania. We're not supposed to be in Transylvania. Godalming looks to the heavens, but continues eating. Seward. Beyond the Borgo Pass, to Castle Dracula. There you are to ingratiate yourself by whatever means come to hand into Dracula's coterie. Then you are to disperse the Count's household. Harker. Disperse. Godalming puts down his knife and fork. Godalming. Disperse with ultimate devotion. What can I say? We made a mistake, Francis said, shrugging nervously, trying to seem confident. He had shaved off his beard, superstitiously hoping that would attract more attention than his announcement. I think this is the courageous thing to do. Shut down and recast, rather than continue with a frankly unsatisfactory situation. Kate did not usually cover showbiz, but the specialist press, Variety, Screen International, Positif, were dumbstruck enough to convince her it was not standard procedure to fire one's leading man after 2 weeks' work, scrap the footage, and get someone else. When Keitel was sent home, the whole carnival ground to a halt, and everyone had to sit around while Francis flew back to the States to find a new star. Someone asked how far over budget Dracula was, and Francis smiled and waffled about budgets being provisional. No one ever asked how much the Sistine Chapel cost, he said, waving a chubby hand. Kate would have bet that while Michelangelo was on his back with the brushes, Pope Julius II never stopped asking how much it cost and when it would be finished. During the break and shooting, money was spiraling down a drain. Fred Roos, the co-producer, had explained to her just how expensive it was to keep a whole company standing by. It was almost more costly than having them work. Next to Francis at the impromptu press conference in the Bucharest Town Hall was Martin Sheen, the new Jonathan Harker. In his mid-30s, he looked much younger, like the lost boy he played in Badlands. The actor mumbled generously about the opportunity he was grateful for. Francis beamed like a shorn Santa Claus on a forced diet and opened a bottle of his own wine to toast his new star. The man from Variety asked who would be playing Dracula, and Francis froze in mid-pour, sloshing red all over Sheen's wrist. Kate knew the title role, actually fairly small, thanks to Bram Stoker and screenwriter John Milius, was still on offer to various possibles. Klaus Kinski, Jack Nicholson, Christopher Lee. I can confirm Bobby Duvall will play Van Helsing, Francis said, and we have Dennis Hopper as Renfield. He's the one who eats flies. But who is Dracula? Francis swallowed some wine, attempted a cherubic look, and wagged a finger. I think I'll let that be a surprise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I have motion picture history to make. As Kate took her room key from the desk, the night manager nagged her in Romanian. When she had first checked in, the door of her room fell off as she opened it. The hotel maintained she did not know her own vampire strength and should pay exorbitantly to have the door replaced. Apparently, the materials were available only at great cost and had to be shipped from Moldavia. She assumed it was a scam. They worked on foreigners, especially vampires. The door was made of paper stretched over a straw frame. The hinges were cardboard fixed with drawing pins. She was pretending not to understand any language in which they tried to ask her for money, but eventually they would hit on English, and she'd have to make a scene. Francis, light-hearted as a child at the moment, thought it rather funny and had taken to teasing her about the damn door. Not tired, but glad to be off the streets after nightfall, she climbed the winding stairs to her room, a cramped triangular space in the roof. Though she was barely an inch over 5 feet, she could only stand up straight in the dead center of the room. A crucifix hung ostentatiously over the bed. A looking-glass was propped up on the basin. She thought about taking them down, but it was best to let insults pass. In many ways, she preferred the campsite conditions in the mountains. She only needed to sleep every 2 weeks, and when she was out, she was literally dead and didn't care about clean sheets. They were all in Bucharest for the moment, as Francis supervised script readings to ease Sheen into the Harker role.
His fellow coach passengers, Frederick Forrest, Westenra, Sam Bottoms, Murray, and Albert Hall, Swales, had all been on the project for over a year and had been through all this before in San Francisco as Francis developed John Milius's script through improvisation and happy accident. Kate didn't think she would have liked being a screenwriter. Nothing was ever finished. She wondered who would end up playing Dracula. Since his marriage to Queen Victoria made him officially, if embarrassingly, a satellite of the British royal family, he had rarely been represented in films. However, Lon Chaney had taken the role in the silent London After Midnight, which dealt with the court intrigues of the 1880s, and Anton Walbrook played Vlad opposite Anna Neagle in Victoria the Great in 1937. Kate, a lifelong theater-goer who had never quite got used to the cinema, remembered Vincent Price opposite Helen Hayes in Victoria Regina in the 1930s. Aside from a couple of cheap British pictures which didn't count, Bram Stoker's Dracula, the singular mix of documentation and wish fulfillment that inspired a revolution by showing how Dracula could have been defeated in the early days before his rise to power, had never been made as a film. Orson Welles produced it on radio in the 1930s and announced it as his first picture, casting himself as Harker and the Count, using first-person camera throughout. RKO thought it too expensive and convinced him to make Citizen Kane instead. Nearly 10 years ago, Francis had lured John Milius into writing the first pass at the script by telling him nobody, not even Orson Welles, had ever been able to lick the book. Francis was still writing and rewriting, stitching together scenes from Milius's script with new stuff of his own and pages torn straight from the book. Nobody had seen a complete script, and Kate thought one didn't exist. She wondered how many times Dracula had to die for her to be rid of him. Her whole life had been a dance with Dracula, and he haunted her still. When Francis killed the Count at the end of the movie, if that was the ending he went with, maybe it would be for the last time. You weren't truly dead until you'd died in a motion picture, or at the box office. The latest word was that the role was on offer to Marlon Brando. She couldn't see it. Stanley Kowalski and Vito Corleone as Count Dracula. One of the best actors in the world, he'd been one of the worst Napoleons in the movies. Historical characters brought out the ham in him. He was terrible as Fletcher Christian, too. Officially, Kate was still just a technical advisor. Though she had never actually met Dracula during his time in London, she had lived through the period. She had known Stoker, Jonathan Harker, Godalming, and the rest. Once, as a warm girl, she had been terrified by Van Helsing's rages. When Stoker wrote his book and smuggled it out of prison, she had helped with its underground circulation, printing copies on the presses of the Pall Mall Gazette, and ensuring its distribution despite all attempts at suppression. She wrote the introduction for the 1912 edition that was the first official publication. Actually, she found herself impressed into a multitude of duties. Francis treated a $20 million and climbing movie like a college play and expected everyone to pitch in, despite union rules designed to prevent the crew being treated as slave labor. She found the odd afternoon of sewing costumes or night of set building welcome distraction. At first, Francis asked her thousands of questions about points of detail. Now he was shooting, he was too wrapped up in his own vision to take advice. If she didn't find something to do, she'd sit idle. As an employee of American Zoetrope, she couldn't even write articles about the shoot. For once, she was on the inside, knowing but not telling. She had wanted to write about Romania for the New Statesman, but was under orders not to do anything that might jeopardize the cooperation the production needed from the Ceausescus. So far, she had avoided all the official receptions Nikolai and Elena hosted for the production. The premier was known to be an extreme vampire hater, especially since the stirrings of the Transylvania movement, and occasionally ordered not-so-discreet purges of the undead. Kate knew she, like the few other vampires with the Dracula crew, was subject to regular checks by the Securitate. Men in black leather coats loitered in the corner of her eye. "For God's sake," Francis had told her, "don't take anybody local." Like most Americans, he didn't understand. Though he could see she was a tiny woman with red hair and glasses, the mind of an aged aunt in the body of an awkward cousin, Francis could not rid himself of the impression that vampire women were ravening predators with unnatural powers of bewitchment. lusting after the pounding blood of any warm youth who happens along. She was sure he hung his door with garlic and wolfsbane, but half hoped for a whispered solicitation. After a few uncomfortable nights in communist-approved beer halls, she had learned to stay in her hotel room while in Bucharest. People here had memories as long as her lifetime. They crossed themselves and muttered prayers as she walked by. Children threw stones. She stood at her window and looked out at the square, a patch of devastation, where the ancient quarter of the capital had been, marked the site of the place Ceausescu was building for himself. A 3-story poster of the savior of Romania stood amid the ruins. Dressed like an Orthodox priest, he held up Dracula's severed head as if he had personally killed the count. Ceausescu harped at length about the dark, terrible days of the past when Dracula and his kind preyed on the warmth of Romania to prevent his loyal subjects from considering the dark, terrible days of the present when he and his wife lorded over the country like especially corrupt Roman emperors. Impersonating the supplicant baker in The Godfather, Francis had abased himself to the dictator to secure official cooperation. She turned on the radio and heard tinny martial music. She turned it off, lay on the narrow, lumpy bed. As a joke, Fred Forrest and Francis had put a coffin in her room one night, and listened to the city at night. Like the forest, Bucharest was alive with noises and smells. It was ground under, but there was life here. Even in this grim city, someone was laughing, someone was in love. Somebody was allowed to be a happy fool. She heard winds in telephone wires, bootsteps on cobbles, a drink being poured in another room, someone snoring, a violinist sawing scales, and someone outside her door. Someone who didn't breathe, who had no heartbeat, but whose clothes creaked as he moved, whose saliva rattled in his throat. She sat up, confident she was elder enough to be silent, and looked at the door. "Come in," she said. "It's not locked. But be careful. I can't afford more breakages." His name was Jan Popescu, and he looked about 13, with big, olive, shiny orphan eyes and thick, black, unruly hair. He wore an adult's clothes, much distressed and frayed, stained with long-dried blood and earth. His teeth were too large for his skull, his cheeks stretched tight over his jaws, drawing his whole face to the point of his tiny chin. Once in her room, he crouched down in a corner, away from a window. He talked only in a whisper, in a mix of English and German she had to strain to follow. His mouth wouldn't open properly. He was alone in the city, without community. Now he was tired and wanted to leave his homeland. He begged her to hear him out, and whispered his story. He claimed to be 52, turned in 1937. He didn't know, or didn't care to talk about, his father or mother in darkness. There were blanks burned in his memory, whole years missing. She had come across that before. For most of his vampire life, he had lived underground, under the Nazis and then the Communists. He was the sole survivor of several resistance movements. His warm comrades had never really trusted him, but his capabilities were useful for a while. She was reminded of her first days after turning, when she knew nothing, when her condition seemed a disease, a trap. That Jan could be a vampire for 40 years and never pass beyond the newborn stage was incredible. She truly realized, at last, just how backward this country was. "Then I hear of the American film, and of the sweet vampire lady who is with the company. Many times I try to get near you, but you are watched. Securitate. You, I think, are my savior, my true mother in the dark." 52, she reminded herself. Jan was exhausted after days trying to get close to the hotel, to the sweet vampire lady, and hadn't fed in weeks. His body was icy cold. Though she knew her own strength was low, she nipped her wrist and dribbled a little of her precious blood onto his white lips, enough to put a spark in his dull eyes. There was a deep gash on his arm, which festered as it tried to heal. She bound it with her scarf, wrapping his thin limb tight. He hugged her and slept like a baby. She arranged his hair away from his eyes and imagined his life. It was like the old days, when vampires were hunted down and destroyed by the few who believed. Before Dracula. The Count had changed nothing for Jan Popescu. Bistritz, a bustling township in the foothills of the Carpathian Alps. Harker, carrying a Gladstone bag, weaves through crowds towards a waiting coach and six. Peasants try to sell him crucifixes, garlic, and other lucky charms. Women cross themselves and mutter prayers. A wildly gesticulating photographer tries to stop him, slowing his pace to examine a complicated camera. An infernal burst of flash powder spills purple smoke across the square. People choke on it. Corpses hang from a four-man gibbet, dogs leaping up to chew on their naked feet. Children squabble over mismatched boots, filched from the executed men. Harker looks up at the twisted, moldy faces. He reaches the coach and tosses his bag up. Swales, the coachman, secures it with the other luggage and growls at the late passenger. Harker pulls open the door and swings himself into the velvet-lined interior of the carriage. There are two other passengers. Westenra, heavily mustached and cradling a basket of food, and Murray, a young man who smiles as he looks up from his Bible. Harker exchanges curt nods of greeting as the coach lurches into motion. Harker's voice. I quickly formed opinions of my traveling companions. Swales was at the reins. It was my commission, but sure as shooting it was his coach. Westenra, the one they called Cook, was from Whitby. He was ratcheted several notches too tight for Wallachia. Probably too tight for Whitby, come to that. Murray, the fresh-faced youth with the good book, was a rowing blue from Oxford. To look at him, you'd think the only use he'd have for a sharpened stake would be as a stump in a knock-up match. Later, after dark, but under a full moon, Harker sits up top with Swales. A wind-up phonograph crackles out a tune through a sizable trumpet. Mick Jagger sings, Ta-ra-ra-boom-de-ay. Westenra and Murray have jumped from the coach and ride the lead horses, whooping it up like a nursery charge of the Light Brigade. Harker, a few years past such antics, watches neutrally. Swales is indulgent of his passengers. The mountain roads are narrow, precipitous. The lead horses, spurred by their riders, gallop faster. Harker looks down and sees a sheer drop of 1,000 feet, and is more concerned by the foolhardiness of his companions. Hooves strike the edge of the road, narrowly missing disaster. Westenra and Murray chant along with the song, letting go of their mounts' manes and doing hand gestures to the lyrics. Harker gasps, but Swales chuckles. He has the reins, and the world is safe. Harker's voice. I think the dark and the pines of Romania spooked them badly, but they whistled merrily on into the night, infernal cakewalkers with death as a dancing partner. In the rehearsal hall, usually a People's Ceramics collective, she introduces Jan to Francis. The vampire youth was sharper now, in a pair of her jeans, which fit him perfectly, and a Godfather 2 t-shirt. He looked less the waif, more like a survivor. Her Biba scarf, now his talisman, was tied around his neck. I said we could find work for him with the extras, the gypsies. I am no gypsy, Jan said vehemently. He speaks English, Romanian, German, Magyar, and Romany. He can coordinate all of them. He's a kid. He's older than you are. Francis thought it over. She didn't mention Jan's problems with the authorities. Francis couldn't harbor an avowed dissident. The relationship between the production and the government was already strained. Francis thought, correctly, that he was being bled of funds by corrupt officials, but could afford to lodge no complaint. Without the Romanian army, he didn't have a cavalry, didn't have a horde. And without the location permits that still hadn't come through, he couldn't shoot the story beyond Borgo Pass. I can keep the rabble in line, maestro, Jan said, smiling. Somehow he had learned how to work his jaws and lips into a smile. With her blood in him, he had more control. She noticed him chameleoning a little. His smile, she thought, might be a little like hers. Francis chuckled. He liked being called maestro. Jan was good at getting on the right side of people. After all, he had certainly got on the right side of her. Okay, but keep out of the way if you see anyone in a suit. Jan was effusively grateful. Again he acted the age he looked, hugging Francis, then her, saluting like a toy soldier. Martin Sheen, noticing, raised an eyebrow. Francis took Jan off to meet his own children, Roman, Gio, and Sophia, and Sheen's sons, Emilio and Charlie. It had not sunk in that this wiry kid, obviously keen to learn baseball and chew gum, was in warm terms middle-aged. Then again, Kate never knew whether to be 25, the age at which she turned, or 116. And how was a 116-year-old supposed to behave anyway? Since she had let him bleed her, she was having flashes of his past, scurrying through back streets and sewers like a rat, the stabbing pains of betrayal, eye-searing flashes of firelight, constant cold and red thirst and filth. Jan had never had the time to grow up, or even to be a proper child. He was a waif and a stray. She couldn't help but love him a little. She had chosen not to pass on the dark kiss, though she had once, during the Great War, come close and regretted it. Her bloodline, she thought, was not good for a newborn. There was too much Dracula in it, maybe too much Kate Reed. To Jan, she was a teacher, not a mother. Before she insisted on becoming a journalist, her whole family seemed to feel she was predestined to be a governess. Now, at last, she thought she saw what they meant. Jan was admiring 6-year-old Sophia's dress, eyes bright with what Kate hoped was not hunger. The little girl laughed, plainly taken with her new friend. The boys, heads full of vampires of the film, were less sure about him. He would have to earn their friendship. Later, Kate would deal with part 2 of the Jan Popescu problem. After the film was over, which would not be until the 1980s, at the current rate of progress, he wanted to leave the country, hidden in among the rest of the production crew. He was tired of skulking and dodging the political police, and didn't think he could manage it much longer. In the West, he said, he would be free from persecution. She knew he would be disappointed. The Warm didn't really like vampires in London or Rome or Dublin any more than they did in Timișoara or Bucharest or Cluj. It was just more difficult legally to have them destroyed. Back in the mountains, there was the usual chaos. A sudden thunderstorm, whipped up out of nowhere like a djinn, had torn up real and fake trees and scattered them throughout the valley, demolishing the gypsy encampment production designer Dean Tavaleris had been building. About $500,000 worth of set was irrevocably lost, and the bunker itself had been struck by lightning and split open like a pumpkin. The steady rain poured in and streamed out of the structure, washing away props, documents, equipment, and costumes. Crews foraged in the valley for stuff that could be reclaimed and used. Francis acted as if God were personally out to destroy him. "Doesn't anybody else notice what a disaster this film is?" he shouted. "I haven't got a script. I haven't got an actor. I'm running out of money. I'm all out of time. This is the goddamned unfinished symphony, man." Nobody wanted to talk to the director when he was in this mood. Francis squatted on the bare earth of the mountainside, surrounded by smashed balsa-wood pine trees, hugging his knees. He wore a Stetson hat, filched from Quincy Morris's wardrobe, and drizzle was running from its brim in a tiny stream. Eleanor, his wife, concentrated on keeping the children out of the way. "This is the worst fucking film of my career. The worst I'll ever make. The last movie." The first person to tell Francis to cheer up, and that things weren't so bad, would get fired and be sent home. At this point, crowded under a leaky lean-to with other surplus persons, Kate was tempted. "I don't want to be Orson Welles," Francis shouted at the slate-gray skies, rain on his face. "I don't want to be David Lean. I just want to make an Irwin Allen movie with violence, action, sex, destruction in every frame. This isn't art. This is atrocity." Just before the crew left Bucharest, as the storm was beginning, Marlon Brando had consented to be Dracula. Francis personally wired him $1 million down payment against 2 weeks' work. Nobody dared remind Francis that if he wasn't ready to shoot Brando's scenes by the end of the year, he would lose the money and his star. The 6 months was up, and barely a quarter of the film was in the can. The production schedule had been extended and reworked so many times that all forecasts of the end of shooting were treated like forecasts of the end of the war. Everyone said it would be over by Christmas, but knew it would stretch until the last trump. "I could just stop, you know," Francis said, deflated. "I could just shut it down and go back to San Francisco and a hot bath and decent pasta and forget everything. I can still get work shooting commercials, nudie movies, series TV. I could make little films, shot on video with a 4-man crew, and show them to my friends. All this D.W. Griffith, David O. Selznick shit just isn't fucking necessary." He stretched out his arms and water poured from his sleeves. Over 100 people, huddled in various shelters or wrapped in orange plastic ponchos, looked at their lord and master and didn't know what to say or do.
What does this cost, people? Does anybody know? Does anybody care? Is it worth all this? A movie? A painted ceiling? A symphony? Is anything worth all this shit?
The rain stopped as if a tap were turned off. Sun shone through clouds. Kate screwed her eyes tight shut and fumbled under her poncho for the heavy sunglasses clip she always carried. She might be the kind of vampire who could go about in all but the strongest sunlight, but her eyes could still be burned out by too much light. She fixed clip-on shades to her glasses and blinked. People emerged from their shelters, rainwater pouring from hats and ponchos. "We can shoot around it," a co-associate assistant producer said. Francis fired him on the spot. Kate saw Jan creep out of the forests and straighten up. He had a wooden staff, newly trimmed. He presented it to his maestro.
"To lean on,"
he said, demonstrating. Then he fetched it up and held it like a weapon, showing a whittled point.
"And to fight with."
Francis accepted the gift, made a few passes in the air, liking the feel of it in his hands. Then he leaned on the staff, easing his weight onto the strong wood. "It's good," he said. Jan grinned and saluted.
"All doubt is passing," Francis announced. "Money doesn't matter. Time doesn't matter. We don't matter. This film, this Dracula, that is what matters. It's taken the smallest of you," he laid his hand on Jan's curls, "to show me that. When we are gone, Dracula will remain."
Francis kissed the top of Jan's head.
"Now," he shouted, inspired, "to work! To work!"
The coach trundles up the mountainside, winding between the tall trees. A blaze of blue light shoots up. Westenra.
"Treasure!"
Harker's voice. They said the blue flames marked the sites of long-lost troves of bandit silver and gold. They also said no good ever came of finding it.
Westenra. "Coachman, stop! Treasure!"
Swales pulls up the reins, and the team halt. The clatter of hooves and reins dies. The night is quiet. The blue flame still burns. Westenra jumps out and runs to the edge of the forest, trying to see between the trees, to locate the source of the light. Harker.
"I'll go with him."
Warily, Harker takes a rifle down from the coach and breaches a bullet. Westenra runs ahead into the forest, excited. Harker carefully follows up, placing each step carefully.
Westenra. "Treasure, man! Treasure!"
Harker hears a noise and signals Westenra to hold back. Both men freeze and listen. The blue light flickers on their faces and fades out. Westenra is disgusted and disappointed. Something moves in the undergrowth. Red eyes glow. A direwolf leaps up at Westenra, claws brushing his face, enormously furred body heavy as a felled tree. Harker fires. A red flash briefly spotlights the beast's twisted snout. The wolf's teeth clash, just missing Westenra's face. The huge animal, startled if not wounded, turns and disappears into the forest. Westenra and Harker run away as fast as they can, vaulting over prominent tree roots, bumping low branches. Westenra.
"Never get out of the coach! Never get out of the coach!"
They get back to the road. Swales looks stern, not wanting to know about the trouble they're in. Harker's voice.
"Words of wisdom. Never get out of the coach. Never go into the woods, unless you're prepared to become the complete animal, to stay forever in the forests. Like him, Dracula."
At the party celebrating the 100th day of shooting, the crew brought in a coffin bearing a brass plate that read simply, Dracula. Its lid creaked open, and a girl in a bikini leaped out, nestling in Francis's lap. She had plastic fangs, which she spit out to kiss him. The crew cheered. Even Eleanor laughed. The fangs wound up in the punch bowl. Kate fished them out as she got drinks for Marty Sheen and Robert Duvall. Duvall, lean and intense, asked her about Ireland. She admitted she hadn't been there in decades. Sheen, whom everyone thought was Irish, was Hispanic, born Ramon Estevez. He was drinking heavily and losing weight, traveling deep into his role. Having surrendered entirely to Francis's vision, Sheen was talking with Harker's accent and developing the character's hollow-eyed look and panicky glance. The real Jonathan, Kate remembered, was a decent but dull sort, perpetually humble around brighter people, deeply suburban. Mina, his fiancée, and her friend, kept saying that at least he was real, a worker ant, not a butterfly like Art or Lucy. 100 years later, Kate could hardly remember Jonathan's face. From now on, she would always think of Sheen when anyone mentioned Jonathan Harker. The original was eclipsed. Or erased. Bram Stoker had intended to write about Kate in his book, but left her out. Her few poor braveries during the Terror tended to be ascribed to Mina in most histories. That was probably a blessing.
What it must have been like for Jonathan, Sheen said, not even knowing there were such things as vampires. Imagine, confronted with Dracula himself. His whole world was shredded, torn away. All he had was himself, and it wasn't enough. He had family, friends, Kate said.
Sheen's eyes glowed.
Not in Transylvania. Nobody has family and friends in Transylvania.
Kate shivered and looked around. Francis was showing off martial arts moves with Jan's staff. Fred Forrest was rolling a cigar-sized joint. Vittorio Storaro, the cinematographer, doled out his special spaghetti, smuggled into the country inside film cans, to appreciative patrons. A Romanian official in an ill-fitting shiny suit, liaison with the state studios, staunchly resisted offers of drinks he either assumed were laced with LSD or didn't want other Romanians to see him sampling. She wondered which of the native hangers-on was the Securitate spy, and giggled at the thought that they all might be spies and still not know the others were watching them. Punch, which she was sipping for politeness' sake, squirted out of her nose as she laughed. Duvall patted her back, and she recovered. She was not used to social drinking. Jan, in a baseball cap given him by one of Francis's kids, was joking with the girl in the bikini, a dancer who played one of the gypsies, his eyes reddening with thirst. Kate decided to leave them be. Jan would control himself with the crew. Besides, the girl might like a nip from the handsome lad. With a handkerchief, she wiped her face. Her specs had gone crooked with her spluttering, and she rearranged them.
"You're not what I expected of a vampire lady," Duvall said.
Kate slipped the plastic fangs into her mouth and snarled like a kitten. Duvall and Sheen laughed. For 2 weeks, Francis had been shooting the Brides of Dracula sequence. The mountainside was crowded as Oxford Street. Extras borrowed from the Romanian army, salted with English faces, recruited from youth hostels and student exchanges. Storaro was up on a dinosaur-necked camera crane, swooping through the skies, getting shots of rapt faces. The 3 girls, 2 warm and 1 real vampire, had only showed up tonight, guaranteeing genuine crowd excitement in long shot or blurry background rather than the flatly faked enthusiasm radiated for their own close-ups. Kate was supposed to be available for the brides, but they didn't need advice. It struck her as absurd that she should be asked to tell the actresses how to be alluring. The vampire Marlene, cast as the blonde bride, had been an actress since the silent days and wandered about nearly naked, exposing herself to the winds. Her warm sisters needed to be swathed in furs between shots. In a shack-like temporary dressing room, the brides were transformed. Bunty, a sensible Englishwoman, was in charge of their makeup. The living girls, twins from Malta, who had appeared in a Playboy layout, submitted to all-over pancake that gave their flesh an unhealthy shimmer and opened their mouths like dental patients as fangs, 100 times more expensive, if hardly more convincing, than the joke shop set Kate had kept after the party, were fitted. Francis, with Jan in his wake carrying a script, dropped by to cast an eye over the brides. He asked Marlene to open her mouth and examined her dainty, pointy teeth.
"We thought we'd leave them as they were," said Bunty.
Francis shook his head.
"They need to be bigger, more obvious."
Bunty took a set of dagger-like eye teeth from her kit and approached Marlene, who waved them away.
"I'm sorry, dear,"
the makeup woman apologized. Marlene laughed musically and hissed, making Francis jump. Her mouth opened wide like a cobra's, and her fangs extended a full 2 inches. Francis grinned. "Perfect." The vampire lady took a little curtsy. Kate mingled with the crew, keeping out of camera shot. She was used to the tedious pace of filmmaking now. Everything took forever, and there was rarely anything to see. Only Francis, almost thin now, was constantly on the move, popping up everywhere, with Jan, nicknamed Son of Dracula by the crew, at his heels. to solve or be frustrated by any one of 1,000 problems. The stands erected for the extras, made by local labor in the months before shooting, kept collapsing. It seemed the construction people, whom she assumed also had the door contract at the Bucharest Hotel, had substituted inferior wood, presumably pocketing the difference in lays, and the whole set was close to useless. Francis had taken to having his people work at night, after the Romanians, contractually obliged to do the job, had gone home, to shore up the shoddy work. It was, of course, ruinously expensive and amazingly inefficient. The permits to film at Borgo Pass had still not come through. An associate producer was spending all her time at the Bucharest equivalent of the Circumlocution Office, trying to get the trilingual documentation out of the Ministry of Film. Francis would have to hire an entire local film crew and pay them to stand idle while his Hollywood people did the work. That was the expected harassment. The official in the shiny suit, who had come to represent for everyone the forces hindering the production, stood on one side, eagerly watching the actresses. He didn't permit himself a smile. Kate assumed the man dutifully hated the whole idea of Dracula. He certainly did all he could to get in the way. He could only speak English when the time came to announce a fresh snag, conveniently forgetting the language if he was standing on the spot where Francis wanted camera track laid, and he was being told politely to get out of the way. "Give me more teeth," Francis shouted through a bullhorn. The actresses responded. "All of you," the director addressed the extras. "Look horny as hell." Jan repeated the instruction in 3 languages. In each one, the sentence expanded to a paragraph. Different segments of the crowd were enthused as each announcement clued them in. Arcs, brighter and whiter than the sun, cast merciless, bleaching patches of light on the crowd, making faces look like skulls. Kate was blinking, her eyes watering. She took off and cleaned her glasses. Like everybody, she could do with a shower and a rest, and in her case, a decent feed. Rumors were circulating of other reasons they were being kept away from Borgo Pass. The twins, flying in a few days ago, had brought along copies of The Guardian and Time magazine. They were passed around the whole company, offering precious news from home. She was surprised how little seemed to have happened while she was out of touch. However, there was a tiny story in The Guardian about the Transylvania movement. Apparently, Baron Meinster, some obscure disciple of Dracula, was being sought by the Romanian authorities for terrorist outrages. The newspaper reported that he had picked up a band of vampire followers and was out in the forests somewhere, fighting bloody engagements with Ceausescu's men. The Baron favored young Get. He would find lost children and turn them. The average age of his army was 14. Kate knew the type. Red-eyed, lithe brats with sharp teeth and no compunctions about anything. Rumor had it that Meinster's kids would descend on villages and murder entire populations, gorging themselves on blood, killing whole families, whole communities, down to the animals. That explained the nervousness of some of the extras borrowed from the army. They expected to be sent into the woods to fight the devils. Few of them would come near Kate or any other vampire, so any gossip that filtered through was third-hand and had been translated into and out of several languages. There were quite a few civilian observers around, keeping an eye on everything, waving incomprehensible but official documentation at anyone who queried their presence. Shiny Suit knew all about them and was their unofficial boss. Jan kept well away from them. She must ask the lad if he knew anything of Meinster. It was a wonder he had not become one of Meinster's child warriors. Maybe he had, and was trying to get away from that. Growing up. The crowd rioted on cue, but the camera crane jammed, dumping the operator out of his perch. Francis yelled at the grips to protect the equipment, and Jan translated, but not swiftly enough to get them into action. The camera came loose and fell 30 feet, crunching onto rough stone, spilling film and fragments. Francis looked at the mess, uncomprehending, a child so shocked by the breaking of a favorite toy that he can't even throw a fit. Then, red fury exploded. Kate wouldn't want to be the one who told Francis that there might be fighting at Borgo Pass. In the coach, late afternoon, Harker goes through the documents he has been given. He examines letters sealed with a red wax D, old scrolls gone to parchment, annotated maps, a writ of excommunication. There are pictures of Vlad, woodcuts of the Christian prince in a forest of impaled infidels, portraits of a dead-looking old man with a white mustache, a blurry photograph of a mirk-faced youth in an unsuitable straw hat. Harker's voice.
Vlad was one of the chosen, favored of God. But somewhere in those acres of slaughtered foemen, he found something that changed his mind, that changed his soul. He wrote letters to the Pope, recommending the rededication of the Vatican to the devil. He had 2 cardinals sent by Rome to reason with him, hot-collared, red-hot pokers slid through their back passages into their innards. He died, was buried, and came back. Harker looks out of the coach at the violent sunset. Rainbows dance around the treetops. Westenra cringes, but Murray is fascinated.
Murray.
It's beautiful, the light.
Up ahead is a clearing. Coaches are gathered. A natural stone amphitheater has been kitted out with limelights which fizz and flare. Crowds of Englishmen take seats. Harker is confused, but the others are excited.
Murray. A musical evening. Here, so far from Piccadilly.
The coach slows and stops. Westenra and Murray leap out to join the crowds. Warily, Harker follows. He sits with Westenra and Murray. They pass a hip flask between them. Harker takes a cautious pull, stings his throat. Into the amphitheater trundles a magnificent carriage, pulled by a single black stallion. The beast is 12 hands high. The carriage is black as the night, with an embossed gold and scarlet crest on the door. A red-eyed dragon entwines around a letter D. The driver is a tall man, draped entirely in black, only his red eyes showing. There is mild applause. The driver leaps down from his seat, crouches like a big cat, and stands taller than ever. His cloak swells with the night breeze. Loud music comes from a small orchestra. Take a Pair of Crimson Eyes by Gilbert and Sullivan. The driver opens the carriage door. A slim, white limb, clad only in a transparent veil, snakes around the door. Tiny bells tinkle on a delicate ankle. The toenails are scarlet and curl like claws. The audience whoops appreciation. Murray burbles babyish delight. Harker is wary. The foot touches the carpet of pine needles, and a woman swings out of the carriage, shroud-like dress fluttering around her slender form. She has a cloud of black hair and eyes that glow like hot coals. She hisses, tasting the night, exposing needle-sharp eye teeth. Writhing, she presses her snake-supple body to the air, as if sucking in the essences of all the men present. Murray.
The Blufa lady.
The other carriage door is kicked open, and the first woman's twin leaps out. She is less languid, more sinuous, more animal-like. She claws and rends the ground and climbs up the carriage wheel like a lizard, long red tongue darting. Her hair is wild, a tangle of twigs and leaves. The audience, on their feet, applaud and whistle vigorously. Some of the men rip away their ties and burst their collar studs, exposing their throats. First woman.
Kisses, sister, kisses for us all.
The hood of the carriage opens, folding back like an oyster to disclose a third woman, as fair as they are dark, as voluptuous as they are slender. She is sprawled in abandon on a plush mountain of red cushions. She writhes, crawling through pillows, her scent stinging the nostrils of the rapt audience. The driver stands to one side as the 3 women dance. Some of the men are shirtless now, clawing at their own necks until the blood trickles. The women are contorted with expectant pleasure, licking their ruby lips, fangs already moist, shrouds in casual disarray, exposing lovely limbs, swan-white pale skin, velvet-sheathed muscle. Men crawl at their feet, piling atop each other, reaching out just to touch the ankles of these women, these monstrous, desirable creatures. Murray is out of his seat, hypnotized, pulled towards the vampires, eyes mad. Harker tries to hold him back, but is wrenched forward in his wake, dragged like an anchor. Murray steps over his fallen fellows, but trips and goes down under them. Harker scrambles to his feet and finds himself among the women. 6 hands entwine around his face. Lips brush his cheek, razor-edged teeth drawing scarlet lines on his face and neck. He tries to resist, but is bedazzled. A million points of light shine in the women's eyes, on their teeth, on their earrings, necklaces, nose stones, bracelets, veils, navel jewels, lacquered nails. The lights close around Harker. Teeth touch his throat. A strong hand, sparsely bristled, reaches out and hauls one of the women away. The driver steps in and tosses another vampire bodily into the carriage. She lands face down and seems to be drowning in cushions, bare legs kicking. Only the blonde remains, caressing Harker, 8 inches of tongue scraping the underside of his chin. Fire burns in her eyes as the driver pulls her away. Blonde woman. You never love? You have never loved? The driver slaps her, dislocating her face. She scrambles away from Harker, who lies sprawled on the ground. The women are back in the carriage, which does a circuit of the amphitheater and slips into the forests. There is a massed howl of frustration, and the audience falls upon each other. Harker, slowly recovering, sits up. Swales is there. He hauls Harker out of the melee and back to the coach. Harker, unsteady, is pulled into the coach. Westenra and Murray are dejected, gloomy. Harker is still groggy. Harker's voice. A vampire's idea of a half-holiday is a third share in a juicy peasant baby. It has no other needs, no other desires, no other yearnings. It is mere appetite, unencumbered by morality, philosophy, religion, convention, emotion. There's a dangerous strength in that, a strength we can hardly hope to equal. Shooting in a studio should have given more control, but Francis was constantly frustrated by Romanians. The end set, perhaps the simplest element of the film, was still not right, though the carpenters and dressers had had almost a year to get it together. First, they took an office at the studio and turned it into Harker's bedroom. It was too small to fit in a camera, as well as an actor and the scenery. Then they reconstructed the whole thing in the middle of a soundstage, but still bolted together the walls so they couldn't be moved. The only shot Storaro could take was from the ceiling looking down. Now the walls were flyaway enough to allow camera movement, but Francis wasn't happy with the set dressing. Prominent over the bed, where Francis wanted a crucifix, was an idealized portrait of Ceausescu. Through Jan, Francis tried to explain to Shiny Suit, the studio manager, that his film took place before the President for Life came to power, and that, therefore, it was highly unlikely that a picture of him would be decorating a wall anywhere. Shiny Suit seemed unwilling to admit there had ever been a time when Ceausescu didn't rule the country. He kept looking around nervously, as if expecting to be caught in treason and hustled out to summary execution. "Get me a crucifix!" Francis yelled. Kate sat meekly in a director's chair, a rare luxury, while the argument continued. Marty Sheen, in character as Harker, sat cross-legged on his bed, taking pulls at a hip flask of potent brandy. She could smell the liquor across the studio. The actor's face was florid and his movements slow. He had been more and more Harker and less Marty the last few days, and Francis was driving him hard, directing with an emotional scalpel that peeled his star like an onion. Francis told Jan to bring the offending item over so he could show Shiny Suit what was wrong. Grinning cheerfully, Jan squeezed past Marty and reached for the picture, dexterously dropping it onto a bedpost, which shattered the glass and speared through the middle of the frame, punching a hole in the premier's face. Jan shrugged in fake apology. Francis looked almost happy. Shiny Suit, stricken in the heart, scurried away in defeat, afraid that his part in the vandalism of the sacred image would be noticed. A crucifix was found from stock and put up on the wall. "Marty," Francis said, "open yourself up. Show us your beating heart. Then tear it from your chest, squeeze it in your fist, and drop it on the floor." Kate wondered if he meant it literally. Marty Sheen tried to focus his eyes, and saluted in slow motion. "Quiet on set, everybody," Francis shouted. Kate was crying, silently, uncontrollably. Everyone on set, except Francis and perhaps Jan, was also in tears. She felt as if she was watching the torture of a political prisoner and just wanted it to stop. There was no script for this scene. Francis was pushing Marty into a corner, breaking him down, trying to get to Jonathan Harker. This would come at the beginning of the picture. The idea was to show the real Jonathan, to get the audience involved with him. Without this scene, the hero would seem just an observer, wandering between other people's set pieces. "You, read," Francis said. "You're a writer. Scribble me a voiceover, internal monologue, stream of consciousness. Give me the real Harker." Through tear-blurred spectacles, she looked at the pad she was scrawling on. Her first attempt had been at the Jonathan she remembered, who would have been embarrassed to have been thought capable of stream of consciousness. Francis had torn that into confetti and poured it over Marty's head, making the actor cross his eyes and fall backwards, completely drunk, onto the bed. Marty was hugging his pillow and bawling for Mina. All for Hecuba, Kate thought. Mina wasn't even in this movie except as a locket. God knows what Mrs. Harker would think when and if she saw Dracula. Francis told the crew to ignore Marty's complaints. He was an actor, and just whining. Jan translated. She remembered what Francis had said after the storm. What does this cost, people? Was anything worth what this seemed to cost? I don't just have to make Dracula, Francis had told an interviewer. I have to be Dracula. Kate tried to write the Harker that was emerging between Marty and Francis. She went into the worst places of her own past and realized they still burned in her memory like smoldering coals. Her pad was spotted with red. There was blood in her tears. That didn't happen often. The camera was close to Marty's face. Francis was intent, bent close over the bed, teeth bared, hands claws. Marty mumbled, trying to wave the lens away. Don't look at the camera, Jonathan, Francis said. Marty buried his face in the bed and was sick, choking. Kate wanted to protest, but couldn't bring herself to. She was worried Martin Sheen would never forgive her for interrupting his Academy Award scene. He was an actor. He'd go on to other roles, casting off poor John like an old coat. He rolled off his vomit and looked up, where the ceiling should have been, but wasn't. The camera ran on, and on. Marty lay still. Finally, the camera operator reported, I think he's stopped breathing. For an eternal second, Francis let the scene run. In the end, rather than stop filming, the director elbowed the camera aside and threw himself on his star, putting an ear close to Marty's sunken bare chest. Kate dropped her pad and rushed into the set. A wall swayed and fell with a crash. His heart's still beating, Francis said. She could hear it, thumping irregularly. Marty spluttered, fluid leaking from his mouth. His face was almost scarlet. His heart slowed. I think he's having a heart attack, she said. He's only 35, Francis said. No, 36. It's his birthday today. A doctor was called for. Kate thumped Marty's chest, wishing she knew more first aid. The camera rolled on, forgotten. If this gets out, Francis said, I'm finished. The film is over. Francis grabbed Marty's hand tight and prayed. Don't die, man. Martin Sheen's heart wasn't listening. The beat stopped. Seconds passed. Another beat. Nothing. Jan was at Francis's side. His fang teeth were fully extended, and his eyes were red. It was the closeness of death triggering his instincts. Kate, hating herself, felt it too. The blood of the dead was spoiled, undrinkable, but the blood of the dying was sweet, as if invested with the life that was being spilled. She felt her own teeth sharp against her lower lip. Drops of her blood fell from her eyes and mouth, spattering Marty's chin. She pounded his chest again. Another beat. Nothing. Jan crawled on the bed, reaching for Marty. I can make him live, he whispered, mouth agape, nearing a pulseless neck. My God, said Francis, madness in his eyes. You can bring him back. Even if he dies, he can finish the picture. Yes, hissed the old child. Marty's eyes sprang open. He was still conscious in his stalling body. There was a flood of fear and panic. Kate felt his death grasp her own heart. Jan's teeth touched the actor's throat. A cold clarity struck her. This undead youth of unknown bloodline must not pass on the dark kiss. He was not yet ready to be a father in darkness. She took him by the scruff of his neck and tore him away. He fought her, but she was older, stronger. With love, she punctured Marty's throat, feeling the death ecstasy convulse through her. She swooned as the blood, laced heavily with brandy, welled into her mouth, but fought to stay in control. The lizard part of her brain would have sucked him dry. But Catherine Reed was not a monster. She broke the contact, smearing blood across her chin and his chest hair. She ripped open her blouse, scattering tiny buttons, and sliced herself with a sharpening thumbnail, drawing an incision across her ribs. She raised Marty's head and pressed his mouth to the wound. As the dying man suckled, She looked through fogged glasses at Francis, at Jan, at the camera operator, at 20 studio staff. A doctor was arriving too late. She looked at the blank round eye of the camera.
"Turn that bloody thing off," she said.
The principals were assembled in an office at the studio. Kate, still drained, had to be there. Marty was in a clinic with a drip feed awaiting more transfusions. His entire bloodstream would have to be flushed out several times over. With luck, he wouldn't even turn. He would just have some of her life in him, some of her in him, forever. This had happened before, and Kate wasn't exactly happy about it, but she had no other choice. Jan would have killed the actor and brought him back to life as a newborn vampire.
"There have been stories in the trades,"
Francis said, holding up a copy of Daily Variety. It was the only newspaper that regularly got through to the company.
"About Marty. We have to sit tight on this, to keep a lid on panic. I can't afford even the rumor that we're in trouble. Don't you understand? We're in the twilight zone here. Anything approaching a shooting schedule or a budget was left behind a long time ago. We can film round Marty until he's ready to do close-ups. His brother is coming over from the States to double him from the back. We can weather this on the ground, but maybe not in the press. The vultures from the trades want us dead. Ever since Finian's Rainbow, they've hated me. I'm a smart kid and nobody likes smart kids. From now on, if anybody dies, they aren't dead until I say so. Nobody is to tell anyone anything until it's gone through me. People, we're in trouble here, and we may have to lie our way out of it. I know you think the Ceausescu regime is fascist, but it's nothing compared to the Coppola regime. You don't know anything until I confirm it. You don't do anything until I say so. This is a war, people, and we're losing." Marty's family was with him. His wife didn't quite know whether to be grateful to Kate or despise her. He would live, really live. She was getting snatches of his past life, mostly from films he had been in. He would be having the same thing, coping with scrambled impressions of her. That must be a nightmare all of its own. They let her into the room. It was sunny, filled with flowers. The actor was sitting up, neatly groomed, eyes bright. "Now I know," he told her. "Now I really know. I can use that in the part. Thank you." "I'm sorry," she said, not knowing what for. At a way station, Swales is picking up fresh horses. The old ones, lathered with foamy sweat, are watered and rested. Westenra barters with a peasant for a basket of apples. Murray smiles and looks up at the tops of the trees. The moon shines down on his face, making him look like a child. Harker quietly smokes a pipe. Harker's voice. "This was where we were to join forces with Van Helsing. The stone-crazy double Dutchman had spent his whole life fighting evil." Van Helsing strides out of the mountain mists. He wears a scarlet army tunic and a curly-brimmed top hat, and carries a cavalry saber. His face is covered with old scars. Crosses of all kinds are pinned to his clothes. Harker's voice. "Van Helsing put the fear of God into the devil, and he terrified me." Van Helsing is accompanied by a band of rough riders. Of all races and in wildly different uniforms, they are his personal army of the righteous. In addition to mounted troops, Van Helsing has command of a couple of man-lifting kites and a supply wagon. Van Helsing. "You are Harker?" Harker. "Dr. Van Helsing of Amsterdam?" Van Helsing. "The same. You wish to go to Borgo Pass, young Jonathan?" Harker. "That's the plan." Van Helsing. "Better you should wish to go to Hades itself, foolish Englishman." Van Helsing's aide. "I say, Prof, did you know Murray was in Harker's crew? The stroke of '84. Van Helsing. "Ha! Beat Cambridge by 3 lengths. Masterful." Van Helsing's aide. "They say the river's at its most level around Borgo Pass. You know these mountain streams, Prof. Tricky for the oarsmen." Van Helsing. "Why didn't you say that before, damn fool? Harker, we go at once to take Borgo Pass. Such a stretch of river should be held for the Lord. The undead, they appreciate it not. Nosferatu don't skull." Van Helsing rallies his men into mounting up. Harker dashes back to the coach and climbs in. Westenra looks appalled as Van Helsing waves his saber, coming close to fetching off his own aide's head. Westenra. "That man's completely mad." Harker. "In Wallachia, That just makes him normal. To fight what we have to face, one has to be a little mad.
Van Helsing's saber shines with moonfire. Van Helsing, to Borgo Pass, my angels! Charge! Van Helsing leads his troop at a fast gallop. The coach is swept along in the wake of the uphill cavalry advance. Man-lifting box kites carry observers into the night air. Wolves howl in the distance. Between the kites is slung a phonograph horn. Music pours forth. The overture to Swan Lake. Van Helsing, music! Tchaikovsky! It upsets the devils, stirs in them memories of things that they have lost, makes them feel dead. Then we kill them good, kill them forever. As he charges, Van Helsing waves his sword from side to side. Dark, low shapes dash out of the trees and slip among the horse's ankles. Van Helsing slashes downwards, decapitating a wolf. The head bounces against a tree, becoming that of a gypsy boy, and rolls down the mountainside. Van Helsing's cavalry weave expertly through the pines. They carry flaming torches. The music soars. Fire and smoke whip between the trees. In the coach, Westenra puts his fingers in his ears. Murray smiles as if on a pleasure ride across Brighton Beach. Harker sorts through crucifixes. At Borgo Pass, a small gypsy encampment is quiet. Elders gather around the fire. A girl hears the Tchaikovsky whining among the winds and alerts the tribe. The gypsies bustle. Some begin to transform into wolves. The man-lifting kites hang against the moon, casting vast bat shadows on the mountainside. The pounding of hooves, amplified 1,000-fold by the trees, thunders. The ground shakes. The forests tremble. Van Helsing's cavalry explode out of the woods and fall upon the camp, riding around and through the place, knocking over wagons, dragging through fires. A dozen flaming torches are thrown. Shrieking werewolves, pelts aflame, leap up at the riders. Silver swords flash, red with blood. Van Helsing dismounts and strides through the carnage, making headshots with his pistol. Silver balls explode in wolf skulls. A young girl approaches Van Helsing's aid, smiling in welcome. She opens her mouth, hissing, and sinks fangs into the man's throat. 3 cavalrymen pull the girl off and stretch her out face down on the ground, rending her bodice to bare her back. Van Helsing drives a 5-foot lance through her ribs from behind, skewering her to the bloodied earth. Van Helsing, vampire bitch! The cavalrymen congratulate each other and cringe as a barrel of gunpowder explodes nearby. Van Helsing does not flinch. Harker's voice. Van Helsing was protected by God. Whatever he did, he would survive. He was blessed. Van Helsing kneels by his wounded aide and pours holy water onto the man's ravaged neck. The wound hisses and steams, and the aide shrieks. Van Helsing, too late. We are too late. I'm sorry, my son. With a kukri knife, Van Helsing slices off his aide's head. Blood gushes over his trousers. The overture concludes, and the battle is over. The gypsy encampment is a ruin. Fires still burn. Everyone is dead or dying, impaled or decapitated or silver-shot. Van Helsing distributes consecrated wafers, dropping crumbs on all the corpses, muttering prayers for saved souls. Harker sits, exhausted, bloody earth on his boots. Harker's voice. If this was how Van Helsing served God, I was beginning to wonder what the firm had against Dracula. The sun pinks the skies over the mountains. Pale light falls on the encampment. Van Helsing stands tall in the early morning mists. Several badly wounded vampires begin to shrivel and scream as the sunlight burns them to man-shaped cinders. Van Helsing. I love that smell. Spontaneous combustion at daybreak. It smells like salvation. Like a small boy whose toys have been taken away, Francis stood on the rock, orange cagoule vivid against the mist-shrouded pines, and watched the cavalry ride away in the wrong direction. Gypsy extras, puzzled at this reversal, milled around their camp set. Storaro found something technical to check and absorbed himself in lenses. No one wanted to tell Francis what was going on. They had spent 2 hours setting up the attack, laying camera track, planting charges, rigging decapitation effects, mixing Kensington gore in plastic buckets. Van Helsing's troop of ferocious cavalry were uniformed and readied. Then Shiny Suit whispered in the ear of the captain who was in command of the army-provided horsemen. The cavalry stopped being actors and became soldiers again, getting into formation and riding out. Kate had never seen anything like it. Jan nagged Shiny Suit for an explanation. Reluctantly, the official told the little vampire what was going on.
"There is fighting in the next valley," Jan said. "Baron Meinster has come out of the forests and taken a keep that stands over a strategic pass. Many are dead or dying. Ceausescu is laying siege to the Transylvanians."
"We have an agreement," Francis said weakly. "These are my men."
"Only as long as they aren't needed for fighting, this man says," reported Jan,
standing aside to let the director get a good look at the Romanian official. Shiny Suit almost smiled, a certain smug attitude suggesting that this would even the score for that dropped picture of the premiere.
"I'm trying to make a fucking movie here. If people don't keep their word, maybe they deserve to be overthrown."
A few bilingual Romanians in the crew cringed at such sacrilege. Kate could think of dozens of stronger reasons for pulling down the Ceausescu regime.
"There might be danger," Jan said, "if the fighting spreads."
"This Meinster, Jan, can he get us the cavalry? Can we do a deal with him?"
"An arrogant elder, Maestro, and doubtless preoccupied with his own projects."
"You're probably right. Fuck it."
"We're losing the light,"
Storaro announced. Shiny Suit smiled blithely and, through Jan, ventured that the battle should be over in 2 to 3 days. It was fortunate for him that Francis only had prop weapons within reach. In the gypsy camp, one of the charges went off by itself. A pathetic phut sent out a choking cloud of violently green smoke. Trickles of flame ran across flesh-painted flats. A grip threw a bucket of water, dousing the fire. Robert Duvall and Martin Sheen, in costume and makeup, stood about uselessly. The entire camera crew, effects gang, support team were gathered as if waiting for a cancelled train. There was a long pause. The cavalry did not come riding triumphantly back, ready for the shot. "Bastards!" Francis shouted, angrily waving his staff like a spear. The next day was no better. News filtered back that Meinster was thrown out of the keep and withdrawing into the forests, but that Ceausescu ordered his retreat be harried. The cavalry were not detailed to return to their filmmaking duties. Kate wondered how many of them were still alive. The retaking of the keep must have been a bloody, costly battle. A cavalry charge against a fortress position would be almost a suicide mission. Disconsolately, Francis and Storaro sorted out some pickup shots that could be managed. A search was mounted for Shiny Suit, so that a definite time could be established for rescheduling of the attack scene. He had vanished into the mists, presumably to escape the Americans' wrath. Kate huddled under a tree and tried to puzzle out a local newspaper. She was brushing up her Romanian, simultaneously coping with the euphemisms and lacunae of a non-free press. According to the paper, Meinster had been crushed weeks ago and was hiding in a ditch somewhere, certain to be beheaded within the hour. She couldn't help feeling the real story was in the next valley. As a newspaper woman, she should be there, not waiting around for this stalled juggernaut to get back on track. Meinster's kids frightened and fascinated her. She should know about them, try to understand. But American zoetrope had first call on her, and she didn't have the heart to be another defector. Marty Sheen joined her. He was mostly recovered and understood what she had done for him, though he was still exploring the implications of their blood link. Just now, he was more anxious about working with Brando, who was due in next week, than his health. There was still no scripted ending. The day that the cavalry, well, some of them, came back, faces drawn and downcast, uniforms muddied, eyes haunted, Shiny Suit was discovered with his neck broken, flopped half in a stream. He must have fallen in the dark, tumbling down the precipitous mountainside. His face and neck were ripped, torn by the sharp thorns of the mountain bushes. He had bled dry into the water, and his staring face was white.
"It is good that Giorgio is dead," Jan pronounced. "He upset the maestro."
Kate hadn't known the bureaucrat's name. Francis was frustrated at this fresh delay, but graciously let the corpse be removed and the proper authorities be notified before proceeding with the shoot. A police inspector was escorted around by Jan, poking at a few broken bushes and examining Giorgio's effects. Jan somehow persuaded the man to conclude the business speedily. The boy was a miracle, everyone agreed.
"Miss Reed?"
Jan interrupted. She laid down her newspaper. Dressed as an American boy, with his hair cut by the makeup department, a light meter hung around his neck, Jan was unrecognizable as the bedraggled orphan who had come to her hotel room in Bucharest. Kate laid aside her journal and pen.
"John Pop,"
Jan pronounced, tapping his chest. His J sound was perfect.
"John Pop, the American."
She thought about it. John, had sloughed off his nationality and all national characteristics like a snake shedding a skin. Newborn as an American, pink-skinned and glowing, he would never be challenged.
"Do you want to go to America?" "Oh, yes, Miss Reed. America is a young country, full of life, fresh blood. There, one can be anything one chooses. It is the only country for a vampire."
Kate wasn't sure whether to feel sorry for the vampire youth or for the American continent. One of them was sure to be disappointed.
"John Pop,"
he repeated, pleased. Was this how Dracula had been when he first thought of moving to Great Britain, then the liveliest country in the world, just as America was now? The Count had practiced his English pronunciation in conversations with Jonathan and memorized railway timetables, relishing the exotic names of St. Pancras, King's Cross, and Euston. Had he rolled his anglicized name, Count de Ville, around his mouth, pleased with himself? Of course, Dracula saw himself as a conqueror, the rightful ruler of all lands he rode over. John was more like the Irish and Italian immigrants who poured through Ellis Island at the beginning of the century, certain America was the land of opportunity, and that each potato picker or barber could become a self-made plutocrat. Envious of his conviction, affection stabbing her heart. Wishing she could protect him always, Kate kissed him. He struggled awkwardly, a child hugged by an embarrassingly aged auntie. Mists pool around Borgo Pass. Black crags project from the white sea. The coach proceeds slowly. Everyone looks around, wary. Murray.
"Remember that last file of laudanum?" "I just downed it."
Westenra. "Good show, man."
Murray. "It's like the Crystal Palace."
Harker sits by Swales, looking up at the ancient castle that dominates the view. Broken battlements are jagged against the boiling sky. Harker's voice.
"Castle Dracula."
The trail snaked through the forest, leading me directly to him. The Count. The countryside was Dracula. He had become one with the mountains, the trees, the stinking earth. The coach halts. Murray pokes his head out of the window and sighs in amazement. Swales. "Borgo Pass, Harker. I'll go no further." Harker looks at Swales. There is no fear in the coachman's face, but his eyes are slitted. A sliver of dark bursts like a torpedo from the sea of mist. A sharpened stake impales Swales, bloody point projecting a foot or more from his chest. Swales sputters hatred and takes a grip on Harker, trying to hug him, to pull him onto the sharp point sticking out of his sternum. Harker struggles in silence, setting the heel of his hand against Swales's head. He pushes, and the dead man's grip relaxes. Swales tumbles from his seat and rolls off the precipice, falling silently into the mists. Murray. "Good grief, man. That was extreme." Rising over Borgo Pass was Castle Dracula, half mossy black stone, half fresh orange timber. Kate was impressed. Though the permits had still not come through, Francis had ordered the crew to erect and dress the castle set. This was a long way from Bucharest, and without Giorgio, the hand of Ceausescu could not fall. From some angles, the castle was an ancient fastness, a fit lair for the vampire king. But a few steps off the path, and it was a shell, propped up by timbers. Painted board mingled with stone. If Meister's kids were in the forests, they could look up at the mountain and take heart. This sham castle might be their rallying point. She hummed Paper Moon, imagining vampires summoned back to these mountains, to a castle that was not a castle, and a king who was just an actor in grease paint. A grip, silhouetted in the gateway, used a gun-like device to wisp thick cobweb on the portcullis. Cages of imported vermin were stacked up, ready to be unloosed. Stakes, rigged up with bicycle seats that would support the impaled extras, stood on the mountainside. It was a magnificent fake. Francis, leaning on his stake, stood and admired the edifice thrown up on his orders. Yon John was at his side, a faithful Renfield for once.
Orson Welles said it was the best train set a boy could have, Francis said.
Yon probably didn't know who Welles was,
but it broke him in the end.
In her cardigan pocket, she found the joke shop fangs from the 100th day of shooting party. Soon there would be a 200th day party. She snapped the teeth together like castanets, feeling almost giddy up here in the mists, where the air was thin and the nights cold. In her pleasant contralto, far more Irish-inflected than her speaking voice, she crooned,
"It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me."
On foot, Harker arrives at the gates of the castle. Westenra and Murray hang back a little way. A silent crowd of gypsies parts to let the Englishmen through. Harker notices human and wolf teeth strung in necklaces, red eyes and feral fangs, withered bat membranes, curtaining under arms, furry bare feet hooked into the rock. These are the Sekia, the children of Dracula. In the courtyard, an armadillo noses among freshly severed human heads. Harker is smitten by the stench of decay, but tries to hide his distaste. Murray and Westenra groan and complain. They both hold out large crucifixes. A rat-like figure scuttles out of the crowds. Renfield.
"Are you English? I am an Englishman. R.M. Renfield, at your service."
He shakes Harker's hand, then hugs him. His eyes are jittery, mad.
Renfield. "The master has been waiting for you. I'm a lunatic, you know. Zoophagous. I eat flies, spiders, birds when I can get them. It's the blood. The blood is the life, as the book says. The master understands. Dracula. He knows you're coming. He knows everything. He's a poet-warrior in the classical sense. He has the vision. You'll see. You'll learn. He's lived through the centuries. His wisdom is beyond ours, beyond anything we can imagine. How can I make you understand? He's promised me lives, many lives. Some nights he'll creep up on you while you're shaving and break your mirror, a foul bauble of man's vanity. The blood of Attila flows in his veins. He is the master."
Renfield plucks a crawling insect from Westenra's coat and gobbles it down.
Renfield. "I know it bothers you. The heads, the severed heads. It's his way. It's the only language they understand. He doesn't love these things, but he knows he must do them. He knows the truth. Rats. He knows where the rats come from. Sometimes he'll say, they fought the dogs and killed the cats and bit the babies in the cradles and ate the cheeses out of the vats and licked the soup from the cook's own ladles."
Harker ignores the prattle and walks across the courtyard. Scraps of mist waft under his boots. A huge figure fills a doorway. Moonlight shines on his great bald head. Heavy jowls glisten as a humorless smile discloses yellow eye teeth the size of thumbs. Harker halts. A bass voice rumbles. Dracula.
"I am Dracula."
Francis had first envisioned Dracula as a stick insect skeleton, dried up, hollow-eyed, brittle. When Brando arrived on set, weighing in at 250 pounds, he had to rethink the character as a blood-bloated leech, full to bursting with stolen life, overflowing his coffin. For 2 days, Francis had been trying to get a usable reading of the line, "I am Dracula." Kate, initially as thrilled as anyone else to see Brando at work, was bored rigid by numberless mumbled retakes. The line was written in 3-foot-tall black letters on a large piece of cardboard held up by 2 grips. The actor experimented with emphases, accents, pronunciations from Dracula to Dracula. He read the line looking away from the camera and peering straight at the lens. He tried it with false fangs inside his mouth, sticking out of his mouth, shoved up his nostrils, or thrown away altogether. Once he came out with a bat tattooed on his bald head in black lipstick. After considering it for a while, Francis ordered the decal wiped off. You couldn't say that the star wasn't bringing ideas to the production. For 2 hours now, Brando had been hanging upside down in the archway, secured by a team of very tired technicians at the end of 2 guy ropes. He thought it might be interesting if the Count were discovered like a sleeping bat. Literally, he read his line upside down. Marty Sheen, over whose shoulder the shot was taken, had fallen asleep.
I am Dracula. 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 Dracula, am I? Am I Dracula? Dracula, I am. I, Dracula, am. Am Dracula, I? I'm Dracula. The name's Dracula. Count Dracula. Hey, I'm Dracula. Me, Dracula. You, Liquid Lunch. He read the line as Stanley Kowalski, as Don Corleone, as Charlie Chan, as Jerry Lewis, as Laurence Olivier, as Robert Newton. Francis patiently shot take after take. Dennis Hopper hung around, awed, smoking grass. All the actors wanted to watch. Brando's face went scarlet. Upside down, he had problems with the teeth. Relieved, the grips eased up on the ropes and the star dropped towards the earth. They slowed before his head cracked like an egg on the ground. Assistants helped him rearrange himself. Francis thought about the scene. Marlon, it seems to me that we could do worse than go back to the book. The book? Brando asked. Remember, when we first discussed the role, we talked about how Stoker describes the Count. I don't quite... You told me you knew the book. I never read it. You said I lied.
Harker, in chains, is confined in a dungeon. Rats crawl around his feet. Water flows all around. A shadow passes. Harker looks up. A gray bat face hovers above, nostrils elaborately frilled, enormous teeth locked. Dracula seems to fill the room, black cape stretched over his enormous belly and trunk-like limbs. Dracula drops something into Harker's lap. It is Westenra's head, eyes white. Harker screams. Dracula is gone. An insectile clacking emerged from the script crypt, the walled-off space on the set where Francis had hidden himself away with his typewriter. Millions of dollars poured away daily as the director tried to come up with an ending. In drafts Kate had seen, only a fraction of the attempts Francis had made, Harker killed Dracula. Dracula killed Harker. Dracula and Harker become allies. Dracula and Harker were both killed by Van Helsing, unworkable because Robert Duvall was making another film on another continent. Lightning destroyed the whole castle. It was generally agreed that Dracula should die. The Count perished through decapitation, purifying fire, running water, a stake through the heart, a hawthorn bush, a giant crucifix, silver bullets, the hand of God, the claws of the devil, armed insurrection, suicide, a swarm of infernal bats, bubonic plague, dismemberment by axe, permanent transformation into a dog. Brando suggested that he play Dracula as a green suitcase. Francis was on medication.
Reed, what does he mean to you?
She thought Francis meant Yon John.
He's just a kid, but he's getting older fast. There's something... Not John. Dracula. Oh, him?
Yes, him. Dracula. Count Dracula, king of the vampires.
I never acknowledged that title.
In the 1880s, you were against him?
You could say that.
But he gave you so much. Eternal life.
He wasn't my father. Not directly.
But he brought vampirism out of the darkness.
He was a monster.
Just a monster? In the end, just that? She thought hard.
No, there was more. He was more. He is, you know. Big, huge, enormous. Like the elephant described by blind men. He had many aspects, but all were monstrous. He didn't bring us out of the darkness. He was the darkness. John says he was a national hero. John wasn't born then, or turned. Guide me, Reed. I can't write your ending for you.
At the worst possible time, the policeman was back. There were questions about Shiny Suit, irregularities revealed by the autopsy. For some reason, Kate was questioned. Through an interpreter, the policeman kept asking her about the dead official. What had their dealings been? Whether Giorgio's prejudice against her kind had affected her. Then he asked her when she had last fed, and upon whom. "That's private," she said. She didn't want to admit that she had been snacking on rats for months. She had had no time to cultivate anyone warm. Her powers of fascination were thinning. A scrap of cloth was produced and handed to her. "Do you recognize this?" she was asked. It was filthy, but she realized that she did. "Why, it's my scarf. From Biba, It was snatched away from her. The policeman wrote down a note. She tried to say something about Jon, but thought better of it. The translator told the policeman Kate had almost admitted to something. She felt distinctly chilled. She was asked to open her mouth, like a horse up for sale. The policeman peered at her sharp little teeth and tutted. That was all for now. "How are monsters made?" Kate was weary of questions. Francis, Marty, the police, always questions. Still, she was on the payroll as an advisor. "I've known too many monsters, Francis. Some were born, some were made all at once. Some were eroded, some shaped themselves, some twisted by history." "What about Dracula?" "He was the monster of monsters, all of the above." Francis laughed. "You're thinking of Brando." "After your movie, so will everybody else." He was pleased by the thought. "I guess they will." "You're bringing him back. Is that a good idea?" "It's a bit late to raise that." "Seriously, Francis, he'll never be gone, never be forgotten. But your Dracula will be powerful. In the next valley, people are fighting over the tatters of the old faded Dracula. What will your Technicolor 70mm Dolby Stereo Dracula mean?" "Meanings are for the critics." To Sakaya, throw Harker into the great hall of the castle. He sprawls on the straw-covered flagstones, emaciated and wild-eyed, close to madness. Dracula sits on a throne which stretches wooden wings out behind him. Renfield worships at his feet, tongue applied to the Count's black leather boot. Murray, a blissful smile on his face and scabs on his neck, stands to one side with Dracula's 3 vampire brides. Dracula. "I bid you welcome. Come safely, go freely, and leave some of the happiness you bring." Harker looks up. Harker. "You were a prince." Dracula. "I am a prince still, of darkness." The brides titter and clap. A look from their master silences them. Dracula. "Harker, what do you think we are doing here, at the edge of Christendom? What dark mirror is held up to our unreflecting faces?" By the throne is an occasional table piled high with books and periodicals. Bradshaw's Guide to Railway Timetables in England, Scotland, and Wales. George and Wheaton Grossmith's Diary of a Nobody. Sabine Baring Gould's The Book of Werewolves. Oscar Wilde's Salome. Dracula picks up a volume of the poetry of Robert Browning. Dracula. "I must not omit to say that in Transylvania there's a tribe of alien people that ascribe the outlandish ways and dress on which their neighbors lay such stress to their fathers and mothers having risen out of some subterraneous prison into which they were trepanned long ago in a mighty band out of Hamelin town in Brunswick land. But how or why? They don't understand." Renfield claps. Renfield. "Rats, master, rats." Dracula reaches down with both hands and turns the madman's head right around. The brides fall upon the madman's twitching body, nipping at him greedily before he dies and the blood spoils. Harker looks away. At the airport, she was detained by officials. There was some question about her passport. Francis was worried about the crates of exposed film. The negative was precious, volatile, irreplaceable. He, personally, through Jon, argued with the customs people and handed over disproportionate bribes. He still carried his staff, which he used to point the way and rap punishment. He looked a bit like Friar Tuck. The film, the raw material of Dracula, was to be treated as if it were valuable as gold and dangerous as plutonium. It was stowed on the aeroplane by soldiers. A blank-faced woman sat across the desk from Kate. The stirrings of panic ticked inside her. The scheduled time of departure neared. The rest of the crew were lined up with their luggage, joking despite tiredness. After over a year, they were glad to be gone for good from this backward country. They talked about what they would do when they got home. Marty Sheen was looking healthier, years younger. Francis was bubbling again, excited to be on to the next stage. Kate looked from the Romanian woman to the portraits of Nikolai and Elena on the wall behind her. All eyes were cold, hateful. The woman wore a discreet crucifix and a party badge clipped to her uniform lapel. A rope barrier was removed, and the eager crowd of the Dracula company stormed towards the aeroplane, mounting the steps, squeezing into the cabin. The flight was for London, then New York, then Los Angeles, half a world away. Kate wanted to stand up, to join the plane, to add her own jokes and fantasies to the rowdy chatter, to fly away from here. Her luggage, she realized, was in the hold. A man in a black trench coat, Securitate, and two uniformed policemen arrived and exchanged terse phrases with the woman. Kate gathered they were talking about Shiny Suit. And her. They used old cruel words. Leech, Nosferatu, parasite. The Securitate man looked at her passport. It is impossible that you be allowed to leave. Across the tarmac, the last of the crew, Yon John among them, baseball cap turned backwards, bulky kit bag on his shoulder, disappeared into the sleek tube of the aeroplane. The door was pulled shut. She was forgotten, left behind. How long would it be before anyone noticed? With different sets of people debarking in 3 cities, probably forever. It was easy to miss one mousy advisor in the excitement, the anticipation, the triumph of going home with the movie shot. Months of post-production, dialogue looping, editing, rough-cutting, previews, publicity, and release lay ahead, with box office takings to be crowed over and prizes to be competed for in Cannes and on Oscar night. Maybe when they came to put her credit on the film, someone would think to ask what had become of the funny little old girl with the thick glasses and the red hair. You are a sympathizer with the Transylvania movement. Good God, she blurted. Why would anybody want to live here? That did not go down well. The engines were whining. The plane taxied towards the runway. This is an old country, Miss Catherine Reed, the Securitate man sneered. We know the ways of your kind, and we understand how they should be dealt with. All the eyes were pitiless. The giant black horse is led into the courtyard by the gypsies. Swords are drawn in salute to the animal. It whinnies slightly, coat glossy ebony, nostrils scarlet. Inside the castle, Harker descends a circular stairway carefully, wiping aside cobwebs. He has a wooden stake in his hands. The gypsies close on the horse. Harker's voice. Even the castle wanted him dead, and that's what he served at the end. The ancient, blood-caked stones of his Transylvanian fastness. Harker stands over Dracula's coffin. The Count lies, bloated with blood, face puffy and violet. Gypsy knives stroke the horse's flanks. Blood erupts from the coat. Harker raises the stake with both hands over his head. Dracula's eyes open, red marbles in his fat, flat face. Harker is given pause. The horse neighs in sudden pain. Axes chop at its neck and legs. The mighty beast is felled. Harker plunges the stake into the Count's vast chest. The horse jerks spastically as the gypsies hack at it. Its hooves scrape painfully on the cobbles. A gout of violently red blood gushes upwards, splashing directly into Harker's face, reddening him from head to waist. The flow continues, exploding everywhere, filling the coffin, the room, driving Harker back. Dracula's great hands grip the sides of the coffin, and he tries to sit. Around him is a cloud of blood droplets, hanging in the air like slow-mo fog. The horse kicks its last, clearing a circle. The gypsies look with respect at the creature they have slain. Harker takes a shovel and pounds at the stake, driving it deeper into Dracula's barreled chest, forcing him back into his filthy sarcophagus. At last, the Count gives up. Whispered words escape from him with his last breath. Dracula.
The horror. The horror.
She supposed there were worse places than a Romanian jail, but not many. They kept her isolated from the warm prisoners. Rapists and murderers and dissidents were afraid of her. She found herself penned with uncommunicative Transylvanians, haughty elders reduced to grime and resentful newborns. She had seen a couple of Meinster's kids, and their calm, purposeful, blank-eyed viciousness disturbed her. Their definition of enemy was terrifyingly broad, and they believed in killing. No negotiation, no surrender, no accommodation, just death on an industrial scale. The bars were silver. She fed on insects and rats. She was weak. Every day she was interrogated. They were convinced she had murdered Giorgio. His throat had been gnawed, and he was completely exsanguinated. Why her? Why not some Transylvanian terrorist? Because of the bloodied, once yellow scrap in his dead fist. A length of thin silk, which she had identified as her Biba scarf. The scarf she had thought of as civilization, the bandage she had used to bind Jan's wound. She said nothing about that. Jan John was on the other side of the world, making his way. She was left behind in his stead, in offering to placate those who would pursue him. She could not pretend even to herself that it was not deliberate. She understood all too well how he had survived so many years underground. He had learned the predator's trick, to be loved, but never to love. For that, she pitied him, even as she could cheerfully have torn his head off. There were ways out of jails, even jails with silver bars and garlic hung from every window. The Romanian jailers prided themselves on knowing vampires, but they still treated her as if she were feeble-minded and fragile. Her strength was sapping, and each night without proper feeding made her weaker. Walls could be broken, though, and there were passes out of the country. She would have to fall back on skills she had thought never to exercise again. But she was a survivor of the night. As, quietly, she planned her escape from the prison and from the country, she tried to imagine where the son of Dracula was, to conceive of the life he was living in America, to count the used-up husks left in his wake. Was he still at his maestro's side, making himself useful? Or had he passed beyond that, found a new patron, or become a maestro himself? Eventually, he would build his castle in Beverly Hills and enslave a harem. What might he become? A studio head? A cocaine baron? A rock promoter? A media mogul? A star? Truly, Jan John was what Francis had wanted of Brando. Dracula reborn. An old monster, remade for the new world and the next century, meaning all things, tainting everything he touched. She would leave him be, this new monster of hers, this creature born of Hollywood fantasy and her own thoughtless charity. With Dracula gone or transformed, the world needed a fresh monster, and John Pop would do as well as anyone else. The world had made him, and it could cope with him. Kate extruded a fingernail into a hard, sharp spar and scraped the wall. The stones were solid, but between them was old mortar, which crumbled easily. Harker, face still red with Dracula's blood, is back in his room at the inn in Bistritz. He stands in front of the mirror. Harker's voice. They were going to make me a saint for this, and I wasn't even in their fucking church anymore. Harker looks deep into the mirror. He has no reflection. Harker's mouth forms the words, but the voice is Dracula's. The horror. The horror. Gwyneth Jones. Grazing the Long Acre. Gwyneth Jones writes science fiction and fantasy for both adults and young people. She has also worked as a civil servant, freelance journalist, and school dinner lady, among many other things. She has been nominated for the Arthur C. Clarke 4 times, most recently for her 1994 novel, North Wind, and acted as one of the judges for the award in 1996. The first novel in the same series, White Queen, was co-winner of the 1991 James Tiptree Award for science fiction exploring gender roles. Her teenage novel, The Fear Man, written as Anne Hallam, won the Dracula Society's Children of the Night Award in 1996. The same year, her fairy tale collection, 7 Tales and a Fable, published by the Edgewood Press, won 2 World Fantasy Awards. Recent publications include Phoenix Cafe, the third novel of the Aleutian trilogy, and Crying in the Dark, as Anne Hallam. A collection of critical essays, Deconstructing the Starships, was published by the Liverpool University Press in 1998. About Grazing the Long Acre, she explains, I wrote this story after I visited Poland, at Easter in 1997. The background details are all true. There is just such a stretch of the E75, next to the town where they keep the most sacred icon of the Virgin, with just such a weird concentration of roadside girls. The Virgin Mary, a suspected serial killer? Is nothing sacred? The first couple of girls I saw, I thought they were hitchhikers. I'm not naive, but that stretch of the E75, between Chenstokhova and Chaterkov Trib, must be the most lost, God-forsaken highway on Earth. Talk about the middle of nowhere. It was so incongruous. You wondered how the hell anyone came to be there, least of all this plump, unattractive young woman with thick thighs, puce, and the cold, in a crocheted miniskirt and a strange little satin jacket, skipping about beside the traffic like a lonesome child. Or this other girl, skinny as a rake, with her dishwater hair, black hot pants, and pathetic thigh-high patent boots. After the third, I got the idea. I sat up and watched. It was something to break the monotony. I couldn't work out why they were here in such numbers. I'd never seen whores plying beside a Polish freeway before. World War II bomb craters, yes. Kids skateboarding on 6-lane high-speed curves abandoned halfway through the building. Potholes, crevasses, ambling horses and carts. But never anything like this line of shivering, primping, ugly girls. How do they get here? My friend shrugged. Their pimps drop them off, I suppose. It's none of my concern. But what makes this stretch so popular? Habit, police protection, how should I know? Word passes around. He spoke excellent English, my friend. I went on staring, bemused, at the cabaret. The sex must be dirt cheap, but how could anyone get turned on in such a setting? I could tell that my friend thought my interest was in poor taste. He glanced at me, and settled his eyes back to the gliding, jolting gray road ahead with a frown. Something preys on them. What do you mean? What I say. Something kills them. Sometimes they find a body. Sometimes nothing but a heap of dirty clothing. Some devil. It's been going on for a while, maybe years. Many, maybe 30, 50 girls have died, or more. Of course the police do nothing. God, how awful. It's a pollution problem, he added. I was afraid for a moment that he was approving of the predator. But he was a decent enough guy, my friend. There are monsters who feel they have a right to do away with women of this kind. They are a product of our crazy society, animals like that. A pollution, like the air and the water problems. But if they're getting killed, why do they keep on working here? Why not? What else would they do? Sometimes you'd see an actual deal. A girl leaning into the open door of a halted car. 2 of them getting down from the cab of a truck. The second slipped, scraped her bare buttocks on the crusted dirt of the bumper, and recovered herself, exclaiming, adjusting the grubby scarlet thong that divided her backside. Grazing the Long Acre, I said. What's that? It was an expression my Irish grandmother had taught me. It's what peasants used to do in the old country, when they had a cow but no pasture. They'd send the kids out to lead her along the roadside and eat weeds. If you say someone's grazing the long acre, it means something like making the best of a bad job, with a little cunning thrown in. I explained this to my friend. He liked grazing the long acre. He said it sounded Polish. It made him laugh. We drove on south to Chenstokhova, where he had business. I went to see the famous icon of the Black Madonna, the most sacred object in Poland, which is saying something in this country full of sainted, hallowed holy bones and swords and tombs. In the year 1430, some Vandals tried to steal the picture. They couldn't shift it, so they slashed her face instead. Apparently, she started bleeding real blood, and that was the debut of her miraculous career. So the story goes, and there's still a mark on her cheek to prove it. I didn't see anything, actually. The place was far too crowded, thick with patriotic crocodiles of schoolchildren, and rattling with the brusque, hectoring voices of tour guides. But I bought a postcard. Then we went on south to Krakow, where we stayed in a very nice hotel near the Slovatsky Theater, My friend left me alone for long stretches while he did whatever they do, these well-built Polish men in well-made suits, with their big-shouldered physical presence that you could cut with a knife. It was the beginning of April, very cold and still not really the tourist season, but I did a lot of sightseeing. One day I went to see what's left of the Jewish quarter, which is not much. I sat on a bench next to some dignified memorial or other, in a public garden by the Ariel Cafe, which is fashionable with American tourists. I was brought up a Catholic as far as anything, but I'm Jewish enough in ethnic origin that I had a weird sense of belonging, sitting by that cold stone. I thought of the 60,000 people who had been stripped out of these streets by the Nazis, and wondered how they'd feel about their errant child. Jewish internationalism, that's me. I'm one place where the ancient, nation-stateless, assimilating spirit ended up, other than Auschwitz. I tried to visit the old Jewish cemetery, but it was all locked up. I walked along by the ballast of the railway line and picked up a blackened larch cone as a memento, which I keep still. I'm not sure why. I don't think my friend liked the fact that I'd been to the ghetto, but we didn't quarrel. He was never nasty to me, never raised his voice. The day afterward, we headed north again. I thought we were going back to Warsaw, but he didn't say. We went by the same route, on the good old E75. Most foreigners in Poland take the train or fly from one tourist destination to another, but my friend liked to drive. He didn't say so, but I could tell. To have a big car, to travel big distances under his own power, was important to him. It was like the suits. As soon as we were in open country, clear of the commercial ring around Czestochowa, the whores in their tasteless little outfits were there again. But I was cool about it this time, and pretended not to notice. About 3 p.m, he pulled off into a bright new service area. The middle of the afternoon is hungry time in Poland, where many people haven't picked up the unhealthy 20th century habit of dining in the evening, so I knew we were going to eat. He filled up with petrol, parked beside a black and chrome Cherokee Jeep, and guided me into the shiny, modern grill bar, sat me down, and ordered me a pizza. "Just stay there for a while," he said. "I have to talk to someone." I had a funny feeling. The place was full. No one took any notice of me, but I was uneasy. Outside, the big road went by, slicing through the flat, gray, empty fields without a glance, on its way to somewhere real. I picked at my pizza, which was god-awful, and watched the family next to me tucking away sour soup, rice with dill and cream, slabs of fried fish, great heaps of meat and potatoes. Another decade of peasant meals without peasant labor, and the great-looking coltish blondes you see in Krakow and Warsaw will be vast as so many Midwesterners. The driver of the Cherokee Jeep, a stylish dark-haired woman in a military gray overcoat, was sitting a few tables away with a cup of coffee. I wondered how old she was. Probably younger than she looked to my foreigner's eyes, because she had the kind of face you meet more often in Europe than in America. Beautiful but toughed out, as if she'd been living hard and wasn't ashamed of it. I thought she looked Jewish, which even today is not the most popular ethnicity in this country. She saw me staring and smiled a little. I glanced away. At first I couldn't see where my friend had gone. Then I spotted him at a table with 2 other men the same type as himself. This was normal. It would often happen in restaurants. He'd go off and talk to some buddies, and come back after a while. But I had that bad feeling. None of the men so much as glanced my way, and yet I was sure I was the subject of their conversation. And suddenly, I knew what was happening. I went cold all over, because I am such a damned fool. I was being passed on. I stood up, casually as I could make it, thinking in my mind so my gestures would match, "I am just taking a trip to the John to powder my nose." The woman in the gray overcoat had paid for her swift coffee and was leaving. I followed her out, and instead of going to the toilets, I put my hand on her arm. I said in my best Polish, "Can you give me a lift?" She'd seen me come in with a middle-aged local guy. As soon as she heard me speak, she knew I was a foreigner. She could probably work out the rest. She didn't hesitate. "Sure, come along." I guessed she might not have been so willing to help if she had known what a clown I was, and how richly I deserved the situation I was in. Luckily, she didn't ask for my life story. We went out and climbed into the huge Jeep and drove away. If she'd asked me where I was heading, I'd have had no answer. I couldn't speak more than 10 words of Polish anyway. But she didn't ask. She didn't say a word until we'd been driving for about 10 kilometers.
"Would you mind?"
she said in English, then, slowing down,
"I have some business."
At this point, the forest, which is always there on the edge of the cold, flat fields, had closed right in on either side of the road. In Poland, you never lose the sense that this country really belongs to the trees. Sometimes they look pretty sick, but they never give up. There were trees in a thick crowd around the long wooden shack, and its churned-up parking lot. They made the place look kind of sinister, but appealing. Inside the shack was a fancy version of the old-fashioned Polish roadside diner. No plastic, everything wood, mud coffee, and a handwritten menu. For the coffee, they don't use a pot or a filter or anything. They just dump boiling water on a heap of grounds, and the rest is up to you. Getting anything other than a mouthful of grit is quite an art. She ordered for both of us without asking what I wanted. I was used to that. And we took our glasses of mud to a table. She offered me a cigarette and lit one herself. Close up, she was both more good-looking and more ravaged than she'd seemed back in the modern grill. There were crinkly smoker's creases around her big, dark eyes, and a faded scar on her cheek that was only partly concealed by makeup. From the few words she'd spoken, I could tell her English was good. I wanted to break the ice and head off some of the questions she was bound to ask. But then I looked around, and I got distracted. Our diner was the whore's restroom. Here they all were, off-duty, their peep-show nakedness looking less ridiculous, as if we, fully dressed, were the ones who had stumbled into a chorus girl's dressing room. There were a few men, too, eating their meals and joking with the girls in a comradely way, as if this scene was perfectly normal. I couldn't stop staring. I am not naive, but it was so interesting. There was a constant coming and going. A girl would rush in, pulling a bundle of notes out of her bra. She'd go up to the counter and have an intense discussion with the woman behind it, a narrow-eyed, respectable-looking dame in a rusty brown overall. Some notes would change hands. Sometimes the girl would enlist a friend to help resolve the transaction, and there'd be some sharp exchanges. Or two of them would dive into one of the toilet cubicles at the back of the room, and there'd be much laughter and banging before they emerged, eyes bright and makeup slipping. They came in from the road looking exhausted. They left again refreshed, tugging at their underwear, rearranging nearly naked tits in rats' nests of dirty polyester lace. It jolted me a little when I realized that my new friend was equally fascinated. She smoked one cigarette and lit another, in silence, absorbed.
"Excuse me," she said at last. "I have to talk to someone."
Off she went, taking her coffee, to chat with a little blonde in a crumpled black vest dress, who'd just walked in. Well, here I am again, I thought. The great thing about these old East Bloc countries, with the two-tier economies, is that when you find yourself on the street again, suddenly your last scraps of spare change turn into a month's wages. I looked in my purse. I could eat. I could buy a night's lodging if it came to that, wash my smalls out in the basin. I had my toothbrush and my lipstick. What more does a girl need? I went up to the counter and ordered a plate of bigos, the universal meat and sauerkraut stew. It came with fresh rye bread. The stew was very good. I wolfed it down and lit another cigarette. I felt like Lauren Bacall in To Have and Have Not, the ideal of all teenage runaways. I wished the diner was a hotel so I could stay and become part of the louche scene. I wished it was Martinique, out there, instead of a slab of dour Pulsku highway. But you can't have everything. Romance moves on. It changes locale with the changing times. There was a flurry going on among the girls, around the blonde, who was slumped with her head on her folded arms, looking in sore need of a pep-up trip to the John. My friend was in the midst of it. I watched without seeming to care. I didn't want to be pushy. I wondered what I'd say when she asked me how did I get into the scrape. I was at school in Paris. I wasn't failing. I had friends. I wasn't taking drugs. There are smart and pretty bourgeois Paris schoolgirls who sell ass around the Maréchal. That's a ring of Paris road junctions, all called after old generals, for jet-set pocket money. I wasn't there. Maybe I just wanted my parents to take notice. Maybe I resented the way they'd brought me up international, following Daddy's job over the world, when I'd have preferred to stay home with my grandmother. In short, there was no big reason, no excuse. I wanted to be in a Howard Hawks movie, so I took a flight to Budapest to see what I could see. I lost my credit cards to a mugger. When my cash had run out, and I was thinking about phoning home, I met a guy, another American, in a picture gallery. I told him my troubles. He paid the rent I owed at my pension. He took me out to dinner. We went back to his hotel room. It was no different from having an older boyfriend, a grown-up who would naturally pay for everything. Until one morning, a couple of weeks later, I woke up, my friend had checked out, and there was money on the table. Then I understood, but it didn't matter. He was gone, and I didn't have to face him. Since then, I'd been living on my wits. I could have stopped the adventure any time. I didn't want to. It had been fun riding up and down that big road with my Polish friend. It makes you feel part of something exciting, to be cruising with some guy whose mysterious business is like an intriguing foreign film without subtitles. It makes you feel different. I'd been scared by what had happened, or nearly happened, in the Modern Grill bar. That had given me a shudder, like the time in Krakow's Jewish Quarter when I'd suddenly realized I was easily Jewish enough to have been shipped out, with the others, down the railway line to the death camp. I like to choose my friends. But it was okay. I'd escaped. Now here I was with this beautiful Jewish-looking woman who had a thing for hanging out with whores. Another strange encounter. Another adventure. I recalled the story of the predator. Was that true, or something my ex-friend had said to scare me? On the wall behind the counter, where a small TV stood, playing a quiz show with the sound turned down, I saw some wanted posters, the kind of thing you get in big train stations. A poorly copied black and white photo of some girl or boy, missing or dead. Have you seen her? Do you know anything? I didn't have to know Polish or get close to get the message. There seemed to be a lot of them, scattered among the national soccer team pics and the gaudy advertising, graded in age from gray and battered to brand new. I fantasized that the Jewish woman and I would investigate. She'd be cynical and wary of getting involved, but my belief in her would swing it. We would be a team. Would she accept that role? Playing reluctant good guy to my blunt tomboy, Humphrey Bogart to my Bacall. I wished I could make it happen. Trouble is, you can give yourself the illusion of choice, but you can't really choose a new protector. They have to choose you. I was just beginning to get melancholy when she came back to me. "I'm sorry about that," she said, with a smile that left her eyes pensive. "We can go now." What was going on? "Oh, another girl has disappeared. Malga's friend. The police think she's dead." "Oh, wow. I heard about that shit. The killer. They didn't find a body?" She shook her head. Her frown said she didn't want to dwell on the subject, so I laid off. This time she asked me where I was heading. I said Warsaw for the sake of argument. Her English was very good. We talked neutral stuff about how I liked Poland and what other countries I'd visited. She knew damn well I wasn't a tourist, but she'd obviously decided to ask no awkward questions, and I was too proud to throw myself on her mercy. A song I liked came on the radio. I asked her what the words meant, and she translated the catch for me. "If I could spend some time alone with you, in some place that's hard to find, but easy to remember." I started to sing along, chopping up the English to make it fit the tune. She laughed, but she didn't seem to take the hint. We got as far as the next roadside restaurant. When she pulled up again, I was puzzled. But somehow I knew she wasn't planning to dump me. It was business again. This business they always have, the people you meet when you've fallen or jumped out of the regular law-abiding world. "You did well to eat at the other place," she said. "The food here is terrible." It was the same scene as before, except that the clientele was more mixed and the girls were more discreet. They wore coats. The same as before, she bought 2 coffees, granules from a Nescafe sachet, tasting of grease, and left me on my own. I watched her with the girls. You could see that the news about Malga's friend had hit this place too. They were like little birds, huddling together in an invisible storm, and my friend was in the middle of it again. But this time I saw the deal. I saw some kind of pills in a clear plastic envelope, slipped from the pocket of the military gray coat into a hungry teenage hand. You wish there'd be a little more variety, but it's always either drugs or sex. Always. "What was that?" I said when she came back. I didn't want her to think I was naive.
What kind of shit are you selling? Maybe I want some.
She shook her head. I hope not.
Come on, what was it?
AZT.
Oh,
I said.
Oh.
I felt gauche and confused.
Is that what you do? You ride up and down here selling medical stuff? A kind of horse paramedic?
Not exactly. She sat down, hands deep in the pocket of that excellent coat, gazed into space for a moment, then gave a nod towards the girl, who was leaving, getting back on the job. How old, do you think?
16?
I hazarded, making her 2 years younger than me, and dying. So it goes. Perhaps, barely. Once upon a time, I was a teenage Jewish girl, engaged to an older man. I had no choice about the marriage. I mean, in my heart, I had no choice. Our community, my community, was important to me. I nodded. I imagined how she might have felt, growing up Jewish in communist Poland. I got pregnant. He knew the baby wasn't his. He also knew that the other guy, the baby's father, was still in my life and always would be. He married me anyway, and brought up my kid as his own. But then he died.
What about the other guy, the baby's father?
Oh, he was still around. Always will be. I'm part of his operation. I have no choice about that either. You could say that is my big problem. She smiled at me. So you see, I have a fellow feeling for these girls. The drugs are only to gain their confidence. What I'm trying to do is to get them out of this life, completely. But it's not easy to change even one girl's mind. Being a whore is like an addiction. Everything contributes. Friends, circumstances, the idleness, a certain fascination. I felt uncomfortable.
If you want to save the girls, why don't you go after the guys?
Ah! She laughed, offered me a cigarette, and lit one for herself. Her long fingers were stained with nicotine, and nervously beautiful. And do what? Shoot them in the head? A person has to know he is sick before he can be made well. It is hard for me to reach the guys as long as they feel no pain. They have no sense of wrongdoing when they buy sex. The girls are suffering, and that opens the heart. She laughed. My dear, I wish it were otherwise, but in this time and in this place, suffering is definitely me. I didn't say anything. I didn't really care what she was up to, though I guessed I wasn't getting the full picture. The fact that she was talking to me intimately was enough. I just loved the sound of her voice, the darkness and the depths of her smile, the sad and mocking laughter in her black eyes. I wanted nothing better than to stay quiet and listen while she gave me glimpses of her complex and mysterious life. In the heart of me, she said softly, there is something that knows nothing of right or wrong. I have been many people. I have had many names. The forms, you know, are nothing. Inside, deep inside, I am still what I always was. I remember that I was born unstained, completely free. But since the Great Divide had to come into my world, I have to admit, there is no contest. I must accept the work that has been given to me. As difficult and long as it may be, we must make things turn out for the best. Do you see what I mean? And the only way it can be done is one piece at a time. She sipped her cold coffee for a while, preoccupied. Would you mind coming back with me to Pod Lost now?
Huh?
The first place we stopped. It means under the forest. So we went back. It was dusk and getting very cold. We'd had a slack moment. The room was nearly empty. Yellowish electric light glistened on the wooden walls. The raggedy blonde she'd talked with earlier was almost the only girl in the place. My friend said, "Wait here." I got myself some tea, cheaper than coffee, and sat down. I wanted to be her sidekick, the fresh page for her experience to write upon. I wondered if she carried a gun, and how much should I believe the Scarlet Pimpernel story about saving fallen women? And was I going to meet this monster, the Mr. Big from whom she couldn't escape? My dark lady with the checkered past. The blonde girl called Malga stood up. Her face was drawn and gray, her eyes blank. She headed for the door, my dark lady following. My friend said quietly as she passed, "Stay here. Don't follow us." She went out. I sat for a few minutes. Then I started thinking about the girl who had just walked by me with the mark of death on her face, about the scene I'd witnessed here earlier, about my friend who liked to hang out with whores but told me that her mission was to rid the world of girls who sell sex for a living. Soon I had myself completely terrified. I decided that I'd been riding around with a psychopath. My dark lady was the predator. It had to be. Now I understood why she'd asked me no questions. She already knew everything she needed to know. I was alone, I was vulnerable, and the way she'd met me had left her in no doubt that I was her legitimate prey. The sinister little diner was suddenly drained of romance. Everything changed shape and color. My American, the one in Budapest, had 2 little daughters. He didn't tell me that. I looked in his wallet once while he was sleeping and found their pictures. I suppose when they grew up, he wanted them to be dentists or something. But when he met me, he thought it was perfectly okay that I should pay with sex for food and shelter. Was he right? I don't know. He didn't force me. But he didn't march me to a telephone and stand over me while I called my terrified parents. He didn't do anything to haul me back from the brink of the slippery slope. What went through his head? Am I an adult? Am I my brother's keeper? I was going hot and cold by turns. The parched and withered faces of the murdered girls were staring at me from the wall. I was so frightened that I couldn't see any way to resist. She would come back from whatever she did to Malga. She would lead me into her darkness. The woman behind the counter was giving me strange looks. Finally, she came over with a short man in a pork pie hat, one of her more prosperous customers. "Are you wanting a lift?" she asked. "This gentleman can help you." "No, thank you." "You should take the lift," said the proprietress of the Pod Las. I couldn't ask about the Jewish-looking woman because I couldn't speak Polish, but from the way she spoke and the look in her eye, I knew that she was warning me to get away from here. She was right. The guy looked okay. I would do him and get him to drop me in a town, somewhere away from this damned road, where I would call my parents. Tomorrow or the next day, I would call them. I would call them real soon as I had a story worked out. We went out into the night. He slipped his arm around my waist. I was looking up and down for the raggedy blonde. I saw something big parked a few 100 meters along the road. No lights. I thought it was the Jeep. I could see what looked like a struggle going on. I shouted, "Stop that!" and threw off the man's arm. He yelled after me, something like, "It's not our concern." I kept running, beside the stream of traffic, screaming, "Leave her alone!" I reached the spot in time to see 3 men's pale faces, flashing angry, guilty glances over their shoulders as they stooped over what seemed like a bundle of dirty clothes. They dumped their burden, leapt into their big car, slammed the doors, and it roared away. I don't know if they had meant to kill her. Probably not. The angel of death that stalks girls like my raggedy blonde has not one face but many. Disease, neglect, accident, overdose. It's only sometimes murder. And bodies can vanish without much mystery, when no one cares. I was going to go to her, but someone else was there. It was my dark lady, the figure of all my hopes and fears. The dead girl's body seemed to be lying in her arms, in the gesture of the Pietà. And then, where she had been, there seemed to be a human shape cut out of the clear darkness, cut into the uttermost abyss. What did I see? I tremble still at the memory, though I know even this belongs to me, to my sex, my culture, my situation. It is not she. For an instant I believe I saw unveiled, sexless, impersonal, absolute, what lies within and beyond all images of that lady. I saw the gateway between creation and the uncreated, the innocent, the immaculate void of all our desire, opening and flowering in that cold April night, with the traffic roaring by, exhaust fumes in the air, headlights splashing like shoreline waves on the forest eaves. The man from the Pod Las came running up. He exclaimed and cried, I think, "What a terrible thing, and that I mustn't look." He led me back to the diner, and the proprietress called the police. There were sirens and lights, and they took the girl's body away. I soon discovered that no one else had seen a Jewish-looking woman with a scarred cheek. I'd come into the Pod Las alone, once in the afternoon and then again in the evening. I didn't insist. They'd have thought I was crazy. When the police had found me a hotel for the night, I looked in my purse to see how much money I had left and discovered a wad of notes tucked into the back pocket, with a scrap of paper on which someone had written, in looping old-fashioned European handwriting, "Go home." It was enough for my airfare. I suppose my Polish friend must have tucked the money in there when he decided to dump me at the Modern Bar Grill. I told you he was a decent enough kind of guy. The rest, the whole Dark Lady encounter, was my vivid imagination. And that was the end of my adventure. There were no dreadful consequences, much as I deserved them. It was just a wild adolescent spree. But I kept the paper with the message I like to think she sent me, directly or indirectly, and I keep the picture of her I bought up on my wall. I think of her often, my impossible she. I wonder, is she still driving up and down, between Chenstokhova and Piotrkov-Trib, saving souls? And I think about going home. Douglas E. Winter. The Zombies of Madison County. Douglas E. Winter is a winner of the World Fantasy Award and a multiple nominee for that award, as well as the Hugo Award and the Bram Stoker Award. A partner in the internationally based law firm of Bryan Cave, LLP, and a member of the National Book Critics Circle, he is the author or editor of 11 books, including Stephen King, The Art of Darkness, Faces of Fear, Primeval, and the epic anthology of apocalyptic fiction, Revelations, aka Millennium. Winter has published more than 200 articles and short stories, appearing in such major metropolitan newspapers as the Washington Post, Washington Times, Philadelphia Inquirer, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and Cleveland Plain Dealer, and in magazines as diverse as Harper's Bazaar, Saturday Review, Gallery, and The Twilight Zone. His short fiction has been selected 7 times for inclusion in Year's Best anthologies, and he is also a book columnist for the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, and the music columnist for Video Watchdog. His forthcoming books include a critical biography of Clive Barker and American Zombie, a trilogy of literary pastiches illustrated by J.K. Potter, which will include Less Than Zombie, Bright Lights Big Zombie, reprinted in Best New Horror 4, and the following Bram Stoker Award-nominated novella, Jesus Raised the Dead, but Who Will Raise the Living? Pearls Before Swine. The End. There are songs that come weighted with debt from the storm clouds of 100 smokestacks, from the gray ashes of 1,000 lives, 1,000,000 deaths. This is the last of them. On another long morning after the dead began to walk, I'm at my desk, staring into the wide blank screen of my computer, waiting for the words that never come, the telephone that never rings. Nothing but the manuscript is left. The world outside is gone, at least the world as I knew it, and in its place the new age. Inside there is nothing more to say. Only the manuscript remains. A shuffled stack of pages, for the most part typed, but by its midpoint nicked and scratched with ink, and at last given over entirely to handwriting. A story, perhaps a fable. Whether a book of lies or of revelations, it is the final missive from Madison County. Its writer has extracted a solemn promise. If I decide not to publish his manuscript, I must agree to tell in my own words what happened in Madison County, Illinois, in the late summer of this year. What, for all I know, is happening there still. As usual, his ambition and conceit are intense, his compulsion to tell a story so demanding as to try to make that story mine. Still, with the manuscript complete, the puzzle parts in place, I read his story through to the end. At times I stop, put the pages aside and wish them away. But I cannot help myself. I read and read again. As I read, I begin to see the images, black type on white paper blurring, finally swallowed up in a wash of gray. To see the images is to know the truth of words. And I begin to hear those words, rising like smoke off these brittle pages. The story whispers to me. At times it shouts, at other times it cries. Sometime just after midnight, I know that there is no alternative but to try to publish the story, if anyone is left alive or cares to read it, though its telling may seal my fate as surely as it sealed that of Douglas Winter. In a world where death is life and life, in all its forms, seems nothing more than a rehearsal for death, I could feel the hunger created by the story, the need to know its truth or deception. I believed then that, in a world where movies have become reality, where the dead walk and eat the living, there was still a place for fiction. I believe even more strongly now that I was wrong. But I had read his story, and I needed to know if it was truly a story or something more. And the knowing could bring me to one place, and one place only. Journeying to Madison County through these pages, and now, as I must, by wing or wheel or foot, I felt that, in many ways, I had become Douglas Winter. Finding the way into his essence is something of a challenge. His story provides few certainties, and a handful of vague clues from which only the most cautious of deductions may follow. He is an enigmatic person. At times he seems mysterious yet mundane. For in the days before the dead, he was one of those Washington lawyers, walking and talking through corridors and courthouses, aloof in Armani suits, fast cars, fast tracks. At other times, he seems ethereal, perhaps even imaginary. He was not simply a lawyer, but a writer, lost so deeply in himself that he would fall into the well of the subconscious and emerge with a story, a book, not about the law, but about horror. In his legal work he sought, no doubt, to be a consummate professional. Probably he worked too hard at it, worsening his own wounds and seeking cures for others. Since he saw the world through different eyes, in time he inevitably would count himself one of the hunted, not the hunters. Given the law's implacable need for order, consider the agony of his vision, which saw that very likely there was none. Consider his plight, in the darkest hours of the night, awake, watching, waiting for the answer to come. Too many questions remain without answer, and they, too, draw me onward, a wary moth to the flame of Madison County. I have been unable to determine what became of anything else Winter wrote there, which, as his story suggests, may have included other stories, perhaps in the hundreds of pages. The best guess, and this would be consistent with what I know of him, is that he destroyed it all before vanishing into the midnight existence that tells us nothing and everything. For having reached this story's end, I know nothing more of Douglas Winter than is written here, nothing at all about his life, if indeed there is one, after the zombies of Madison County. His story has revised the very way that I read, I write, I think, and, most of all, reminded me of how we lived for so very long in a fragile kind of light, that light known as faith. For some people, there was faith in God or some other spiritual source of goodness, but for most of us, there was simple faith in a neighbor, a friend, a lover, a parent, the proverbial fellow man. We slept our peaceful nights in a darkness that was incomplete, pierced and illuminated by the shining stars of our faith, holes in the floor of heaven. Coming to know Stacey Allen and Douglas Winter as I have in reading, and now writing, this story, I think that we were lucky, far more lucky than we knew. When the dead finally rose to teach us, it was too late for us to learn. A story is always something more than its writer. It is also its reader. If you approach what follows, as I did, with the willingness to believe, you may find yourself on a journey that leads inexorably to his unspoken words. The end. You may wonder if you were meant to be entertained. In the increasingly indifferent furnace of your heart, you may even find, as Stacey Allen did, room to die again. Douglas E. Winter. At dawn in late August, in the year of the dead, Douglas E. Winter locked the door of his suburban split-level house in Alexandria, Virginia. He carried a black leather duffel bag filled with handguns and ammunition and pharmaceuticals, the currency of the day, down a short curve of cement steps to the driveway. There, his 1971 Ford Mustang, taken from a used car dealer for a song and 6 clips of black talons, was waiting to take him home. The Mustang's once bright racing blue was tainted red with rust, but its tires were new, and he would ask it only to make one last ride. A knapsack containing notebooks, pens, and a laptop computer snuggled in the tiny back seat among canned goods and bottled water, the box of novels, the sleeping bag, the Coleman lantern, the Mossberg 410 pump shotgun. He sat in behind the wheel, fed an old Beatles cassette to the tape deck, and began the long and winding road that would lead, in 2 or 3 days, to the heart of the Midwest. Driving through the tranquil streets of Alexandria, he took in the familiar landscape for the final time before heading north on the Shirley Highway and then cutting onto the George Washington Parkway, which snaked west to the Beltway. Across the Potomac, in vulnerable Washington, its ghettos burned and streets patrolled by Marines, shone back its white wisdom. Order has been restored. Above Langley, The Cabin John Bridge still stood, and took him through an armed checkpoint and out of Virginia. There was no looking back, not now, not after the knowledge that thief in the night had come to him and whispered its summons. Something was calling him, some uncomfortable urge that grew with each sleepless night. Something he knew, in that place kept for secret knowledge, and that now needed to be confirmed. He had grown tired of the movie, the endless replay of images from horror films that flooded the television screen, which with each passing day became more unreal, more fictional than the words he would type onto the page. He realized then that he was expendable, that in a world made up of horror, there might be nothing left to tell, no one left who wished to read his words. He had written books, he had written articles, he had written stories. For nearly 20 years he had scrawled his message on the wall. Often he had written about the human need for horror, the passion with which the films, the fiction, had been embraced as his nation slouched toward the millennium. By then he had quit the law and begun to argue his case alone, facing a computer screen instead of short-tempered judges, recalcitrant witnesses, blank-faced jurors. It was a good life, one in which his pain could be managed, in which he could retreat to the interior world, where everything mattered, and be done with the outside, the surface that the years had lacquered with layer after layer of lies to keep him safe. But then, when the dead rose, nothing could keep him safe. The law had also quit him, its facade of lofty ideals fallen into grim rituals of revenge, at first overseen by lynch mobs and shooting parties, but in time made formal by military tribunals, death squads, detention camps. The highways were restricted, but clear, said the talking heads on the nightly news, for Interstate 70 was the throat of the food and fuel supplies that kept the Northeast, what was left of it, alive. The convoy was formed near Frederick, Maryland, where he pressed the eject on his tape deck and inserted the soundtrack to Dawn of the Dead. A bored MP glanced at his papers and waved him into line. The Mustang clung close to the heels of a pack of vans and 18-wheelers. In his rear view, he watched an ever-lengthening tail of Land Rovers and tractor-trailers, ridden herd by full-throttle Humvees as helicopter gunships fluttered overhead. There were detours, delays, diversions, wide and weary loops around the free fire zone south of Pittsburgh, the ravaged remains of Columbus. But as evening brought down its veil, he made his bed within the gates of Fort Benjamin Harrison, and slept there encircled by the victorious army of the righteous, the living. He had secured the rarest of commodities, a travel pass, which, like everyone and everything, had its price. But money, lies and favors, the fair trade of the nation's capital, meant nothing to him now. Their spending loosed him of what had become shackles, imprisoning him first in the law, and then at his writer's desk. Now he had the freedom to know. By mid-morning on the second day, the convoy split at Indianapolis, and he was caught up in a new column that followed the great scythe of I-70 southwest toward St. Louis, the gateway to the west, and now a mighty fortress for the cause of humanity, spared from the curse of the living dead by a trick of geography and a quick-tempered general who had seized power and leveled in rapid order its cemeteries, bridges, and crowded ghettos. His destination was there, just a few miles east of St. Louis, on the near shore of the Mississippi. Interstate 70 wove through the last of the Illinois countryside, through Vandalia and Highland, until reaching just before Edwardsville, a cusp of low hills whose green had faded, the outpost of urban decay, erratic corridors of condominiums and convenience stores, acres of earth torn open, laid bare, mere symptoms of the suffering that lay beyond. The inner-city despair of East St. Louis, the blue-collar barrios of Madison and Venice, and at their crest, his hometown, the great gray ghost of Granite City. But first he sought the strength that only could be found in pain, the pain of remembering. It brought him from the protection of the armored escort to the two-lane twist of blacktop that carried up into the hills and to the marker, the place of departure and forgetting, the place where he had stopped nearly 20 years before, on the day he left Madison County. His mother was buried there, on a sleepy knoll named Sunset Hills. She had lived long enough to see him as a lawyer, but not to see him happy. When God in his cruelty took her, he had started to write again. The cemetery, once secluded, as peaceful and precious as an autumn sunset, was blanketed in black, its innocent fields now cratered char where even the earth was dead, sacrificed on the altar of fuel-air explosives or napalm. He closed his eyes and saw the silver-winged fighter bombers of Scott Air Force Base, their howling dive and breath of flame, and he prayed that she was there when the airplane struck, that she suffered only one death, for that indeed was enough. He vowed not to think about it again, and then faltered, sitting in the ashes as he began to cry. He wished for the 1,000th time in his life that he had married, and unmade the wish, as he often did, with the thought that it would have meant another betrayal, another loss. Then he asked his mother for forgiveness, and asked his God, what was left of him, for the mercy he had not shown to her. As he returned to the Mustang, he looked to the west, where the sun retreated through a sky he had never forgotten, the sky that shadowed his dreams, his nightmares, his stories. The sky of burnt steel, smokestack lightning, roiling above the mighty forge of Granite City, whose mills, long dead, were alive like the zombies, burning again, burning brightly, churning thunderclouds that never rained. A gray hope once, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, a gray hope that, like so many American dreams, had turned to dust and despair instead. Foreign imports, labor unions, environmentalists, Arabs and Israelis, Democrats and Republicans, the energy crisis, the recession. He had heard all the stories and in the end believed none of them. For growing up in this burning world, he had seen neither hope nor despair, only gray. That the shadow lingered still, snuffed out the sun, was no surprise. This place was waiting for him, waiting for his return. If asked, he could not have told anyone why. There was only the knowledge that had come to him that long and lonely night the week before, as he watched the government's video footage from St. Louis, the city of the miracle, the city that had escaped the dead, the city that stood at the banks of a mighty river, the promise of the new America. It was then that he saw this sky, the clouds that were not clouds, but the dark breath of smokestacks, lingering in the distance. Just as he saw them now, saw them and felt their call. At the First Baptist Church of Granite City, a little boy named Doug Winter had stood every Sunday morning, every Sunday night, as the evangelist closed each service with an invitation, arms upraised as if to embrace some invisible giant. Just as I am, without one plea, summoning those in the congregation who had heard the call of blessed Jesus, who had been touched by the hand of God, but that thy blood was shed for me, to join him before the altar, to join him in salvation. And when that little boy, 7 or 8 years old, had stumbled forward, down the long and lonely aisle, and into that empty embrace, and that thou bidst me come to thee, he did not know why. He did not know what he heard, what had called him, just as he did not know now, or care to know, save that for once he had heeded the call. O Lamb of God, I come. I come. Stacy. Darkness measured time for Stacy Allen, and darkness settled swiftly in this world of shadows. She watched the darkness, looked through it to the tall hurricane fence and its weave of barbed wire, thinking, if indeed there were thoughts, of the man who stood at the other side. Soon he would gesture to her, approach the wire, and soon she would stagger toward him from the crowded interior of the holding pen. Sometimes it was hard for her to walk, and impossible for her to talk. The words she tried to speak coughed from her lips in immutable moans, and however she sought to form them, they meant only hunger. It was hard to remember her name, how she looked, hard to remember the man who waited on the outside, harder still to remember how she had looked to him then, 20 years before. A girl in a red turtleneck sweater, plaid skirt, red tights, black patent leather shoes, her hair long and dark and alive with the wind as she turned away, eyes wet, with tears or rain he never knew. She kissed him goodbye, ran to the waiting car, and ducked down out of the sudden spring shower, out of his life. Douglas Winter did not know then that she was pregnant with the child of another man, or that 2 months later she would be married and a housewife in a farm town somewhere in central Illinois. Certainly he did not know that some 20 years after that he would be facing her again, their eyes still locked in that stare, his eyes filled with hope, hers blank and dead. That he should find her here, at this time, this place, was the stuff of fiction. It was something that did not happen save in stories, including one that he had written. But it happened in movies, too, and the world, for all its dreaming, had at last become a motion picture. If she could still read, she would know that she was fiction. His words had found her, or what remained of her, in sullen moments of introspection that he called stories. In their pages, her hair was black, her body lithe, her legs taut and athletic, curving into what her mother had called racehorse ankles. But her face was missing, without description, always in shadow, unseen, unknown, the cipher with raven hair. With 3 words she had left him, with thousands upon thousands of words, he had brought her back. It did not take long to find her. When he left his mother's grave, he followed the state highway down from the low hills and through the decades, past the ghost of the Bel Air drive-in, whose screen still shone somewhere inside his head, past Pontoon Beach and its polluted pools and streams, past Tri-City Speedway and Boland and the first of the housing projects, and then stopped at the railroad tracks, where he waited, counting the endless train of passing freight cars, until, near 100, he noticed their cargo. Soon he crossed the web of tracks and was there, on Namioki Road, driving into his hometown. Thomas Wolfe was right. You can't go home again. The reason is that you have never left. Douglas Winter may have lived his adult life in places far from Granite City, but Granite City lived on in him. When he saw St. Elizabeth's Church, made the left turn onto Johnson Road, he was not only driving the Mustang, but its immaculate twin, and then a 1968 Ford Galaxy 500 riding in the back of a 1956 Ford Woody, the front of a Volkswagen Beetle, pedaling a bicycle, running, walking, carried along in his father's arms. It was a journey he had probably taken more often in dreams than in life. Twice he met police cars, first at the sharp turn of Johnson, where he offered his ID, and then at Feeling Road, where he had to offer a 5th of whiskey as well. In the few minutes it took to circle the east of town, going as far as Belmore Village, he felt the old pains, the ones that cut through him as certain as his mother's cancer. The Ben Franklin 5 and dime, where he had bought his first toys, the pharmacy where he had bought his comic books and paperbacks, the confectionery that had become a funeral home, all of them gone, replaced by mocking strip malls and merchandise marts whose windows were smashed, their goods as stolen as his youth. He drove past Frohart School, where his mother had taught and he had written his first stories, past all the houses where he had lived, down Lindell Boulevard, over to Franklin Avenue, and then the short distance back to Riviera Drive and Miami Court, the town's middle-class neighborhood, home to the Catholic merchants, the Jewish dentists and doctors, and the few others, his father among them, who had stepped from the shadow of the steel mills into a life outside. Douglas Winter drove through that shadow, knowing, not knowing, simply trusting in that instinct that had called him home as inevitably as a sparrow in late autumn. The town had closed in on itself. The homes and shops abandoned, what was left of life waiting in the armed camp that surrounded the smokestacks of Granite City Steel. He found Namioki Road again, took it south past the high school, where troops in the hundreds were now billeted, then farther along to the sullen projects of Kirkpatrick Homes, where plain-faced men and women in work clothes stared past him with tired and uncaring eyes. And at last he reached the unholy hive in which they labored. The mills, the chemical plants, the furnaces, the pipelines, insectile monstrosities of metal and flame that stalked Route 203 like some vast alien war machines from the science fiction films of his childhood. He parked the car at the Nash Street entrance of Granite City Steel and sat on the hood, waiting for something to come to him. Inspiration, antagonism, admonition. Through the smoke and fog of his youth. He bought off the civilian security guards and watched the trains pull through like clockwork. The night brought nothing, so he drank his way into the next day, sleeping when he could, curled in the tiny back seat of the Mustang, the laptop computer hugged to his chest like a firstborn child. When he woke, the faded, dying searchlight of the sun was almost gone. Darkness prowled down, but a brighter light, born of the blast furnaces, kept his vigil. He could feel its warmth, breathe its fumes, a pungence that burned his lungs more than his brief foray with cigarettes, the smoke that canceled vision, silenced life, and it moved him as it never had before. Home was a city dressed in gray, forever shrouded, eternally in mourning, a place where even the dead came to die. In the distance, he heard the shuffle of another train, the latest in the ceaseless caravan that hauled restless cargo into the mills. Its whistle mourned a new night of grief, a cry that had echoed down the miles of rail from decimated Minneapolis and St. Paul, Milwaukee and Chicago, and all points south, where parentless children, sundered spouses, the childless, the friendless, wept over a world gone so wrong that nothing could put it right but order. If only he had known and not seen what waited for him in Madison County, then perhaps he could have lived still in Virginia, watched his television with a bottle in hand like so many others, rested in the embrace of that greater sorrow. But the roaring furnaces burned through him now, heat melting the weariness of years spent in hiding, and he had touched the smoke, which gave back nothing to the world but a stain, a taint, that would never be washed away. In the shriek of breaking metal, the night's wailing engine found its resting place beneath the great burrow of corrugated steel that enclosed the railhead. He wiped the sleep and ash from his face as, in the deepening gloom, soldiers dropped from the cars, exchanged salutes and salutations with their kin at the yard, and then formed up into lazy ranks. The scene had been replayed with minor variations throughout the day, and the day before. The troops dispersing, reforming with weapons ready at the first of the boxcars as the process of unloading began. A huddle of zombies would be herded out of the car and into a jagged run of wooden chutes and fences that funneled and divided them like cattle until, one by one, they emerged into a final chute. There, soldiers with air hammers would hobble them at ankle or knee before letting them stagger into the wide fields of slag that bordered the mills, a makeshift prison secured with wire and cinder block and steel. He was too tired to count the zombies, or to count the mass of undead bodies that already crowded each wide rectangle of fencework with emigrants from the grave. But he remembered each one of them, fascinated by the faces of the American dead, for here, at last, was a democracy where all men were created equal, mindless husks of gray with little to distinguish them but hair, clothing, shoes, and hunger. The tired, the poor, the huddled masses yearning to feed. In time, he watched the last of the passengers, what once had been a woman, stumble down the plank of the boxcar, stop, head lolling off to the side as if she were sleepwalking, turn, eyes raising to him, as if he had been waiting there for her. And of course, he was waiting for her. It was Stacy Allen. The Book of Saturday. She could see him, vaguely, in the ever-slowing trickle of memory. Each moment she saw him, saw through him, a patchwork quilt, pieces of time sewn into what once was. He was tall, over 6 feet, weighted with the beginnings of middle age, and he moved like the smoke itself, tentative, ominous, hovering over her. His eyes were ice blue, now faded to gray, half-moons of weariness etched beneath them, and there was only the trace of a smile, a mask to tame the world outside. He was tired. That would have been the word she had tried to form while watching him. Tired for lack of sleep, and for lack of something else. He told her he had been a lawyer, though she knew that, and that his work had been long and hard, trials in distant places, trials about the dead and dying, dreadful accidents, air disasters. But Stacy could no longer imagine what this meant, could only see men in staid suits huddled among the victimized, the guilty, in courtrooms of wine-dark wood, shifting paper that meant money or life, and sometimes both. Douglas Winter was not meant to be a lawyer. He was a dreamer of sorts, who lived within himself in strange, almost threatening ways. Stacy had sensed as much on that distant Monday, the first day of school in that long-lost enigma of the 1960s, after a president had died, but before his brother was killed, when Douglas Winter stopped by her desk in the 9th grade English class at Granite City Junior High School and asked if she were Clark Allen's sister. She had been waiting for him, waiting for this question, for if it went unasked, she would have come to him and told him. She knew that from the moment she saw him. But she would wait and wish, and across the room, at the ringing of the bell, he came, looking like a lost boy, stepping painfully into that actor called a man. He smiled, pushed at his glasses. "Are you Stacy?" A fat stack of books nearly wormed out from his hands. He set them carefully on her desk. and atop the shopping bag-covered textbooks, she could see a paperback novel, The Puppet Masters by Robert Heinlein. When her eyes returned to his, she felt something shift inside. The eyes, the voice, the face, the stance, the silence. An uncomfortable moment as something new, something disturbing, touches and then breaches the abyss that separates two hearts, makes them beat as one. Stacy knew this moment, though she had never known it before, might never know it again. And there began the thing that would change them both forever. They spoke about that moment only once, late at night in a house emptied of her roommates, the beginning of a long holiday weekend together at the farthest point she had traveled from home, 100 miles to college in Charleston, Illinois. She curled against him, naked yet chaste, and asked him if even then he knew that it would come 6 years later to this place where children no longer played at love, but began to make love. He leaned back into the pillow and looked at the poster scotch-taped above her bed, a sunny seascape whose caption told them, "Virginia is for lovers." "I don't know if I want to go back." That he was looking at the poster confused her, but only for a moment. Back home, to Granite City, to Madison County. "Yes." Stacy pulled in closer to him, placed her head upon his chest. "I know what you mean." But even then she didn't know. His knapsack, a tattered mangle of surplus store canvas and rope, huddled on the floor beside the bed. The flap was folded back to expose the sheaf of papers, unkempt manila envelopes and file folders from which typescript pages fanned out. The nearest of the envelopes, thick to overflowing, contained a novel, she knew. A novel that would never end, he said. Even though it was fiction, the novel was called Autobiography, and it was about violence in Vietnam, madness in the Mississippi. Most of all, it was about Madison County. This package of paper that wanted one day to become a book was good, at least the parts she understood. He had read it to her, parts of it, and it had given her an excuse to glance inside him, to those places he had not opened, even to her. He was going places, she knew that. Law school, lawyer, and what then? Washington, he sometimes told her, and that was near Virginia, the place for lovers. People, power, wealth. Those words didn't seem to apply to him. He was still lost, and there was little she could do about it, except hold him in the night and wait until the day came, and in time it would, when another man would cross another room to ask if she were Stacy Allen. "Write another poem for me." Douglas Winter had smiled then. "A poem about Virginia." He had written through the night, sitting on a broken angle of sidewalk, balancing the computer between his knees as his fingers tap-tapped at its keyboard, the arcane code of the storyteller. He wrote, saved files, wrote again, shifted his body, and talked quietly to her as he worked, forever telling her about her beauty and how much he loved her. "Stacy, Admissions of love. Sometimes he stopped and simply stared at her, a moment of inexpressible rapture. Her throat was torn open from just beneath the left jawline, a gash that widened as it zigzagged down to a gaping hollow where flesh and marrow had been scooped from above her breasts. Most of her left arm had been chewed away, the forearm dangling on threads of muscle. She was not concerned about the wounds, or the blood that had dried into mud-brown patterns on her ashen skin and foul, torn J.C. Penney clothes. Douglas Winter asked questions of her, and the words upset her, confused her, until he had whispered, No, please, stay there." Then he held his silence, but after a time he could not help himself. There was so much to say, so little time left in which to say it. He would start to tell her something, then stop and type instead. Sometimes he slipped into moments of self-conversation. But then he would look at her, and his face would fall from its anguish into a kind of peace. Near dawn, his confused emotions and the battery of his laptop computer were drained. On the spiral of his homecoming tour, he had taken the time to hide his backup battery, along with most of his belongings, in a closet of the house on Lindell Boulevard, sold by his parents late in the 50s, now abandoned, its roof partially collapsed, beneath the weight of time or explosives. It did not matter. He had taken back the house, the neighborhood, and it was home again. He stood, shaking the aches from his back and hands, and stepped up to the fence, its heavy links Steel posts and coiled parapet of barbed wire, no barrier to what he first said to her. Then, remembering perhaps, or drawn only by the sound of his footsteps, the smell of his flesh, she came toward him as far as the barrier would allow. Reaching carefully through the small hole that he had cut in the fence, he could almost touch her wounded face. But it was time to leave. Just short of his car, Douglas Winter stopped, looking back at her as another train sighed out its blast of steam, its aching weight finding rest in the Nash Street terminal. Through the jigsaw puzzle of chain, he could see the mountains of slag that still marked the city's southern boundary, the coke plant and its blast furnaces belching their dirty mist into the dead sky beyond. Stacy was framed in a perfect circle of light, the raging furnaces brighter than the rising sun. She was about 5'4", and from what he could tell, her face had not seemed to age, though her body, like his, had thickened. 2 children could do that to a woman. Her physical attraction had been immense, at first, to his teenaged rage of hormones and happiness, but there was something in Stacy Allen that interested him still. There was no intelligence, he could see that, and there was no passion, though he never quite knew if there had been passion there for something other than stability, for a house and 2 cars and 2 children and a cat or a dog, in a town like Granite City, in a place like Madison County. Later he would tell her that, in ways undefinable, finding her at the rail yard that day was the most important moment of his life. Why was not spoken. That was the way he approached his life. He would write, not speak, about what was important, and even then, what he wrote was veiled, hidden, encoded, protected. Why is it that you write, exactly? I mean, this stuff. He looked across another barrier, one no less daunting, to her. She stirred at her Coca-Cola with a straw, wrinkled her nose at the pile of pages on the dining room table between them. In the kitchen, only paces away, her mother made quiet noises, shuffling plates, rinsing silverware, letting them know she was still there. If I knew, do you think I would be writing it? His smile went unreturned. Sometimes I look down into my typewriter, and there's this space there, white space, just emptiness, and it has to be filled. Like it's my job, that if these words don't get written down, then they will never matter. I will never matter. And sometimes when somebody, usually you or my mother, sometimes a teacher, reads them and then looks at me a certain way, sometimes I think I've managed to matter. The rest of the time I'm just having fun, trying to have fun. So why is it that you read what I give you? Stacy hadn't expected him to ask that question. He wondered if she thought before she spoke. She did stir again at her Coke. Soon, he thought, the straw might become a cigarette. Well, because you gave it to me. So I thought that meant you wanted me to read it. That I was supposed to read it. Or that maybe you had written it for me. Her face brightened, a smile that held, waiting for him to respond. What if I didn't care? There was truth in there, somewhere. She knew it, and knew for the first time that she had looked into the soul of Douglas Winter. I'm supposed to say, then I don't care either, which is true, mostly. But I think you care. I think you love me, and that you want me to love you. But you don't want me to love you, not really. You want me to love your poems, your stories. And, she hesitated, glancing back over her shoulder toward the kitchen and the ghost of her mother, it's not what I dreamed about as a girl. Back in the house on Lindell, he found the shower still working, though its water was cold and colored with corrosion. He could not remember ever bathing inside these walls. Perhaps the later dwellers had repainted, remodeled, rearranged the rooms. The tile was recent, only a decade or so old. The mirror above the sink was cracked, a jag of lightning that cut his face into a kind of Jekyll and Hyde. Like most people thought of him, lawyer and writer, and never the twain to meet. During the last good days before the dead returned, he had thought, more and more often, of giving into despair, of writing the John Grisham novel that everyone seemed to expect or demand of him. He had neglected this kind of thinking since the last months of their first love affair, in the spring of 1971, when he had talked of a novel about the law, about the chaos they witnessed around them, the war in the streets, the war in the jungle. She watched in wonder as he slipped a joint from his pocket, raised it then in half salute. To steel mills and coke plants, Dow Chemical and napalm. Or, better yet, to cold, coughed-up mornings in good old Granite City, Illinois. Stacy said nothing, but looked off to the side of him and hugged herself against something, a chill in bright April. The University of Illinois campus alive with parties and protest. There were 4 dead in Ohio, and many, many more in Vietnam, and in another month or so, he would be receiving his draft notice. He was the love of her past 6 years, and yet a stranger, talking now about peace and justice and freedom, but writing through the night as if alive on the chaos spinning around him, watching the endless stream of helicopters and body bags on TV, watching flags burn, stomach burning with an ulcer, living hard, drinking harder, now slip-sliding to dope. It was the child finally grown, punching his way into manhood, and it was more than she could deal with. She had an answer, but as usual, he was not listening, and gave her his own instead. "Jesus raised the dead," he told her, summoning up one of the strange songs that sobbed from his stereo. "But who will raise the living?" He passed the joint over to her. She pushed his hand away, and at last she said it. "I've got something to tell you." Words that he could have written, should have written then. He wished that he could find them now, always thought that he would remember, that for as long as he lived, he would never forget them. Words that slipped from her like a confession. "I don't think," words that seemed rehearsed, "that I should," and they were rehearsed, of course they were rehearsed, "see you." Words that gave way to tears, expected tears, scripted tears, soap opera tears. "Anymore." New mornings, distant music. When, in the hour after dawn, he had returned to the house on Lindell Boulevard, its yard of dead grass was blackened with a curious wash of fading night and oncoming shade. He moved through the uncertainty of that evolving darkness, beer in one hand, pistol in the other, listening for its sound. Nothing spoke to him, not even bird or insect. He could hear only the distant drumming of the morning trains arriving from the east with the sun. Once inside the house, he checked the doors and boarded windows, then took his shower. He replaced the computer battery, printed out what he had written, and placed the pages inside his knapsack, loose and unsettled as ever. Everything obviously had its place, but in a pattern known only to him. He finished the beer and took another with him as he curled on the floor, his knapsack a pillow, and tried for a time to sleep. The sounds of the trains, implacable, mechanical, forever forceful, turning their great wheels around and around and around, lured him toward a calm, a peace he had not felt in years. In a place where he had not slept for almost 4 decades, he tried but still could not feel safe. "You're afraid," Stacy had told him. "You write because you're afraid. Not of the monsters, not of the dark, not of any of the stuff you make up. That isn't real to you, is it? You try to make it real to other people because it gets in their way, so they can't know you, because that's what you're afraid of. Other people." It was Christmas, their last Christmas together. He had given her a sweater, perfume, a poem. She had given him a framed picture of her. It did not do her justice. The angle invoked her brother's face, and her smile was fixed and false. Later he wondered if even then she knew. Even then the clock of their love was winding down. "That's not fear," he said at last. "That's living. I write because each day is like the twist of the handle on a jack-in-the-box. But they tell you that that's God in the box. You turn the handle, slowly, swiftly, however you live, but you know, or you think you know, that God is somewhere inside, and that sooner or later he's going to pop out and take you. Or maybe you don't believe in him, so you keep winding and winding that crank. Maybe the box never opens. Maybe the crank breaks off, or you get tired of turning it. Maybe it just winds on forever." She pulled the soft wool of her new sweater between her fingers and felt her brow wrinkle, felt a kind of desperate headache push its way up from somewhere deep inside, a guilty place where the hands and lips and cock of a phantom had touched her. Stacy supposed that, for Douglas Winter, this was everyday talk. For her, it was the stuff of danger, darkness, plague years. People in Madison County didn't talk this way about these things. The talk was about weather and the steel mills and the labor problems, the high school wrestling team and the new environmental regulations and the dangerous Negro boys from East St. Louis. Not about art or nightmares, not about gods who might or might not exist. He put the framed photo aside, reached for her and brought her into his arms. she started to cry, for reasons he did not then know, and told him how much she loved him, wanted to be with him. As they kissed, slowly slipping to the floor, to lay entwined as the evening fell into night, he thought about what life would be like in 20 years, about the place on her poster, Virginia, with its sunny seascape, a beach on which a mother, unchanged by time, walked with a leopard's grace, her mane of black hair tied up in a knot, 2 children scurrying after her, dancing in the wash of salt water and sand, as her husband, their father, a happy man with a law degree and a fistful of novels, stood off camera, watching. He kissed her and told her something he had never said before. Outside, the snow cut through the cloud cover and brought a blanket of white over the gray streets of Granite City. The lights of the Christmas tree twinkled like fallen stars. An angel watched over them. Stacey Allen was 19 years old, and the Moody Blues sang of nights in white satin, never reaching an end. The use of ashes. Now what? Thought Stacey Allen. But there could be only one thought. Food. Always food. He sat on the same bent angle of sidewalk he had used before and watched her and the city become one. The old ways, the old times coming back to him again. He wondered at how much had returned, how far he had traveled, only to find himself back here. He wondered how her hair would feel to his touch, how the curve of her back would meet his hand, how she would fit beside him. The old ways came to him so easily, despite all that was learned, dispensing so quickly with the lessons of the years, the hard rules of growing up and old. He tried to think of something else, writing or even the law, anything but how she looked, now and then. But he failed and wondered again how it would feel to touch her, to put his face and hands and heart against hers. He could feel her eyes on him constantly, hear her ceaseless back and forth, here and there, on her side of the barrier made of steel and time. He wanted to know, just as he wanted her to know, how much he cared. Like the best of lovers, he fulfilled her desires. A newspaper, print blurred with greasy stains, brought from the folds of his knapsack and passed through the ragged portal in the wire. There he unfolded the paper for her and let the contents loose. They fell in a scramble at her feet. The air seemed wet, awash with seared metal. Her nostrils flared, head suddenly erect, like a dog capturing a scent. She knelt, penitent, hands digging into the offering, not so much clutching at the wet meat than fondling it, the slick fat and strips of skin and sinew wound in her fingers as she brought it to her lips. He fell against the fence, the barbed wire cutting into one hand, the other seeking anxious purchase, a steady place, as he watched her eagerly press the meat to her mouth. Strings of fat leaked from her teeth and along her chin like ragged vomit. The sound of her chewing pained his own stomach. At last, he turned away, unable to watch the guileless greed of her swallowing. His uncertain steps trailed after the false beacon of the moon, cloaked in a sky of smoke whose lower reaches shined with the bloom of blast furnaces, replaying the nights of his childhood, when the mills, ferociously alight, marked the boundaries of his world. He stumbled on, deep-breathing the stench, the flurry of ashes, oblivious to the great gray hills that rose all around him. He had seen it all before, the heaps of coal and limestone, rusted metal and slag, all of it fodder or waste, and that the mounds had multiplied, grown taller with the years, meant nothing to him, nothing but the inevitable. It had been too long since he had taken this kind of a walk, and soon he was short of breath, and his thigh ached, a quiet but lingering lament. He dry-swallowed a Percocet and kept on going. In the distance, the civilian guards and soldiers lit cigarettes and spoke of something, nothing. He had taken care of them and their clones on each shift. Cigarettes, ration slips, dollars, drugs, every one of them had their price, and it was cheap, enough to buy him the time he needed, though now it was almost gone, as shift replaced shift and day followed night, and soon there would be nothing left for him to trade. They would need her for their labors, and with the sound of a morning whistle, an angry foreman or NCO, the scuffle of the swing shift, a rattle of M16s, he would awaken from this dream. Now that he had found her, she would be lost again. Awakening always generated a summons. So did the zombies when they first appeared on the CBS News Bulletin. He had looked with surprise at the television screen, searching through the channels but finding only the same story, The old story. Watching these shambling undead creatures rise from the grave as he had so many times before in horror movies, walking out of fields, forests, ruined cities, walking out of film after film and into reality. For a short time, that first night, he wondered how many people knew that there was a difference, how many had died while watching their television sets, never thinking to look outside. But he lived in the sanctified shadow of the nation's capital. The body counts were for the most part distant, and as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, the dead were simply statistics that ticker-taped like stock market quotations beneath CNN broadcasts. He didn't need to be told to stay inside at night, to clean and load his shotgun, to walk calmly into the drug emporium and trade a fistful of Krugerrands for a shopping list of prescription drugs, painkillers, antibiotics, antidepressants. But then elements of the rapid deployment force had moved into position, and soon the 50-mile perimeter was drawn around the capital, while Marine Force recon units prowled the streets within, shooting first, not even asking later. Then came the night when the sky over the District of Columbia was lit, a patriotic celebration of superior firepower, a cleansing flame whipped by the wind of hovering helicopters. Just north of the Pentagon, a ruby rain showered down, the first of the gunship assaults on Arlington National Cemetery, where an army of the dead made their encampment. Later there would be airstrikes, napalm, and later, silence. More ashes. After she walked out of his life, and the army took him into its embrace, his father bought a car for him, a 1971 Mustang Mach 1 in racing blue, the sleek stuff of Team McLaren. He liked to drive the Mustang at night, to push the pedal down and down until he hit 100 miles per hour, letting the interstate lead him into the dark, uncharted territory beyond Madison County. There he would find a dirt road, park on some quiet corner of farmland, and wander into the embrace of fields of tall corn, convincing himself that he was lost, that if he went far enough, he could never be found, that no one could ever touch him again. In a year he was driving the car across the country to law school, and within 3 years more, to Washington, D.C. Without any conscious plan, he reached the end of 21st Street, and looked west down a range of wall and wire as far as he cared to see. Inside were zombies by the thousands, tens of thousands, an inhuman ocean of gray whose restless tide washed up on shores of waste. Past them, across Route 203, the sickly cumulus brewed out from 100 smokestacks. There, he knew, on the far side of the coke plant, lurked more avenues of rail, routes spiderwebbing north from Arkansas and Tennessee, Louisiana, perhaps even Texas. He looked up at the long stretch of fencing, the angry furnaces, the eternal ghost dance of fire and smoke, and shook his head at the industry of men. And then he looked back, just before his view would be lost to plateaus and peaks of slag, and he saw her sitting cross-legged in the dust, her head in her hands. By the time he returned to the cut in the wire, his leg taut and forcing him to limp, another dawn wept over them, the sun pulling itself reluctantly into the sky. Stacy said nothing, her eyes simply following a man to whom the idea of darkness seemed important. Empty eyes, accusing eyes. The question, unasked, unanswered, consumed him. The wire that separated her from him was nothing. It was the darkness, most of all, that kept them apart. The darkness defied him, and yet it defined him, made him into someone who played at being a lawyer, who couldn't earn his living with words, so sold his soul to write them, who once was lost, and who now, in the shadow of the smokestacks, had been found. Soon she was only inches away. The wire blurred, almost disappeared from sight. Her face was slack, almost saddened. The meal seemed to calm her. Perhaps she was remembering. The image of glowing candles, the mills alight in storm clouds of smoke, had stalked her childhood too, and now that darkness was returning again. There were so many memories, frail, uncertain flowers of flesh and blood that might blossom in the desert of her consciousness. He embraced the darkness, wishing that it were her. "A gray hope," he told her, calmly reciting the words, another song out of another time, and slowly he raised his hand, brought it to the gap in the fence. She looked up at him, past him. Her face, what was left of it, was without passion, without memory, eyes locked in a television game show stare, all-seeing, never knowing. She remembered nothing, no one, then moonlight, A window, a flight of birds, the cry of a child, the pain of birthing, a gray hope. And then she remembered no more. Hope, he said again. Whether this night, alight with its furnaces, or another, it did not matter. There were few words left that mattered, and in the darkness there was only one. Love. As if conjured by this word, the halo of a furnace flared over them, loosed by the opening of a distant gate. A team of workers, orange and yellow helmets, plaid flannel shirts, blue jeans and boots, faces and hands dark with grime and nightmare, emerged from the backdrop of flame, then melted into their counterparts, arriving for the morning shift. Love, he told her again, and his fingers touched her, softly, gently, on the curve of her wet cheek. From somewhere over an unseen rainbow rose the sigh of another train, bringing the zombies home. The wafer and the wine. On that evening of another unnamed, unnumbered day, after the second coming, Douglas Winter looked steadily at Stacey Allen. She looked back in kind. From 10 feet apart, through a webwork of rusted metal, they were locked into one another, solidly, intimately, and eternally. A train whistle blew. Still looking at him, she did not move on the first whistle, or the second. In the long silence after the second whistle, and before the third, he took a deep breath and looked down at his pants, the left leg streaked and shiny with new blood. In that instant of inattention, she urged herself forward, fingers twining in the chain links, face pressed against the barbed wire so tightly that her brow was etched and split. He came closer, hesitated, and then moved closer still. She reached out with her hand, beckoning, bidding him to her. The fingers opened, clawed, pulled into a fist, then opened again. In only 48 hours, she had come to remember Douglas Winter, to want him again, need him again, to love him again. Her hand waved inches in front of him. The tear at his thigh was nothing, a tender scratch of the knife, the first of the wounds made flesh. He could feel the second cut, the awkward slice he had made from his neck along his shoulder, which took a layer of muscle from just back of the collarbone. Its urgent pain overwhelmed the latest, more cautious carving at his waist, where he had begun to run to fat. She was looking down at this wound, the freshest, where blood clotted in a wet stew against his shirt. He was conscious of the warmth, the smell of his blood. The warmth came into her hand, moved up her arm, and from there spread to her mouth, her stomach, wherever it wanted to go, with no effort on his part. He kept his silence, watching this quiet power, this queer control. Her hand spread like a talon, reaching, and when daunted, snaked back through the wire, fingers thrust into her mouth as if the taste of the air, warm with his blood, were enough. He noticed all of this, just as he noticed all of her. He could have walked out on this earlier, could still walk. Rationality shrieked at him, but rationality had died long ago. In its place, the old slow song had begun. Somewhere it played, he could hear it, a 45 RPM single spinning inside a plastic-cased GE stereo, voices calling down an empty corridor that he had walked and walked until there was nowhere left to go, except toward Stacey Allen. We knew something once, he told her, hands fumbling with the buttons of his shirt. Another sound in the distance, a voice calling, the bark of a guard dog, then the rattle of chain, the shuffle of restless feet, marching. By then he had reached out, placed his hand against the fence, felt her hand come up, slowly, to grasp it. Her head followed, the long flow of raven hair, now a crop, half curls, half shorn, slivered with the gray of age, the brown of dried blood. Then her lips, peeling back to offer a row of stained and broken teeth, and a tongue that darted forward to kiss his hand. No. His hand pulled away. No. Left her hand as she bit at air, chewed at nothing, turning to face him with a hiss of sour spittle. No. That softened to a purr as she saw him ease open the left side of his shirt, his shoulder and chest bared to her, a swamp of cotton and tape and blood. As he peeled the pressure dressing back, slipped the knife from his belt, cut at the strands of tape. 3 shots came in rapid fire from the distance behind him, whether warnings or kills he did not know, or care to know. Here, on this small island in a sea of gray, The music had started again. A needle scratched at vinyl skin, and the music, spun from its black circle, played. And played. Strange how these songs aged, lost meaning, became the background noise of elevators and doctors' offices, then somehow, in the night, returned. She felt cold. So did he. But he took her right hand, brought it through the opening in the wire, her fingers moving into the wound at his side, and the pain vanished. Somehow it vanished as her nails clawed at the puddle of blood and muscle. He moved her hand in tighter. She could smell him, his breath on her face, his meat on her busy fingers. The inescapable smell of a man for whom the veneer of civilization had been stripped forever, and who seemed, in every eager part of himself, ready to acknowledge his kinship with the animal. They danced, slowly, each on their side of the fence. He could feel her hand digging relentlessly into his side, coming away with a piece of him, and then returning, now squirming into his pectoral muscle, somehow searching for his heart, their bodies touching again and again through the wire. The song ended, but he held on to her, humming that distant melody into her unhearing ear, and they stayed as they were until at last she tore the strand of muscle from his chest. He stifled a cry of pain, of loss, and leaned into her, face pushed against the wire, his flesh to her lips, and the dance went on and on. Her hand found his shoulder next, tore at the thin shirt, and then tore at him. She was real. This was real, more real than anything he'd ever known. He bent slightly as the nails of her hand tightened, tore, then brought his bounty to her lips. During the last night they had spent together, in his half-sleep, he thought she had slipped the covers from his chest and kissed at him, gently, tenderly, lips moving over his abdomen and down between his legs. He never knew if it was a dream or real. Now, as he watched her tasting him, he knew that it was a dream, that only this could be real. There was no denying the feeling. She felt so good to him, her breasts and stomach and legs rubbing against him. He wanted this to run forever. More old songs, more of his body taken into hers. She had become a woman again, his woman. In a slow, unremitting way, she was turning for home, toward a place they had been and now might never leave. He was falling into her now, and she into him. The barrier between them was giving way, the wire parting as her hand thrust at him, and he pressed back against her. She bit at him, teeth grazing his throat, tongue licking at the vein beneath the skin. She looked up at him with dark, uncaring eyes, and he kissed her gray and riven and moldering and pustulant cheek. And she snapped back, biting, razor cuts at his face, and at last blood, a silent stream of it that she licked and lapped and drank in thirsty mouthfuls. The images of their long night together were blurred, obscured by passion and pain. He remembered the vague storm of sleep, her body curled against the fence, against him, her face placid, her appetite at last fulfilled. And then her smile, eyes opening slowly to look into him, to drink up this picture, one memory that would last for her brief eternity. When she kissed at him again, he was helpless, could only fall back into the wire as her lips worked on him. And in the midst of it, this fatal act of love, she had whispered the totality of her knowledge to him, spoken that single sentence. "I love you." With her face buried in his neck, his torn skin open to her, he could smell the old smells, the smells of smoke, could hear streaming trains in that gray gully, could see soldiers in autumnal camouflage moving steadily along the railhead, the sounds of the night unloading, urging the sleepwalkers onward, ever onward. Granite City swept over him, again and again, and yet again, like a dirty rain that would never end. As he bled into her mouth, he murmured into her unhearing ears, "Oh, Stacy, you love me." She, who has ceased consciousness days before, paused at the sound of his voice, swallowing. "That was what you told me, wasn't it?" Teeth chewing at air. "Wasn't it?" Then he heard the words she had once whispered to him, now spoken in a voice other than her own. "I love you," he said, to her, for her. And in that moment, he knew, after so many years, the meaning of love. That was when he began to write this story. Room to die again. Douglas Winter wrote without stopping for the next several days. He spent most of his time with her, letting the old wounds and the new ones heal. Alcohol helped, poured onto his torn skin and then down his throat. Antibiotics and painkillers were his only other sustenance. Nothing but his story really mattered. The battery of the laptop computer soon expired, then its replacement, and he turned to paper instead, writing with an old pen whose bent nib seemed to weep with words. Sometimes, when the need struck him, he would take the car on a long drive, finding this place or that, excavating memories, restoring the town to the museum of his mind. He pressed hard on the accelerator, trying to remember and trying to forget, weaving through silent streets on which ash danced like fallen snow, past the abandoned city hall, the fire-gutted public library, the First Baptist Church and its blood-drenched sanctuary, where he had once walked a long and lonely aisle, where, he often thought, he had first found fear. She rode with him, side by side, restored, like the town, to her youth. She was not a ghost, though only he could see this part of her. He kept wiping at his eyes, the sunlight and the smoke blurred into tears. If the songs could return, why not Granite City, and with it, Stacey Allen? All it took was love. On the night that he finished writing, they made their new love again, touching at the fence until it was nearly sunrise, her fingers working endlessly at his flesh, her mouth tearing at the gift of his body and blood. Hers was a hunger that would not end. Soon, he knew, there would be nothing left to give. When this sorrow, this pain that transcended any other pain, swept past the Percocet, past the fever, and into that place of secrets that was his heart, he cried out against the darkness. She did not move, just buried her face in the wire, teeth snapping at the remaining shreds of metal that kept them apart. He stumbled backward, fell prostrate into the dust, spent, searching for the solace of sleep. On that other endless night, after she told him that it was over, he wondered how she could sleep, and whether he would ever sleep again. She lay in his bed, wrapped in the covers of some hidden knowledge, while he lay awake, part of him forever torn away. In time he would sleep. In time, he knew, anyone would sleep. But time would heal no wounds. Time would only pass, and the wounds, once and forever open, would remain for her to touch and savor again. "Tell them I love you," he had said the following morning, his last, helpless words, as she pulled from a long and, until then, silent embrace that ran to the waiting car. He had no idea what those words meant. Resignation, protestation, a dismal plea, or to whom they should be spoken, save perhaps himself. That whoever she was meant to speak them to, they were probably dead by now. He imagined that he slept, and that as he slept, his fevered dreams gathered a circle of uniforms around him, dour and dreary faces peering out from beneath their helmets and gas masks with expectancy. He wanted to tell these men and women something, but the words could not be spoken. He had to write them down. When he tried to take the pen from his pocket, he felt what must have been a kick, a combat boot that caught his elbow, then his stomach. But there was no pain. He knew pain, and this was nothing like it. "It's over." Were those his words? His tongue tasted dirt and rock, and he spat out the chalky grit, saw the blood that sprayed from his lips instead. He wanted to waken, at least to roll over and let his body lay more comfortably in the concrete and ash on which he made his bed. More movement, another kick, and he opened his eyes again, watched a rifle butt slam down twice into the plastic case of the computer, watched shattered pieces spin away in all directions. He joined in the laughter. At least this time he could hear his voice. Then something hit his head, and the dream faded, far and away, and he found his black sleep. Toward morning, he raised himself from the sidewalk, saw with muddled vision the stains where his blood had leaked into the earth. He turned anxiously to the holding pen, but she stood there, watching, waiting. He tried to meet her unseeing eyes, asked himself if she indeed could hear his words, understand them as something more than the grunt of an animal. He knew what had to happen, but he had been delaying the moment, wishing it away. The voice that echoed his knowledge was his own. "It's over." The great yards to the left and right were vacant, emptied. Even the ranks of her holding pen had thinned. But she was still there, watching, waiting, watching, waiting. Standing by the picture window on her 20th birthday, sipping but not tasting a Diet Right cola, feeling the weight of the child growing inside her, Stacey Allen watched the bright August sunlight and decided that she would no longer imagine. She had looked into the sudden cloud that swelled high above the birch tree and found a place where the two of them would stand, divided by a barrier more profound than that of marriage or years. The feelings inside her would change, of that she was sure. Sure enough that she would return to that place only once or so a year, and perhaps, if she were lucky, never again. Her abstinence from imagining had been the first of the concessions. In the early years of her marriage, there had been many more. The new house, the children, the bills, the lack of money, the constant call of the real. She had needed nothing to stop him from coming into her. Until the night, one Halloween, that she saw the movie. The images were warped, fractured, as if seen from a distance through a veil of smoke, a maze of wire and steel. 20 years forward, and quickly, so very quickly, 20 years back. With a flick of the dial, these frightening dreams, these fantasies were banished, and she gave herself over to the here and now, marriage and motherhood, Taco Bell and TV, the only reality in which she cared to live. She knew she was 20 and accepted it, but she could not imagine Douglas Winter being 40, could not think of it, would not think of it. He was here with her, somewhere inside of her, as palpable as her unborn child. He was here with his long hair and wire-rimmed glasses and wrinkled fatigue jacket and that knapsack with its frantic sheaf of papers. No other version of him could exist, would exist. Certainly not one older or wiser, or that could be desired. He hobbled across the uncertain path from the broken concrete to the fence, each few steps bringing the drill bit of pain to play at his chest, his shoulder, his leg, his side. But he wandered through the pain, jazzed by his morning cocktail of pharmaceuticals and the vision of her. There was little he could say, but it took some time for him to try to find the words. "What are we going to do?" he said. She was silent, walking dead silent. Then, "I don't know," he answered, softly, for her. But he knew in that part of him that believed she was inside of him, that knew he was inside of her, that wanted so desperately to believe in another being the two of them had created, called us. They had lost themselves and tried to create something else, something that existed only as an intermingling of the two of them. They were in love. He pulled the pages of his manuscript from his back pocket, opened them and brought them to her, a final offering, a piece of him more intimate than flesh or blood. "You can't come with me, Stacey. To that place far away, to that beach, the one in the poster, Virginia, or anywhere." Something brought her closer. He willed himself to believe it was the pages, everything that he had written, not the blood, not the sick smell of his life. "But I can go with you." He folded the pages into a tight square and slipped them through the break in the wire and into the pocket of her blouse. There was only one thing left to do. He turned, wincing with the shift of his weight, and made his way back to the car. He opened the door, reached down into his knapsack, pulled free the pistol that had called to him with each new dawn. Knowledge in his eyes, tears stealing down his cheeks, gauze webbed around his breast, his side, his left arm, the wrappings of her love. His hands trembled as he limped toward her, stopped 10 feet short of the fence. Finally, he flicked the slide of the Glock 17, chambering the first round. "Just keep firing until it's empty," his friend Michael had told him once, on a day of blue skies and sunshine that must have been a dream. "Until it's empty." Only this was real. A man, a woman, and the gray hope that clouded over them. But when he readied himself, raising the pistol to stare over its unblinking eye into the face of Stacey Allen, he found that there was one more thing he wanted to do. He wanted to pray. Trying to find the old words, the words that had brought him down the aisle of the interstate, to the altar of this city, to the faith that at last was his only faith. The faith in the artist, the writer, to tell the truth. And thus to know the truth before it is finally told. He had no faith in those distant, ever-dwindling stars above. The light, they had told him, that flickered through holes in the floor of heaven. He knew that he could not pray to that God above, but only to this idiot goddess who reigned eternal in the shadows of the mills, the shadows of his heart. Her love would live forever,
But his love had to die. He looked down the barrel, his unsteady hands lining the sight between the empty eyes that stared back at him, and he swallowed a long breath. His finger closed down on the trigger, and in that moment, he saw the same eyes staring back at him across the gulf of years as he stood beside her desk and asked her name. "Are you Stacy?" he had said then, and now again, aloud. "Are you Stacy?" And at last, swathed in the smoke of this burning world, he found the answer to his riddle, the conclusion of his story. He tossed the pistol aside. He could not kill that which was already dead. Postscript. The Furnace of the Heart. As I read the story of Douglas Winter and Stacy Allen, I understood how little any of us knew, or cared to know, about the zombies of Madison County. When I found its final words, there was little choice. I needed to know the truth, or the lie. I talked my way aboard one of the newly resumed commercial flights to St. Louis, and paid whatever it took for an enterprising cabbie to cross one of the precarious bridges laid by the Corps of Engineers to span the wide and swollen Mississippi. On the Illinois side, a potholed 4-lane road veered away from the flatland of crushed concrete and glass that once had been East St. Louis, and north into ghostly villages named Venice and Madison. There the smoke descended, and with each minute dimmed the red brick houses, the pillaged storefronts, into a long-forgotten past. It was like driving into a black-and-white photograph from the 1950s, worn and faded, a mist-shrouded landscape watched over by an anemic sun. After the gypsy taxi made a confusing series of turns, and then found the wide lanes of Madison Avenue, we faced a phalanx of tanks and armored personnel carriers, the end of my ride, and the beginning of the long walk into hell. That the soldiers let me pass was no surprise. Their weapons were pointed away, in the other direction, guarding the world from whatever waited inside. I needed no guide but the smoke and the flame. I walked in a snow of gray ash, following the curve of Madison Avenue until the great demon of Granite City steel roared into view. The heat pulsed over me in waves, bringing sweat in December, and in time, tears. In row after row, the smokestacks cut into the sky, venting the angry furnaces where once iron and carbon had melted, mated, formed the backbone of a nation, where once the locomotives had hauled in coal, hauled out shining steel. Now no kind word could describe this place. It was no city, no town, but an inferno whose fires had raged throughout eternity. It was where the dream that was America had come to die. When I reached Nash Street, and, at its midpoint, the entrance to the terminal where he had waited with sanguine expectancy, there were no longer civilian guards. I was questioned at length, turned away by a squad of black-beret Army Rangers. Something was happening. I heard talk of shutting down, a laugh, and then stony silence. The railhead inside was barely visible, a rusted locomotive fallen from the nearest siding like an ancient toppled monument. There was nothing else to be seen, they told me. Hands gripped at gun belts, eyes offered a mortal desire. So I turned away, taking the same path he had taken, across 14th Street, following the high fences that stretched down and along Route 203, finally confronting the raging furnaces, the mountains of slag. At first, I believed them. Nothing could be seen, nothing but gray. Yet I walked his path, and the smoke walked with me. I searched the miles of wire strung along steel girders that had been driven into the ground at 50-meter intervals. In time, I found the car, the rusted memory of a Ford Mustang, its tires stolen, interior picked over by scavengers. I found a broken angle of sidewalk and scattered pieces of a laptop computer. I even found a pen. And as I approached the fence nearby, I found something else. Something that was nothing. A space torn in the wire and painted with dried blood. The space where, for a time, a kind of love had been made. On the other side of the fence, in what he had called a holding pen, there was only dust, slag in endless heaps and mounds, the waste dumped from the furnaces, the gray that had risen from the smokestacks to bleach every inch of the earth with its sadness. It was the absence, I realized then, that was the presence of Madison County, the absence of life and the presence, all around me, of every element of death. And at last I truly saw where I stood, not just at this place, this moment in time, but in all places, at all times,
lost in this burning world. Standing there before me, he had seen Stacey Allen, or what he thought or wished or dreamed was Stacey Allen, but what he had written there made me see something else. The terrible something that is nothing. The hills, the mounds. There were so many gray rises that to the eye they seemed like so much litter, the refuse of the mills. And though of course they were, the act of seeing was one that for some time defied belief. But the smell could not be ignored. The smell is what made me believe. The hills nearest to me were made up of shoes, piles and piles of shoes. Leather and rubber and corfam, women's pumps, children's Keds and Nikes, sandals, work boots, high heels and low, all shapes and all sizes, all kinds and all colors, and all of them empty. Whether it was the smell of them or the sight inside, that first instant of understanding that bent me, I do not know. I simply wanted, so very desperately, to be sick, to vomit out their teaching. But still I walked on, forced entry through that breach in the wire and into those forlorn hills, where clothing was heaped to the height of houses, sweaters mingled with suits, pajamas with parkas, anything with everything, dirty, clean, wet, dry, bloody, white synthetic, woolen. At uneven intervals I found troves of cheap jewelry, watches, eyeglasses, belts that curled like sleeping snakes. I stumbled over a prosthetic arm, pink with a tint of blood, and found a torn and empty baby blanket. Still I walked on, until I was to the farthest reaches of this place, and of my comprehension, to the dark, unsettled hills that dared me to approach, to know them, to caution me never to forget them. I could not deny their mystery, their gentle weave of brown and black, laced with auburn and gold, gray and white. And when I touched them, felt their silky yet brittle threads, felt my fingers flecked with hair, I did not need to look back to the smokestacks, the furnaces, the ovens, to know what burned inside. First it was the dead, the things we called zombies, who had passed out of what we knew as life and into an existence of their own. For the fires are eager. They are hungry. They burn, and while we still live to stoke them, they will never stop. It was not long until the living dead would have given way to the legally dead, the prisoners, from the penitentiaries at Marion and Springfield, Leavenworth and Little Rock, and in time to the mental patients from Columbia and Alton, and then the near-dead, the dying, the defective, the disabled, and sooner or later the dissidents, the white-hot ovens forging a new world for a new age of harmony and love. For it was love that brought the zombies, like it brought Douglas Winter to Madison County, a love made of fragile lies, the love of storybooks and sociopaths, who believe in such conceits as love at first sight, a love that lasts forever, a love without consequences, a love without the effort that itself is love, a love that makes for bestsellers and bad movies, a love that denies the certain truth, that love, like any miracle, does not happen, it must be made. I know these things, of course, because I know that I invented Douglas Winter, that he is just a character in what is, after all, just a story. I created him and the ground on which he walked. It did not take 7 days. But now, having found my way to this place that he once called home, this trap of smoke and steel, I wonder how much I understand. The dead and the living and the dead. What difference does it make? In the end, they are the same. They are us. Now that I have seen his world, seen through the veil of gray that most of us mistake for clouds or mist or fog, I wonder if perhaps he created me, crafted me from the clay of this place of shadow and sorrow in order to bring you here with me. There is no end to his story, only the end of mine. In my dreams, I want to believe that he somehow made his way to a world where words may still be spoken freely, if such a place exists, to Toronto or Quebec, or some other unlikely Valhalla, where he would find an audience that could still know horror, understand its meanings, its lessons, who would read and perhaps be moved, swayed, cajoled into caring, into waking and living. In my dreams he has found the right weapons, for it is possible that mere words are no longer enough. Their powder, wet with so much blood, so many tears, may never again ignite the imagination. It is the time of the gun. Perhaps it always has been, and those of us who thought otherwise were indeed poets, dreamers, fools. In my dreams he lives, and he has finally found the nerve to fire back. But in my nightmares, I know better. I know that he walked with her, hand in hand, into the steaming shadow of the mills, shorn of shoes and clothes, and at last of his hair, and then cast like Daniel into the flames. Yet my dreams and my nightmares, like my story, have come to an end, because I know one other thing. I have the courage that Douglas Winter lacked. I grip the slide of the pistol and chamber the only round I need. The barrel is black and tastes of blood and magazine oil as I press it into my mouth. My hand is steady. My will, not his, be done. I stand in the smoke of his childhood, and I watch the signal fires, a burning world whose only gift is gray. In the ever-darkening sky above, nothing shines down. The stars have gone out. The holes in the floor of heaven are sealed. The only light now is the light of man, burning brightly in the furnace of the heart. For Lynn, without whom. Stephen Jones and Kim Newman. Necrology, 1997. As we near the end of the decade, we remember the following writers, artists, performers, and technicians who made significant contributions to the horror, science fiction, and fantasy genres during their lifetimes, and who died in 1997. Authors and artists. Screenwriter William Lancaster, the son of actor Burt, died from a heart attack on 4 January, aged 49. His credits include John Carpenter's 1982 version of The Thing. The same day, writer and editor Mike Baker died of pneumonia in Las Vegas, aged 31. He was the assistant editor of New Blood magazine and edited and published 33 issues of the horror news magazine Afraid and 2 issues of the short-lived fiction title Skull. His short stories appeared in a number of anthologies and magazines, and he edited the anthology Young Blood. At the time of his death, he left behind the completed manuscripts for another anthology, The Ultimate Horror, and a novel entitled Vampires. Songwriter Burton Lane, whose credits include the stage and screen versions of Finian's Rainbow and On a Clear Day You Can See Forever, died on 5 January, aged 84. Old Devil Moon and How Are Things in Glockamora are among the many hit songs he composed. SF writer Charles V. DeVette also died the same day, aged 85. He sold his first story to Amazing in 1950, and over the next 15 years published around 50 more. He collaborated with Catherine MacLean on the novel Cosmic Checkmate, and produced just one book on his own, Special Feature. Belgian comic strip cartoonist André Franquin died on 5 January, aged 73. During a 50-year career, he created the characters Marsupilami, half chimp, half leopard, and Gaston Lagaffe, while his Idée Noire presented a pessimistic view of a world dominated by pollution, genocide, and despair. Hollywood scriptwriter Harry Essex, best remembered for such films as Man-Made Monster, original story, Creature from the Black Lagoon, It Came from Outer Space, He Walked by Night, and for writing, directing I, the Jury, Octoman, and The Cremators, died of heart failure on 6 January, aged 86. Penelope Wallace, the daughter of Edgar Wallace and a former chairman of the Crime Writers Association, 1980 to 81, died on 13 January, aged 73. She founded the Edgar Wallace Society in the 1970s, and her story, Tell David, was made into an episode of TV's Night Gallery starring Sandra Dee. Songwriter Richard Berry, whose hits included Louie Louie, died on 23 January at the age of 61. Comics artist Dan Barry, who illustrated the daily and Sunday Flash Gordon newspaper strip from 1951 until the early 1990s, died on 25 January, aged 73. More recently, he also worked on the Indiana Jones comics. Gerald Marks, who wrote the song All of Me, died from natural causes on 27 January, aged 96. Author Daniel P. Pratt Mannix, who wrote the book The Fox and the Hound, the basis of the 1981 Disney cartoon, died after a lengthy illness on 29 January. He was 85. Publisher Arthur Chepos, whose Heritage House first published Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard, died in early February, aged 87. Veteran comedy screenwriter Frank Launder, best known for his long association with Sidney Gilliat, and for such movies as Oh, Mr. Porter, The Lady Vanishes, and They Came by Night, and director of The Blue Lagoon and some of the St. Trinian's films, died in Monaco on 23 February, aged 91. Pulp writer Floyd Clifford Gold, the younger brother of Galaxy editor H.L. Gold, died of a stroke the same day, aged 78. He wrote book reviews for that magazine for 8 years under the pen name Floyd C. Gale. James Dickey, who scripted his novel Deliverance in 1972, died in February, aged 73. Maurice Goldsmith, one of the founding fathers and administrator of the judging panel for the Arthur C. Clarke Awards, died on 1 March after a long illness. William S. Roberts, who scripted The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm for George Pal, died of respiratory failure on 5 March, aged 83. The Welsh-born creator of the Daleks, Terry Nation, died in Los Angeles of a respiratory illness on 9 March at the age of 66. His numerous TV credits include episodes of Doctor Who, Survivors, Blake's 7, The Avengers, Out of This World, The Champions, an adaptation of Asimov's The Caves of Steel, and the incredible Robert Baldick. He also co-scripted and produced the 1973 comedy movie The House in Nightmare Park, a.k.a. Night of the Laughing Dead. British novelist Ursula Torday died on 16 March, aged 85. She wrote under her own name, as well as a number of pseudonyms, including Charity Blackstock, Charlotte Keppel, and Paula Allardyce. And her books included The Exorcism, a.k.a. A House Possessed, Sabbath, The Ghost of Archie Gilroy, Ghost Town, Haunting Me, and The Ghosts of Fontenoy. Composer Fritz Spielmann, whose Broadway show, The Stingiest Man in Town, was a musical version of Dickens's A Christmas Carol, died of natural causes on 21 March, aged 90. The same day saw the death of V.S. Pritchett, Sir Victor Sawdon Pritchett, aged 96. His nonfiction books include acclaimed biographies of Balzac and Chekhov, and a collection of essays on E.F. Benson and other writers, while his story, A Tale of Don Juan, first appeared in Cynthia Asquith's The Second Ghost Book. Author and aviation expert Martin Strasser Caden died of thyroid cancer on 24 March, aged 69. The author of more than 200 books, his novel Marooned was filmed in 1969, while his 1972 novel Cyborg became the basis of the popular TV series The $6 Million Man. More recently, he wrote a series of thrillers and such novelizations as Indiana Jones and the Sky Pirates and Indiana Jones and the White Witch. Influential 60s beat poet Allen Ginsberg died of liver cancer on 5 April, aged 70. He once tried to exorcise the Pentagon and appears as a character in William Burroughs's The Naked Lunch. Singer-songwriter Laura Negro, whose hit albums include Stoned Soul Picnic and New York Tendaberry, died from ovarian cancer on 8 April, aged 49. F. Paul Wilson wrote about her in the anthology In Dreams. Editor, critic, and genre expert Samuel Moskowitz died on 15 April from complications following a massive heart attack he suffered on 8 April. He was aged 76. His nonfiction books about the SF field include The Immortal Storm, A History of Science Fiction Fandom, Explorers of the Infinite, Shapers of Science Fiction, and Seekers of Tomorrow, Masters of Modern Science Fiction, while he edited numerous anthologies, including The Man Who Collected Poe, Great Untold Stories of Fantasy and Horror, Ghostly by Gaslight, Horrors in Hiding, Horrors Unknown, and Horrors Unseen. In 1973-74, he also edited a brief 4-issue revival of Weird Tales magazine. Mexican screenwriter-director Carlos Enrique Taboada died the same day from a heart attack. He was 67. His writing credits include the 4-film Nostradamus vampire series, The Witch's Mirror, and Orlac, The Hell of Frankenstein. French author-artist Roland Topor, best known for his novel The Tenant, filmed by Roman Polanski in 1976, died of a cerebral hemorrhage or aneurysm in Paris on 16 April, aged 59. His work encompassed film, TV, theater, sculpture, and painting. He designed the animated movie Fantastic Planet, illustrated the poster for The Tin Drum, created the TV puppet series Telechat, and portrayed Renfield in Werner Herzog's 1979 version of Nosferatu the Vampire. Australian film composer Brian May died of a heart attack on 24 April, aged 63. His credits include Mad Max, Mad Max 2, aka Road Warrior, Gallipoli, The Survivor, Steel Dawn, Patrick, Thirst, Harlequin, The Day After Halloween, Blood Moon, Dead Sleep, Deadline, Stage Fright, Dr. Giggles, and Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. Lou Stathis, the editor of DC Comics' upmarket Vertigo line, died on 4 May following chemotherapy and surgery for brain cancer, aged 44. He also worked as an assistant editor for Dell and such magazines as Amazing and Fantastic, and was associate editor of Heavy Metal. Irish author Mervyn Wall, whose fantastic novels include The Unfortunate Fursey and The Return of Fursey, both collected in the Complete Fursey, died in Dublin on 18 May, aged 88. William Derry Eastlake, whose fantasy war novel Castle Keep was filmed in 1969 starring Burt Lancaster, died on 1 June, aged 79. Australian author and critic George Reginald Turner, aged 80, suffered a stroke on 5 June and died 3 days later without regaining consciousness. His novels include Beloved Son, Yesterday's Men, The Destiny Makers, and the Arthur C. Clarke award-winning The Sea and Summer, aka Drowning Towers. He was to be a guest of honor at AussieCon 3, the 1999 World Science Fiction Convention. Transworld Australia announced plans for the George Turner Prize for unpublished science fiction or fantasy novels. Screenwriter Mark Patrick Carducci shot himself to death in Los Angeles on 18 June, aged 42. In a suicide note, he apparently blamed his dysfunctional childhood. His many credits include Neon Maniacs, Pumpkinhead, Flying Saucers Over Hollywood, The Plan 9 Companion, which he also directed, the Josh Kirby, Time Warriors series, the TV movie Buried Alive, and the Tales from the Dark Side episode, The Spirited Photographer. He also executive produced Vampirella. The same day, Mexican screenwriter José María Fernández Unzaún died of peritonitis, aged 77. His more than 200 film credits include The Ship of Monsters, Museum of Horror, Adventure at the Center of the Earth, Dr. Satan and Black Magic, and Conquest of the Moon. New Zealand-born author Caroline MacDonald died after a long battle with cancer in Australia on 24 July, aged 48. Her young adult science fiction novels won numerous awards, while more recent work, such as the novel Secret Lives and the collection Hostilities, were oriented toward dark fantasy and horror. William S. Seward Burroughs, iconoclastic author of such novels as The Naked Lunch, filmed by David Cronenberg, Nova Express, The Place of Dead Roads, and Towers Open Fire, died on 2 August, aged 83, 24 hours after suffering a heart attack. He was the grandson of the inventor of the adding machine, a heroin junkie, and one of the most original voices in post-war American literature. In 1940s Manhattan, he was mentor to Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. His film appearances include Chappaqua, Bloodhounds of Broadway, and Even Cowgirls Get the Blues. And he narrated the 1960s reissue of Benjamin Christensen's Witchcraft Through the Ages, 1918/21. Photojournalist Horace Bristol, whose pictures of migrant families helped inspire John Steinbeck's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel The Grapes of Wrath, died on 4 August, aged 88. Screenwriter Orville H. Hampton died on 8 August, aged 80. His films include The Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake, The Alligator People, The Snake Woman, Jack the Giant Killer, and the 1963 Beauty and the Beast. TV producer John Elliott, who co-scripted the early 1960s BBC series A for Andromeda and The Andromeda Breakthrough with astronomer Fred Hoyle, died on 14 August, aged 78. Publisher Donald I. Fine, founder of Arbor House and Donald I. Fine Books, died of cancer the same day, aged 75. British showbiz gossip columnist, author, and bit-part actor Peter Noble died on 16 August, aged 80. Best known for his long association with the Light program's Movie Go Round from 1945 until the 1990s, he edited the British Film Yearbook. He became the editor of Screen International in 1975 and continued to write for the magazine until 1992, and he was a radio and TV personality through such game shows as Find the Link and Looks Familiar. Canadian-born publisher Alfred Saunders, whose Newcastle publishing company was responsible for 5 issues of Forgotten Fantasy, classics of science fiction and fantasy, and 24 volumes of the Newcastle Forgotten Fantasy Library in the 1970s, died of prostate cancer in Los Angeles on 23 August, aged 68. Veteran short story writer and journalist Carl Richmond Jacoby died at a nursing home in Minneapolis on 25 August, aged 89. Starting out as a reporter, he sold his first story in 1928 and soon became a regular contributor to Weird Tales and other pulp magazines, such as Ghost Stories, Strange Stories, and Thrilling Mystery. His fiction was collected by Arkham House in Revelations in Black, Portraits in Moonlight, and Disclosures in Scarlet, and by Fedogan and Bremer in Smoke of the Snake. A 5th collection of adventure tales, East of Sarmarinda, was his only fiction outside the horror genre. And he compiled a high school textbook in the 1930s entitled Paths to the Far East. His story, The Satanic Piano, was adapted for TV's Tales from the Dark Side, and R. Dixon Smith's biography of the author, Lost in the Rintharpian Hills, was published in 1985. Hollywood writer-producer Samuel A. Peoples died the same day from the effects of cancer, aged 79. He helped Gene Roddenberry develop Star Trek and wrote the 2nd pilot episode, Where No Man Has Gone Before. He also wrote the pilot for the animated Star Trek series, contributed to the screenplay of the movie The Wrath of Khan, and scripted the cartoon TV movie Flash Gordon, The Greatest Adventure. Pioneering SF fan Conrad H. Rupert died in hospital from heart and lung failure on 28 August, aged 84. During the 1930s, he was involved in the typesetting and printing of such early fanzines as The Time Traveler, Science Fiction Digest / Fantasy Magazine, The Fantasy Fan, and the Stanley G. Weinbaum Memorial volume, Dawn of Flame and Other Stories. He also printed the souvenir book for the first World Science Fiction Convention in New York in 1939. Professor Leon Endel, the foremost Henry James scholar of the past 50 years, died in Honolulu on 6 September, aged 89. His 5-volume biography of the author, 1953-72, was revised into a single book in 1987, and he also compiled The Ghostly Stories of Henry James. American-born author, editor, and reviewer Judith Merrill, Josephine Juliette Grossman, one of the first women to gain recognition in science fiction, died of congestive heart failure in Toronto on 12 September, aged 74. She became associated with the Futurians in the 1940s, and her first short story appeared in Astounding in 1948. As an anthologist and champion of feminism, she regularly included new writers in her 12 Year's Best SF anthologies, starting in 1956. Her other books include the anthologies Galaxy of Ghouls and England Swings SF, a.k.a. The Space-Time Journal, the collections Out of Bounds, 7 Stories, Daughters of Earth, and Survival Ship and Other Stories. And she created the Tesseracts anthology series in Canada. Her 1950 novel, Shadow on the Hearth, was later adapted for TV as Atomic Attack. The Merrill Collection, based on her donation in 1970 to the Toronto Public Library, is one of the major SF research libraries in the world, containing more than 35,000 books and 18,000 periodicals. South African-born Kathy Keaton, the wife of Bob Guccione and founder of Omni magazine in 1979 and Longevity in 1989, died on 19 September after undergoing surgery for cancer. She was 58. Children's author Marion Lovelace Kirchner, who created the popular Betsy Tracy series of books from 1940 to 55, died from emphysema on 25 September, aged 66. She was the daughter of journalist Delos W. Lovelace, who wrote the novelization of King Kong and was named after the movie's director, Marion C. Cooper. Screenwriter Dorothy Kingsley, whose credits include Kiss Me Kate, Angels in the Outfield, and Angels, died of heart failure on 26 September, aged 87. British author, editor, and tireless promoter of science fiction, George Hay, Oswin Robert Tregonwell Hay, died on 3 October following an operation, aged 75. The co-founder in 1971 of the Science Fiction Foundation and its magazine, Foundation, He spent his life promoting the idea of SF as a teaching tool, and his many books include 4 1950s SF novels, the anthology Hell Hath Fury, and the 1978 spoof The Necronomicon. He also contributed stories to Ghosts and Scholars, More Ghosts and Scholars, and The Year's Best Horror Stories, Series 8. The same day saw the death of historian A. Alfred L. Leslie Rouse, aged 93. 5 stories from his collection, West Country Stories, were reprinted by Dennis Val Baker, who also commissioned 2 more for his Kimber anthologies. Doctor Who scriptwriter Ian Stewart Black died on 13 October, aged 82. He created the TV show Danger Man, U.S. Secret Agent, for Patrick McGoohan, who also worked on such series as Adam Adamant Lives and The Invisible Man. The author of 9 novels, including the ghost story Creatures in a Dream, his actress daughter, Isabel, appeared in Hammer's Kiss of the Vampire. Best-selling author Harold Robbins, Francis Kane, died on 14 October, aged 81. His steamy novels include Never Love a Stranger, The Carpetbaggers, and The Betsy. And despite a stroke in 1982 that left him with a slight case of aphasia, he continued to write. Another bestseller, James A. Michener, whose books include the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel Tales of the South Pacific, the basis for the stage and screen musical South Pacific, Hawaii, and Space, made into an all-star TV miniseries in 1985, died of complications following renal failure on 16 October, after discontinuing kidney dialysis earlier in the month. He was 90, and donated millions of dollars to educational institutions, and was considered one of America's leading philanthropists. Fantasy author Paul Edwin Zimmer, the brother of Marion Zimmer Bradley, died of a heart attack while attending a convention on 17 October, aged 54. His books include The Survivors, with his sister, The Lost Prince, King Chondo's Ride, A Gathering of Heroes, and Engulf the Mad. SF novelist, photographer, sculptor, and fan cartoonist William Rotsler died in his sleep on 19 October after a long battle with throat cancer, a heart attack, and bypass surgery. He was 71, and his books include Contemporary Erotic Cinema, Patron of the Arts, To the Land of the Electric Angels, and, in collaboration with Gregory Benford, Shiva Descending. He knew Marilyn Monroe, discovered Kitten Natividad, and was involved in such softcore movies as Notorious Daughter of Fanny Hill, 1966, Mantis in Lace, 1968, and The Secret Sex Life of Romeo and Juliet, 1970. He won his 5th Best Fan Artist Hugo in 1997. Former agent, author, and SF editor at Pyramid, Berkeley, Dell Dial Press, and Ballantine, Donald R. Roynald Benson, died on 19 October from an apparent stroke, aged 70. He wrote westerns, one humorous SF novel, and edited the early 1960s anthologies The Unknown and The Unknown Five. Self-confessed Satanist, Anton Shandor Levy, Anthony Levy, aged 67, died on 29 October from pulmonary edema. The founder of the Church of Satan in 1966, and the author of the Satanic Bible and the Secret Life of a Satanist, he appeared in Witchcraft 70, Satanist the Devil's Mass, and had a small role in Rosemary's Baby as the devil. He also claimed to have been an uncredited consultant on the 2 Dr. Phibes films. Margaret Aldis died from pancreatic cancer in early November, aged 64. She had been married to author Brian Aldiss since 1965 and was the author of 3 bibliographic works about her husband. G. George Harry Stein died from an apparent stroke while writing in his Arizona home on 2 November, aged 69. He was the author of many nonfiction books about science and rocketry, and wrote juvenile science fiction novels under his own name and as Lee Corey. These include Starship Through Space, Star Trek, The Abode of Life, and A Matter of Metalaw. The 12-book Warbots series, 1988-92, was published under his own byline. Richard Hornberger, a.k.a. Richard Hooker, author of the best-selling semi-autobiographical novel MASH and its lesser-known sequel, MASH Goes to Maine, died of leukemia on 4 November, aged 73. Musical director-composer Saul Chaplin died on 15 November from injuries sustained in a fall. He was 85, and his many credits include An American in Paris, Crazy House, Kiss Me Kate, On the Town, and The Sound of Music. Pulp writer H. Horace B. Brown Fife, who contributed a number of stories to Astounding during the 1940s and 50s, died on 17 November after a long illness. He was 79. Early TV presenter, author, photographer Daniel Negley Farson, aged 70, died of cancer of the pancreas on 27 November, during the centenary year of his great-uncle Bram Stoker's novel Dracula. He became a full-time writer in 1964, and his books include the non-fiction studies Jack the Ripper and The Man Who Wrote Dracula, The Beaver Book of Horror, Ghosts, and Monsters for Hamlin Books, and the horror novels Curse and Transplant. A few months before his death, he contributed the foreword to The Mammoth Book of Dracula. Author and journalist Kathy Acre died of cancer in Mexico on 29 November, aged 49. Composer Wilfred Josephs also died in November. Born in 1927, his credits include such films as The Deadly Bees, The Uncanny, and an unused score for Cry of the Banshee. Science writer Kenneth Gatland, who was the technical advisor on the 1953 BBC TV serial Journey into Space, died on 11 December, aged 74. Writer and philosopher Arthur Owen Barfield, the last surviving member of C.S. Lewis's group of Oxford intellectuals, the Inklings, died at his home in East Sussex on 14 December. He was 99. His books include the 1925 children's fantasy The Silver Trumpet and Poetic Diction, A Study in Meaning, 1928, which had a great influence on fellow Inkling J.R.R. Tolkien. Lewis's classic The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is dedicated to Barfield's daughter, Lucy. TV writer-producer Charles D. Webster, whose credits include Fantasy Island, Wonder Woman, and Knight Rider, died after a prolonged illness the same day. He was 73. British film composer Buxton Orr, whose credits include 50s and 60s cult favorites Grip of the Strangler, a.k.a. The Haunted Strangler, Fiend Without a Face, Corridors of Blood, First Man into Space, Snake Woman, and Dr. Blood's Coffin, died on 27 December. Historian, conservationist, and executive of the National Trust's Country Houses scheme since it began in 1936, James Leese Milne died on 28 December, aged 89. Apart from his many nonfiction works, he also wrote 3 Gothic romances, and Robinson published his short novel, Ruthenshaw, a ghost story, in 1994. Japanese SF pioneer Shinichi Hoshi died on 30 December, aged 71. He had been in hospital since April in a coma following pneumonia. He wrote more than 1,000 fantasy and science fiction stories, plus 2 novels. Actors and actresses. Veteran cigar-chewing character actor Jesse White, Jesse Mark Weidenfeld, who appeared in more than 60 movies, including Harvey, both 1950 and 1972 versions, Francis Goes to the Races, The Bad Seed, Pajama Party, The Ghost in the Invisible Bikini, The Spirit is Willing, The Reluctant Astronaut, The Cat from Outer Space, Monster in the Closet, and Matinee, died on 8 January from a heart attack following surgery for colon cancer. He was 79, and although he made numerous guest appearances on TV, he is best remembered as the lonesome Maytag repairman in a long-running series of American commercials, 1967 to 89. Tough guy actor-turned-producer Sheldon Leonard, Sheldon Bershad, died on 11 January from natural causes. He was 89, and his movie credits include the 1935 Love Wanga, It's a Wonderful Life, as the bartender who throws out James Stewart, Drums of the Jungle, To Have and Have Not, Zombies on Broadway, with Bela Lugosi, The Fabulous Joe, Sinbad the Sailor, and Abbott and Costello Meet the Invisible Man. As a producer, he was responsible for such TV series as The Dick Van Dyke Show, I Spy, The Andy Griffith Show, and the Emmy Award-winning My World and Welcome to It. Adriana Caselotti, who was paid just $20 a day to supply the voice of Walt Disney's Snow White when she was 18 years old, and had a very small part in The Wizard of Oz, died of cancer on 19 January, aged 80. American character actor Guy Raymond, who appeared in the classic Star Trek episode The Trouble with Tribbles, died on 26 January, aged 85. He also appeared in such films as The 4D Man and The Reluctant Astronaut. Actor Richard X. Slattery died from a stroke on 27 January, aged 72. Best known for his TV work, he also appeared in Herbie Rides Again and the miniseries Space. A former child actress in silent films, Marjorie Reynolds, Marjorie Goodspeed, died of congestive heart failure on 1 February, aged 79. Her many adult credits include Sky Pirates, The Time of Their Lives, Heaven Only Knows, No Holds Barred, Holiday Inn, Ministry of Fear, and, with Boris Karloff, Mr. Wong in Chinatown, The Fatal Hour, and Doomed to Die. Cleveland area TV horror host Ernie Anderson, better known as Ghoulardi, died from cancer on 6 February, aged 73. He appeared in such films as Tunnel Vision and Hard 8, and later did voiceovers for such shows as The Love Boat. Actor Robert Ridgely, who portrayed Dracula in the 1968 Get Smart episode The Waxman, died from cancer the same day, aged 65. His movie credits include Blazing Saddles, Multiplicity, and Boogie Nights, directed by Ernie Anderson's son, Paul Thomas Anderson. British actor Barry Evans, who had been working as a taxi driver, was found murdered on 10 February, aged 52. 2 men were subsequently held by police. He starred in Here We Go Round the Mulberry Bush, Die Screaming Mary Ann, the 1993 mystery of Edwin Drood, and in the TV series Doctor in the House, 1970-72. Actor Don Porter, whose credits include Night Monster, with Lugosi, She-Wolf of London, Who Done It, The Norliss Tapes, Legend of Lizzie Borden, and numerous TV shows, died on 11 February, aged 84 from natural causes. British character actor James Cossins died after a long illness on 12 February, aged 63. Best remembered as the first victim of the underground cannibal in Deathline, U.S. Raw Meat, he also appeared in Hammer's The Anniversary, The Lost Continent, and Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. David Doyle, best known for his recurring role as Bosley on TV's Charlie's Angels, died from a heart attack on 27 February, aged 67. His other credits include No Way to Treat a Lady, the 1973 Miracle on 34th Street, The Stranger Within, Capricorn 1, The Comeback, Ghostwriter, and The Invisible Woman, 1983. Mexican actor-director Raúl de Anda, El Charro Negro, died in February. He had more than 250 films to his credit. Veteran Hollywood stuntman Kerry Lofton, who portrayed the mysterious truck driver in Steven Spielberg's Duel, died on 4 March, aged 83. He began his career doing stunts in such serials as Spy Smasher, Haunted Harbor, The Purple Monster Strikes, The Crimson Ghost, King of the Rocketmen, and Canadian Mounties vs. Atomic Invaders. After a fall at home, British comedy actor Ronald Fraser died from an unexpected internal hemorrhage on 13 March, aged 66. His film credits include Babakins, The Bed-Sitting Room, and The Mystery of Edwin Drood, 1993, along with guest spots on numerous TV shows, including The Avengers, Doctor Who, Star Maidens, and The Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. British leading man turned producer-director Anthony Bushell died on 2 April, aged 92. He appeared alongside Karloff in The Ghoul, 1933, co-produced Olivier's Hamlet, 1948, was featured in the 1950s BBC production of Quatermass and The Pit, and directed Hammer's Terror of the Tongs, starring Christopher Lee. American TV actor Michael Strocca died from cancer on 14 April, aged 58. He appeared as Bruno on Dark Shadows, 1966-71, and the spin-off movie House of Dark Shadows, plus episodes of Psi Factor, Who Done It, The Next Step Beyond, The New Adventures of Wonder Woman, Buck Rogers in the 25th Century, and The Twilight Zone. BBC Radio 1 disc jockey Mike Raven, Austin Fairman, died in April, aged 72. Looking like a cross between Christopher Lee and Vincent Price, he made an unsuccessful attempt to turn himself into a horror star in the early 1970s with such films as Lust for a Vampire, I, Monster, Crucible of Terror, and Disciple of Death. However, his career fizzled when it became obvious that he couldn't act, and he retired to Cornwall to run a farm, and later worked as a woodcarver until his death. American comedian Pat Paulson died from cancer on 24 April following surgery. He was 69, and his film credits include Auntie Lee's Meat Pies and Bloodsuckers from Outer Space, in which he plays the president, after a number of joke campaigns to run for the office. Actor Paul Lambert, who made his screen debut in Spartacus, 1960, died from cancer on 27 April, aged 74. He also appeared in Planet of the Apes, Wrong is Right, Blue Thunder, and numerous TV shows, including the classic Masquerade episode of Thriller. Canadian-born child star turned British TV quiz show host Hughie Green died in May. Born in 1920, it was belatedly revealed that he was the father of Paula Yates. Character actor Alvy Moore, who played Hank Campbell on TV's Green Acres, 1965-71, died on 4 May from heart failure, aged 75. His films include A Boy and His Dog, The Witchmaker, War of the Worlds, Everything's Ducky, The Gnome Mobile, The Brotherhood of Satan, The Horror Show, Intruder, The Outing, Mortuary, and They're Playing with Fire, along with many other TV appearances. Walter Gottel, who played the recurring role of General Gogol in such James Bond films as From Russia with Love, The Spy Who Loved Me, Moonraker, For Your Eyes Only, Octopussy, A View to Kill, and The Living Daylights, died in May. Born in 1924, his other movie credits include Circus of Horrors, Hammer's The Damned, The Devil's Daffodil, Road to Hong Kong, Sleepaway Camp 2, and Puppet Master 3. TV actor Howard Morton, who played the vampiric grandpa in The Munsters Today, 1988-91, died on 11 May from complications following a stroke. He was 71, and also appeared in the movie Rhinoceros and many other TV shows. Stage magician Harry Blackstone Jr., who appeared in the 1979 TV movie Mandrake, died on 14 May from complications from pancreatic cancer. He was 62. Singer-actress Thelma Carpenter, whose credits include The Wiz, died from a massive heart attack in May. American actor Donald Curtis died around 22 May, aged 82. He appeared in the 1940s serial Flash Gordon Conquers the Universe, Invisible Agent, and The Spiritualist, a.k.a. The Amazing Mr. X, and starred in It Came from Beneath the Sea and Earth vs. the Flying Saucers. Irish-born TV actor Edward Mulhare, best remembered for his roles as the ghost of Captain Daniel Gregg in The Ghost and Mrs. Muir, 1968-70, and Devon Miles in Knight Rider, 1982-85, died of lung cancer on 24 May, aged 74. His film credits include Our Man Flint, Eye of the Devil, a.k.a. 13, and Megaforce, and he starred as Henry Higgins in several stage versions of My Fair Lady, playing the part on Broadway in more than 1,000 performances. Hollywood leading man John Beale, James Alexander Bleedung, died on 26 May of complications from a stroke, aged 87. His many films include The Cat and the Canary, 1939, The Vampire, 1957, The Funhouse, Here Comes the Bride, Amityville 3D, and The Legend of Lizzie Borden. Italian actor-producer Walter Brandi died in May. His films include Playgirls and the Vampire, Vampire and the Ballerina, Slaughter of the Vampires, Bloody Pit of Horror, and Terror Creatures from Beyond the Grave with Barbara Steele. George Fenneman, who appeared in the original version of The Thing, died on 29 May, aged 77. On radio and TV, he was Groucho Marx's sidekick and straight man on You Bet Your Life, and was one of the opening narrators of Dragnet. Dependable character actor and former 20th Century Fox mailboy Richard Jekyll died on 14 June from cancer, aged 70. Among his many films are The Green Slime, Latitude Zero, Chosen Survivors, Grizzly, Mako Jaws of Death, Day of the Animals, Twilight's Last Gleaming, The Dark, Bloodsong, Airplane 2, the sequel, Starman, and Black Moon Rising. He was nominated for a Best Supporting Oscar in 1971. Born in 1944, actress Olga Georges-Picot, who appeared in The Man Who Haunted Himself and Persecution, a.k.a. The Terror of Sheba, died in June. British character actor Don Henderson, who made his debut as the eponymous character in The Ghoul, 1975, died in June. His other credits include Star Wars, as General Taggi, The Island, Brazil, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, and TV's Bullman. American leading man Brian Keith, Robert Brian Keith, Jr., shot himself to death on 24 June, aged 75. Suffering from cancer, he was also apparently depressed about the death of his daughter, Daisy, who had died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head on 17 April. Most of Hollywood stayed away from the funeral of the actor who appeared in Moon Pilot, Way, Way Out, Moonraker, Meteor, Charlie Chan and the Curse of the Dragon Queen, World War III, Cry for the Strangers, and TV's Hardcastle and McCormick and Family Affair. Creepy-looking character actor William Hickey died in New York City on 29 June of complications from emphysema and bronchitis. He was aged 69, and his film credits include Pritzi's Honor, Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, The Runestone, Puppet Master, and Mouse Hunt. Tough guy Hollywood star Robert Mitchum died on 1 July from emphysema and lung cancer, aged 79. He starred in more than 120 movies, including the classic Night of the Hunter, 1955, Cape Fear, both versions, Agency, Scrooged, and Dead Man. He was arrested for possessing marijuana in 1948. Another Hollywood giant, 89-year-old James Stewart, It's a Wonderful Life, Harvey, 1950 and 1972, Bell Book and Candle, Vertigo, Mr. Kruger's Christmas, An American Tale 2, Fievel Goes West, etc., died from cardiac arrest on 2 July as a result of a blood clot in the leg. Gloria, his wife of 44 years, had died in February 1994, and he had been depressed since. He won a Best Actor Academy Award for The Philadelphia Story. American actress Carol Foreman, who portrayed Sombra in the 1947 serial The Black Widow and the Spider Lady in the 1948 serial Superman, died on 9 July, aged 78. She also appeared in the 1952 serial Black Hawk. Stage actor Alan Mixon, who made his first New York appearance in 1957 in the off-Broadway premiere of Tennessee Williams's Suddenly Last Summer, died on 19 July, aged 64. 1940s and 50s serial queen Linda Sterling, who starred in Tiger Woman, Zorro's Black Whip, Manhunt on Mystery Island, The Purple Monster Strikes, and The Crimson Ghost, died of cancer on 20 July, aged 75. A former model, she was signed by Republic Pictures in 1944 to make a string of adventure film serials and westerns. New Zealand-born British actor David Warbeck, David Mitchell, who became a likable leading man in such British and Italian horror films as Trog, Tam Lin, Craze, Hammer's Twins of Evil, The Black Cat, 1980, The Beyond, Miami Golem, Ratman, Breakfast with Dracula, Razorblade Smile, and many others, died after a long battle with cancer on 23 July, aged 55. British character actor Brian Glover, who appeared in An American Werewolf in London, Jabberwocky, Britannia Hospital, The Company of Wolves, Alien 3, Kafka, Snow White, A Tale of Terror, and other films, died from a brain tumor in his sleep on 25 July, aged 63. Thin-faced British stage actress Rosalie Crutchley died on 28 July, aged 77. Her occasional film appearances include The Gamma People, The Haunting, Wuthering Heights, 1970, Whoever Slew Auntie Roo, Hammer's Creatures the World Forgot and Blood from the Mummy's Tomb, The House in Nightmare Park, and Now the Streaming Starts, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, 1982, and The Keep. Pioneering American disc jockey actor, the real Don Steele, died on 5 August from lung cancer, aged 61. Famous for the way he announced the records he played, his occasional film and TV appearances include Death Race 2000 as Junior Bruce, Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park, Gremlins, Eating Raoul, Bordello of Blood, and Bewitched. He was honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 1995. Pakistan's most popular singer, Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan, died in London on 16 April, aged 48. His songs were used in such films as Dead Man Walking and Natural Born Killers. American character actress Kathleen Cordell, who trained at England's Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, died on 19 August, aged 81. She spent most of the Second World War in Britain, where she appeared in radio dramas and in the original version of Gaslight. Her subsequent credits include such movies as MASH and Airport, and the TV series I Dream of Jeannie. Sally Blaine, Elizabeth Jane Young, the actress sister of Loretta Young, died on 27 August, aged 87. She appeared in more than 100 films, including Night of Terror with Lugosi, and Charlie Chan at Treasure Island, directed by her husband, Norman Foster. Her last film was A Bullet for Joey in 1954. Sultry-looking American actress Elizabeth Brooks died on 7 September from cancer, aged 46. She appeared in The Howling as Marcia the Werewolf Witch, Hitchcock's Family Plot, Deep Space, The Forgotten One, and TV's Kolchak, The Night Stalker. Ubiquitous character actor Burgess Meredith, George Burgess, died on 9 September from skin cancer, internal bleeding, and Alzheimer's disease at his Malibu home. He was 89, and best known for his role as the Penguin in the Batman TV series, 1966-68, and the 1966 feature version, as well as the classic Time Enough at Last episode of The Twilight Zone, and the Rocky films. His numerous credits also include Of Mice and Men, 1939, with Lon Chaney Jr., Torture Garden, Beware the Blob, a.k.a. Son of Blob, Burnt Offerings, The Sentinel, The Manitou, Magic, The Last Chase, Clash of the Titans, Twilight Zone the Movie, as narrator, Santa Claus, Night of the Hunter, 1991, and the miniseries The Return of Captain Nemo. Radio, film, and TV comedy actor Red Skelton, Richard Bernard Skelton, died on 17 September after a long illness. He was 84, and his many credits include Whistling in the Dark, Ah Woo, It's the Fox, Whistling in Dixie, Whistling in Brooklyn, I Doed It, Merton of the Movies, and Around the World in 80 Days. On TV, he was the comedian whose ad-lib threw off Bela Lugosi, as recreated in Tim Burton's Ed Wood. Milton Berle gave the eulogy at the Forest Lawn services. British character actor Jack May died in September. His films include Catgirl, Trog, The Man Who Would Be King, and Night After Night After Night, as a murderous transvestite judge. However, he was best known for 45 years as Nelson Gabriel on the radio drama The Archers. Teen actor turned producer John Ashley died in New York City from a heart attack on the set of his latest film, Scarred City, on 4 October. Aged 62, his film credits include Frankenstein's Daughter, How to Make a Monster, Bikini Beach, The Eye Creatures, Sergeant Deadhead, Brides of Blood, The Mad Doctor of Blood Island, Beast of Blood, Beast of the Yellow Night, The Twilight People, Woman Hunt, Beyond Atlantis, and A Walk-On in 2001: A Space Odyssey. On TV, he co-produced such series as The Quest, The A-Team, Werewolf, Something Is Out There, and Dark Avenger. Dependable Scottish character actor Andrew Kerr died on 5 October, aged 71. He made his screen debut in an early Hammer thriller, The Lady Craved Excitement, 1950, returning in substantial roles like the vampire-hunting Father Sandor in Dracula, Prince of Darkness, the titular scientist of Quatermass and the Pit, a role he recreated in 1996 for BBC Radio 3's The Quatermass Memoirs, and an obsessed Egyptologist in Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. His other credits include The Pirates of Blood River, Daleks Invasion Earth 2150 AD, The Night Visitor, Absolution, Haunters of the Deep, Dragon World, and Dragon World: The Legend Continues. Country singer-songwriter John Denver, Henry John Deutschendorf, aged 54, was killed when his experimental one-seat plane crashed off the coast of Monterey Bay on 12 October. A well-known environmentalist, his many hit songs include Leaving on a Jet Plane, Rocky Mountain High, and Take Me Home, Country Roads, while in 1977 he starred in Oh God opposite George Burns as the eponymous deity. American supporting actress Joyce Compton, Eleanor Hunt, died on 13 October, aged 90. She made her movie debut in 1920 and appeared with Bela Lugosi in Scared to Death, 1946, while her other credits include Trapped by Television, Mighty Joe Young, Turnabout, and Sorry, Wrong Number, 1948. American TV actress Audra Lindley, best known for her role as Helen Roper in the series Three's Company, 1977-79, and The Ropers, 1979-80, and her recurring roles in Sybil and Friends, died on 16 October of complications from leukemia, aged 79. Divorced from actor James Whitmore, her film credits include the 1975 Canterville Ghost, Revenge of the Stepford Wives, Spellbinder, and The Relic. British-based American character actor Michael Balfour died on 19 October, aged 79. He appeared in The Diamond Wizard, Hammer's Quatermass 2, a.k.a. Enemy from Space, Fiend Without a Face, The Flesh and the Fiends, The Hellfire Club, The Monster of Highgate Ponds, Fahrenheit 451, The Oblong Box, with Vincent Price and Christopher Lee, The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, Batman, 1989, and The Revenge of Billy the Kid. Don Messick, the voice of cartoon character Scooby-Doo for 30 years, died on 25 October. Born in 1927, he also created the voices for Scrappy-Doo, Astro Jetson, Dr. Benton Quest, Bam Bam, Ranger Smith, Adamant, Muttley, Papa Smurf, and numerous other animated characters. Hong Kong Chinese actor and martial arts expert Lam Ching Yin, Lin Zheng Ying, died on 8 or 9 November from liver cancer, aged 56. After stunt work with Bruce Lee, Lam became a star as a Taoist vampire hunter in the popular Mr. Vampire, Jiangxi Xian Sheng series. His many other films include Encounters of the Spooky Kind and Encounters of the Spooky Kind 2, The Dead and the Deadly, Crazy Safari, Vampire vs. Vampire, which he also directed, Magic Cop, Gambling Ghost, Skin Stripper, and Exorcist Master. American character actor George O. Petrie died on 16 November of lymphoma, aged 85. His credits include What's So Bad About Feeling Good, A Fire in the Sky, The Day After, and Wavelength. The lead singer with Australian band In Excess and husband of Paula Yates, Michael Hutchins, hanged himself in a Sydney hotel room on 21 November. He was 37 and appeared as a foppish Lord Byron in Roger Corman's Frankenstein Unbound. American actor Charles Hallahan, aged 54, died on 25 November from an apparent heart attack, just like his character's death in John Carpenter's The Thing. His other films include Pale Rider, Space Jam, and Dante's Peak. British character actor Richard Vernon died on 4 December, aged 72. His numerous film credits include Village of the Damned, 1960, Goldfinger, The Tomb of Ligeia, Hammer's The Satanic Rites of Dracula, Loch Ness, The Pink Panther Strikes Again, and A Hard Day's Night. He played Slarty Bartfast in both the radio and TV versions of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 300-pound Canadian comedy actor Chris Farley died in December from a drugs overdose. A regular on TV's Saturday Night Live, 1990-95, he appeared in such movies as Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2, Coneheads, and Beverly Hills Ninja. At the time of his death, he was 33, the same age at which his idol, John Belushi, died. American comedy actor Stubby Kaye died from lung cancer on 14 December, aged 79. His films include Guys and Dolls, Lil Abner, The Monitors, Cat Ballou, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Character actor Edward Walsh, who appeared as the vampire's hunchbacked henchman in Count Yorga Vampire, died in Texas on 15 December, aged 62. He also appeared in the sequel, The Return of Count Yorga. Veteran character actor Denver Pyle died on 23 December from lung cancer, aged 77. Best known for his westerns, he also appeared in The Flying Saucer, Terrified, The Legend of Hillbilly John, Escape to Witch Mountain, and Return from Witch Mountain, and was a regular on such TV series as Gunsmoke, as Caleb, and The Dukes of Hazzard, as Uncle Jesse. Japanese star Toshiro Mifune died from organ failure on Christmas Eve, aged 77. A favorite of director Akira Kurosawa, his films include Rashomon, Seven Samurai, Throne of Blood, Yojimbo, The Lost World of Sinbad, and Steven Spielberg's 1941. Billed as the American beauty, Billy Dove, Lillian Boney, a leading lady of the silence who could not adapt to sound, died from pneumonia on 31 December, aged 96. A former Ziegfeld Follies dancer, she appeared in more than 30 films, including The Black Pirate, 1926, opposite Douglas Fairbanks, and she emerged from retirement in 1962 to appear in Diamond Head, starring Charlton Heston. Film and TV technicians. Chinese director King Hu Jin Kwang, whose films include A Touch of Zen, died from a stroke on 14 January, aged 65. Mexican director Gilberto Martinez Solares died from a heart attack on 18 January, aged 90. His many films include La Casa del Terror, Face of the Screaming Werewolf, with Lon Chaney, Jr., Santo and Blue Demon vs. the Monsters, World of the Dead, Blue Demon and the Seductresses, Chinook vs. the Tiger and the Vampire, and Satanico Pandemonium. He also scripted Attack of the Mayan Mummy and Phantom of the Operetta. Bud Abbott Jr., a partner in Abbott and Costello Enterprises, died from a heart attack on 19 January, aged 57. American writer-director Robert Klaus died from kidney failure on 4 February, aged 68. His films include The Pack, Golden Needles, Enter the Dragon, The Rats, based on the novel by James Herbert, Darker Than Amber, and The Ultimate Warrior. He also scripted the Spielberg TV movie Something Evil and Happy Mother's Day, Love George. Cinematographer Enzo Martinelli died on 5 February from natural causes, aged 89. He worked as an apprentice to his uncle, Arthur Martinelli, on the 1932 Bela Lugosi movie White Zombie, and his TV credits include The Munsters, The $6 Million Man, The Bionic Woman, and the pilot for the 1970s Invisible Man. Costume designer Mary Lillian Wills, who won an Academy Award for her work on The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm, died on 7 February, aged 82. Her other films include Hans Christian Andersen, Carousel, Camelot, Cape Fear, 1962, and Song of the South. Former child actor, Captain Video and his Video Rangers, Black Hawk, etc., turned TV director Larry Stewart died from a bacterial infection, heart failure, on 26 February, aged 67. His credits include episodes of Perry Mason, The Bionic Woman, The Incredible Hulk, Spider-Man, Fantasy Island, and Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Animator Harry Love, a longtime colleague of Friz Freleng, died in February. Polish-born producer Alexander Salkind died in a Paris hospital for leukemia on 8 March, aged 67. With his son Ilya, he co-produced the first 3 Superman movies starring Christopher Reeve, plus Supergirl, Santa Claus, Orson Welles' The Trial, The Light at the Edge of the World, Bluebeard with Richard Burton, The Three Musketeers, 1974, and its sequels, and the Superboy TV series. Austrian-born director Fred Zinnemann died on 14 March, aged 89. After beginning his career as an extra in such films as All Quiet on the Western Front, he became a director, winning Academy Awards for From Here to Eternity and A Man for All Seasons. His other credits include High Noon with Cheney Jr., Oklahoma, Kid Glove Killer, Eyes in the Night, and the original Day of the Jackal. Tomoyuka Tanaka, a former chairman of Japan's Toho Studios, died from a cerebral infarction on 2 April, aged 86. In the mid-1950s, he had the idea for Gojira, Godzilla, and produced 22 films in the series, seen by an estimated 85 million Japanese, plus many other Toho movies, including 6 films with Akira Kurosawa. Argentine-born Spanish director Leon Klimovsky died on 8 April, aged 89. He guided Paul Naschy through his Medallion Man werewolf movies, Shadow of the Werewolf and Dr. Jekyll and the Werewolf, plus Vengeance of the Zombies. His other films include The Dracula Saga, The Vampire's Night Orgy, La Noche de Walpurgis, Planeta Ciego, and The People Who Own the Dark. Costume designer Jean-Louis died from natural causes on 20 April, aged 89. His films include Belle, Book and Candle, From Here to Eternity, A Star is Born, Thoroughly Modern Millie, 1001 Nights, Gilda, Down to Earth, Lady from Shanghai, Suddenly Last Summer, and the 1973 version of Lost Horizon. Thomas Carr, who directed the 1948 serial Superman and numerous episodes of the 1950s TV series, died on 23 April, aged 89. Mexican cinematographer Gabriel Figueroa, aged 90, died on 27 April from a stroke following heart surgery. His films include The Exterminating Angel and Simon of the Desert. Swedish director Bo Widerberg, whose credits include Elvira Madigan, died on 1 May, aged 66. Italian director Marco Ferreri, once described by the Sunday Times as the master of bad taste, died from a heart attack on 9 May, aged 68. His films include La Grande Bouffe, La Carne, and Bye Bye Monkey, with a cameo by a dead King Kong. American director-editor John Rollins died on 20 May from pneumonia, aged 94. His many films and serials include The Green Hornet Strikes Again, Arabian Nights, Sherlock Holmes and the Voice of Terror, Dick Tracy's Dilemma, Dick Tracy Meets Gruesome, with Karloff, The Missing Guest, Junior G-Men, and The Great Impersonation. Sidney Gilleroff, who was the chief hairdresser at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer for many years, died on 28 May following a lengthy illness, aged 89. He created Judy Garland's braids for The Wizard of Oz, turned Lucille Ball into a redhead, and worked on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1931, and numerous other movies. Animator Stan Green, whose credits include Disney's The Rescuers and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, died in May. Actor-turned-special effects supervisor George E. Mather died from an apparent heart attack on 4 June, aged 77. He appeared in Man of a Thousand Faces and worked on the effects for Star Wars, Ghostbusters, Fright Night, Poltergeist 2, The Other Side, and many other films. BBC director-producer Julia Smith, the co-creator of EastEnders, whose credits also include Doctor Who, died on 19 June, aged around 70. French oceanographer Jacques-Yves Cousteau died on 25 June, aged 87. His exploits were chronicled in The Silent World, World Without Sun, and other films. British nudie photographer, producer, director, star George Harrison Marks, described by Sight and Sound magazine as the semi-acceptable face of smut in Britain 30 or 40 years ago, died from sclerosis of the liver while battling cancer on 27 June, aged 71. His exploitation films include The Naked World of Harrison Marks and 9 Ages of Nakedness. Academy Award-winning costume designer Marjorie Best, The Adventures of Don Juan, Giant, etc., died in June. Max E. Youngstein, the last survivor of 5 partners who in the 1950s were promised 50% of United Artists if they could return the studio to profitability within 3 years, died on 8 July, aged 84. As head of production and marketing, he greenlighted such films as Marty and Around the World in 80 Days. With his associates, he succeeded in saving the company, and they subsequently bought the remaining shares. Prolific film editor William H. Reynolds, whose credits include The Day the Earth Stood Still, and who won Academy Awards for The Sound of Music and The Sting, died on 16 July of cancer, aged 87. Academy Award-winning special effects supervisor Gene Francis Warren Sr. died from cancer on 17 July, aged 80. He started his career as an animator with George Powell's Puppetoons in the 1940s and moved on to such films as Monster from Green Hell, Tom Thumb, The Time Machine, Dinosaurus, Atlantis, The Lost Continent, Master of the World, The Wonderful World of the Brothers Grimm, Jack the Giant Killer, 7 Faces of Dr. Lao, Around the World Under the Sea, The Power, The Andromeda Strain, The Legend of Hillbilly John, and such classic TV shows as the original Outer Limits, The Twilight Zone, and Star Trek. The founder of Cobb Theaters, Roland Chappell Cobb, who pioneered the multiplex theater in 1971 by putting 4 screens into a single building, died on 1 August, aged 76. British director of photography, Dick Bush, died suddenly on 4 August. Born in 1931, he photographed Jonathan Miller's TV version of Alice in Wonderland and such movies as Mahler, Savage Messiah, Tommy, Lair of the White Worm, and Crimes of Passion, all for director Ken Russell. Former Hollywood executive Leo Jaffe, who for 8 years steered Columbia Pictures from near bankruptcy in 1973 through an embezzlement scandal to box office success with such pictures as Taxi Driver, Midnight Express, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, died on 20 August, aged 88. Brandon Tartikoff, former president of NBC TV and chairman of Paramount, 1991 to 92, died of Hodgkin's disease on 27 August, aged 48. As the youngest entertainment president in network history, taking over NBC programming in 1980 at the age of 30, he is credited with transforming primetime TV with such shows as Hill Street Blues, L.A. Law, and The Cosby Show. Executive producer-financier Dodi Fayed was killed with his girlfriend in a car crash in Paris on 31 August, aged 42. His film credits include Hook, FX Murder by Illusion, and FX2. Award-winning television, theater, and film producer-director George Schaefer died in September, aged 76. In a career spanning 60 years, he directed nearly 100 TV productions, including the first live broadcasts of Hamlet and Macbeth in the 1950s. His autobiography is titled From Live to Tape to Film. Television producer-director Paul Bernard died on 25 September, aged 68. After working as a designer in the 1950s, he went on to direct the episodes Day of the Daleks, The Time Monster, and Frontier in Space for the Jon Pertwee Doctor Who in the 1970s. He also directed the first 3 episodes of The Tomorrow People in 1973. New Guinea-born TV producer-director and film historian David Gill, who collaborated with Kevin Braunlau on such series as Hollywood The Pioneer Years and The Other Hollywood, died from a heart attack on 28 September, aged 69. Together they formed Photoplay Productions in 1990 and worked on the restoration and presentation of such silent classics as Napoleon, Ben-Hur, Intolerance, The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, The Thief of Baghdad, and The Phantom of the Opera. Michael L. Bender, who produced Beetlejuice, died on 3 October of complications from HIV. He was 51 and began his career as an entertainment lawyer for Warner Brothers and Avco Embassy. British cinematographer Arthur Ibbotson died in October. Born in 1922, his credits include Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, The Medusa Touch, Santa Claus, 11 Harrow House, and TV's Frankenstein, The True Story. British TV producer Sidney Newman, who was involved in the creation of both Doctor Who and The Avengers, died on 30 October, aged 80. American director, producer, writer Samuel Michael Fuller died on Halloween, aged 86. His films include The Baron of Arizona, Hell and High Water, Shock Corridor, White Dog, Run of the Arrow, and The Naked Kiss, 1966. In later years, he appeared in a number of cameo roles, including Slapstick of Another Kind, Hammett, and as a testy Nazi hunter confronting vampires in Larry Cohen's A Return to Salem's Lot. Actor-turned-comedy director Hy Averback died in October, aged 76. His films include the 1966 Chamber of Horrors. Cinematographer Robert Caramico, whose credits include Spawn of the Slithis and The Happy Hooker Goes to Washington, also died in October. Special effects photographer David Stewart died in October. His credits include Blade Runner. William Alland, a former actor with Orson Welles' Mercury Theater, he played the inquiring reporter in Citizen Kane, and later a producer at Universal International, died on 10 November of complications from heart disease. He was 81, and his films include Creature from the Black Lagoon, The Black Castle, It Came from Outer Space, The Mole People, Revenge of the Creature, Tarantula, The Land Unknown, The Creature Walks Among Us, The Deadly Mantis, The Colossus of New York, and The Space Children. In later years, he manufactured sailboats. Special effects supervisor Tom Cranham died of cancer on 19 November, aged 63. He worked with Irwin Allen on the TV series Time Tunnel, Lost in Space, and Land of the Giants, and such movies as The Poseidon Adventure, The Towering Inferno, and The Swarm. His other credits include Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Blade Runner, Ghost, Jumanji, Jurassic Park, and TV's Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. Choreographer David Toguri, whose credits include The Rocky Horror Picture Show and Absolute Beginners, died in November. Child actor turned BBC radio producer Glenn Dearman died after a fall in his London home on 30 November. He was 57, and he appeared in the 1951 version of Scrooge and Hammer's Four-Sided Triangle. Walt's widow, Lillian Disney, died in December. She was credited with naming Mickey Mouse. American director and famous Monsters contributor David Bradley, who made amateur versions of Julius Caesar and Peer Gynt with Charlton Heston, died on 21 December, aged 78. His other films include Drag Strip Riot, 12 to the Moon, and They Saved Hitler's Brain. He owned one of the largest private film collections in the world. Studio executive Dawn Steele died of a brain tumor on the same day, aged 51. She handled the merchandising on Star Trek, the motion picture, was the studio head for Fatal Attraction and Ghostbusters, and produced 12 Monkeys. Superlative American cinematographer and the brother of actor Ricardo, Stanley Cortez, Stanislaus Kranz, died of a heart attack on 23 December, aged 92. His many credits include The Black Cat, 1940, The Magnificent Ambersons, Flesh and Fantasy, Secret Beyond the Door, Riders to the Stars, The Neanderthal Man, The Night of the Hunter, 1955, The Angry Red Planet, Dinosaurus, They Saved Hitler's Brain, Shock Corridor, The Navy versus the Night Monsters, and The Ghost in the Invisible Bikini. Actor turned TV writer-producer James Comack died of heart failure on Christmas Eve, aged 67. He appeared in Damn Yankees, and his TV credits include Get Smart and My Favorite Martian. Walt Disney producer Bill Anderson, who produced the TV series Zorro, died on 28 December, aged 86. He had been with the studio for 44 years. American physical special effects pioneer Joe Lombardi died from bronchial pneumonia while on location in London on 28 December, aged 74. The founder of Special Effects Unlimited Incorporated in Hollywood in 1962, his more than 60 movies include Apocalypse Now, The Godfather, and Con Air. American director Bernard Gerard, whose credits include The Mad Room, A Name of Evil, The Mind Snatchers, and episodes of TV's Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Twilight Zone, and The Sixth Sense, died on 30 December, aged 79. Useful addresses. The following listing of organizations, publications, dealers, and individuals is designed to present readers with further avenues to explore. Although I can personally recommend all those listed on the following pages, neither myself nor the publisher can take any responsibility for the services they offer. Please also note that all of the information below is subject to change without notice. Organizations. The British Fantasy Society. http://www.geocities.com/SO/Ho/6859/ Began in 1971 and publishes the bi-monthly British Fantasy Newsletter, other periodicals including Dark Horizons, and organizes the annual British Fantasy Con and semi-regular meetings in London. Yearly membership is £20 UK, £25 Europe, and £40 America and the rest of the world, made payable in sterling to the British Fantasy Society and sent to the BFS Secretary, care of 2 Harwood Street, Stockport, SK4 1JJ, UK. Email syrinx.2112@btinternet.com. The Ghost Story Society. http://www.ash-tree.bc.ca/gss.html publishes All Hallows magazine 3 times a year. The annual subscription is $23 USA, 34 Canadian dollars Canada, or £14.50/$25 rest of the world. Write to joint organizers Barbara and Christopher Roden at The Ghost Story Society, P.O. Box 1360, Ashcroft, British Columbia, Canada, VOK1AO. Email ashtree@ash-tree.bc.ca. Horror Writers Association. http://www.horror.org/ was formed in the 1980s and is open to anyone seeking active, affiliate, or associate membership. The HWA publishes a regular newsletter and organizes the annual Bram Stoker Awards ceremony. Standard membership is $55 USA, £38/$65 overseas. Corporate membership is $100 USA, $74/$120 overseas. And family membership is $75 USA, $52/$85 overseas. Send to HWA, 8490 Zephyr Street, Arvada, Colorado, 80005, USA. World Fantasy Convention. http://www.farrsite.com/WFC/ is an annual convention held in a different, usually American, city each year. Magazines. Ciné Fantastique is a monthly SF fantasy horror movie magazine with a sense of wonder. Cover price is $5.99, £4.20, and a 12-issue subscription is $48 USA or $55 Canada and overseas to P.O. Box 270, Oak Park, Illinois, 60303, USA. Interzone is Britain's leading magazine of science fiction and fantasy. Single copies are available for £3 UK or £3.50/$6 overseas, or a 12-issue subscription is £32 UK, £38/$60 USA, or £38 overseas to Interzone, 217 Preston Drove, Brighton, BN1 6FL, UK. Locus, http://www.locusmag.com, is the monthly newspaper of the SF fantasy horror field. $4.95 a copy. A 12-issue subscription is $43 USA, $48 Canada, $70 Europe, $80 Australia, Asia, and Africa. To Locus Publications, P.O. Box 13305, Oakland, California 94661, USA. Necrophile, http://www.necropress.com, is a quarterly review of horror fiction. $3 a copy. A 4-issue subscription is $12 USA, $15 Canada, or $17 overseas, in U.S. funds only to Necronomicon Press, P.O. Box 1304, West Warwick, Rhode Island 02893, USA. Science Fiction Chronicle is a monthly news and reviews magazine that covers the SF fantasy horror field. $3.50 a copy. A 12-issue subscription is $35, bulk USA, $42, first class USA and plus GST in Canada, £29 UK, and $59 Australia. Make checks payable to Science Fiction Chronicle and send to Science Fiction Chronicle, P.O. Box 022730, Brooklyn, New York 11202-0056, USA, or payable to Algal Press, and send to Rob Hanson, 144 Plachette Grove, East Ham, London, E61AB, UK. SFX, http://www.sfnet.co.uk, is a monthly multimedia magazine of science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Single copies are £3.25, or a 12-issue subscription is £24 UK, £42 Europe, £60 USA, or £62 rest of the world. To Future Publishing, SFX subscriptions, Free Post, BS 900, Somerton, Somerset, TA116BR, UK, or overseas subscribers to Future Publishing, SFX subscriptions, Somerton, Somerset, TA116TB, UK. Shivers is the monthly magazine of horror entertainment. Single copies are £2.99 UK, or $5.99 USA, and a yearly subscription is £33 UK, $66 USA, £43 Europe Airmail and rest of the world surface, or £47 rest of the world airmail, to Visual Imagination Limited, Shivers mail order, P.O. Box 371, London SW14 8JL, UK, or P.O. Box 156, Manorville, New York 11949, USA. Please mark your envelope clearly as subscription. Starburst is a monthly magazine of sci-fi entertainment. Cover price is £2.99 UK, or $4.99 USA. Yearly subscriptions comprise 12 regular issues, budget, or 12 regular issues and 4 quarterly specials, full, at £46 full/£32 budget, UK, $82 full/$53 budget, USA, £56 full/£39 budget, Europe Airmail and rest of the world surface, or £71 full/£49 budget, rest of the world airmail, to Visual Imagination Limited, Starburst mail order, P.O. Box 371, London SW14 8JL, UK, or P.O. Box 156, Manorville, New York 11949, USA. Please mark your envelope clearly as subscription. Video Watchdog, http://www.cinemaweb.com/videowd, is a bi-monthly magazine described as the perfectionist's guide to fantastic video. $6.50 a copy. An annual 6-issue subscription is $24 bulk/$35 first class USA, $33 surface/$45 airmail overseas. U.S. funds only to P.O. Box 5283, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45205-0283 USA. Book dealers. Cold Tonnage Books offers excellent mail order, new and used SF fantasy horror, art, reference, limited editions, etc., with regular catalogs. Write to Andy Richards, 22 Kings Lane, Windlesham, Surrey, GU20 6JQ UK. Telephone 440-1276-475388. Credit cards accepted. Ken Cowley offers mostly used SF, fantasy, horror, crime, supernatural, collectibles, pulps, etc. by mail order with occasional catalogs. Write to Trinity College, 153 Old Church Road, Clevedon, North Somerset, BS21 7TU UK. Telephone 44-01275-872247. Dark Delicacies is a friendly store specializing in horror books, vampire merchandise, and signings. They also publish a regular newsletter. Contact them at 3725 West Magnolia Boulevard, Burbank, California, 91505, USA. Telephone 818-556-6660. Credit cards accepted. Fantastic Literature. http://www.netcomuk.co.uk//SGOSDEN. Mail order offers new and used SF, fantasy, horror, etc. with regular catalogs. Write to Simon G. Gostin, 35 The Ramparts, Rayleigh, Essex, SS6 8PY UK. Telephone 44-01268-747-564. Credit cards accepted. Fantasy Center shop and mail order has mostly used SF, fantasy, horror, art, reference, pulps, etc. at reasonable prices with regular catalogs. Write to 157 Holloway Road, London, N7 8LX, UK. Telephone 44-0171-607-9433. Credit cards accepted. Mythos Books. Mail order presents books and curiosities for the Lovecraftian scholar and collectors of horror, weird and supernatural fiction with regular catalogs and email updates. Write to 218 Hickory Meadow Lane, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, 63901-2160, USA. Telephone 573-785-7710. Credit cards accepted. PDW Books. Mail order offers many specialty press items, plus new and used SF, fantasy, horror, etc., with regular catalogs. Write to 3721 Minnehaha Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55406, USA. Telephone 612-721-5996. Richard Dalby issues semi-regular mail order lists of used ghost and supernatural volumes at very reasonable prices. Write to 4 Westbourne Park, Scarborough, North Yorkshire, YO124AT, UK. Telephone 44-01723-377-049. Weinberg Books at The Stars Our Destination is a mail order list of mostly new horror, fantasy, SF media, and gaming tie-ins, mystery and suspense, etc., with regular catalogs. Write to the store at 1021 West Belmont, Chicago, Illinois, 60657-3302, USA. Telephone 773-871-6381. Credit cards accepted. Zardoz Books are mail order dealers in used vintage and collectible paperbacks, especially movie tie-ins, with regular catalogs. Write to 20 Whitecroft, Dilton Marsh, Westbury, Wilts, BA134DJ, UK. Telephone 44-01373-865371. Market information and news. Dark Echo is an excellent service offering news, views, and information of the horror field every week through email. To subscribe, email editor Paula Gurin at darkecho@aol.com with subscribe as your subject. The Gila Queen's Guide to Markets, http:// www.geocities.com/ATENS/AEGIA/7844/GILA/index.html, is a regular publication detailing news of new markets for SF fantasy horror plus other genres. A sample copy is $6, and subscriptions are $34 USA, $38 Canada, and $50 overseas. Back issues are also available. Checks or money orders should be in US dollars and sent to The Gila Queen's Guide to Markets, P.O. Box 97, Newton, New Jersey, 07860-0097, USA. Email gilaqueen@aol.com or gilaqueen@worldnet.att.net. Hell Notes. http://www.hellnotes.com is described as your insider's guide to the horror field. The weekly newsletter is available on email for $10 per year to mail2:dbsilva@hellnotes.com, and the Hell Notes bookstore can be found at http://www.hellnotes.com/book-store. Scavengers Newsletter. http://www.cza.com/scav/index.html is a monthly newsletter for SF fantasy horror writers with an interest in the small press. News of markets along with articles, letters, and reviews. A sample copy is $2.50 USA, Canada, and £2.40, $3 overseas. An annual subscription is $17 USA, $20 Canada, and £18, $26 overseas. Scavenger's Scrapbook is a twice-yearly roundup, available for $4 USA, Canada, and $5 overseas. A year subscription to the scrapbook is $7 USA, Canada, and $8 overseas. Make checks or money orders in U.S. funds payable to Janet Fox and send to 519 Ellenwood, Osage City, Kansas, 66523-1329, USA. Email foxscav1@jc.net. In the UK, contact Chris Reed, BBR Distribution, P.O. Box 625, Sheffield, S1 3GY, UK. http://www.bbr-online.com. Email c.s.reed@bbr-online.com. End of The Mammoth Book of Best New Horror, Volume 9. Edited by Stephen Jones. STEPHENJONES. Read by Shawn Hertel in the studios of Talking Book Publishers, Incorporated for the Library of Congress, January 2022. Published by Carroll and Graf Publishers, Incorporated, 19 West 21st Street, New York, New York, 10010-6805. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you found this book to be defective, please contact your cooperating network library.
End of book.